Chapter 1. Today I know who I am. Carved beams and jade bricks, the beautiful buildings, are all perfect. The magnificent pavilions and towers make people feel like they are in heaven. This is the imperial palace of the Shang dynasty. It has been 128,000 years since the founding of the Shang dynasty by Emperor Taizu. As the imperial palace of the Shang dynasty, it is not an exaggeration to call it a fairy palace, but Suan had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery. As he walked on the road, his thin figure seemed a little shaky and his handsome face looked a little pale. Romo's brows were furrowed, and his confused mind gradually became clear. Suddenly, he stopped and slapped his head. The pain coming from his forehead made him realize that he was not dreaming. Fuck, I'm actually a time traveler? However, even though his heart was surging, Suan did not actually say these shocking words out loud. Since birth, he seemed to be smarter than ordinary people. He could speak in 3 days and walk in 5 days. However, he felt from beginning to end that he seemed to have forgotten something, but he could not remember it at all. It was not until today that he suddenly remembered he is actually a time traveler from Earth, traveling through time, or being reborn into this world. But perhaps because of the mystery in the womb, he forgot the memory of his past life and lived like a native, until now he suddenly remembered it. And, after traveling to this world, I'm still a villain who sacrifices himself to the heavens in the early stages. It's a hellish start. Suan rubbed his head and found that he had unknowingly walked to the sutra library in the palace. Although the name of the sutra repository sounds impressive, most of the contents inside are Buddhist and Taoist classics, medical and miscellaneous books, and there are only a few ordinary eunuchs on duty, and seldom people come here. The cultivation techniques collected by the royal family are in another Xianyuan pavilion, guarded by powerful royal men. He looked around, sighed, found a stone step to sit down, and rubbed his head. He was really familiar with this world, as it was the world of a melodramatic novel he had read in his previous life, but he never expected that he would become a part of the melodramatic novel. The hero, Yi Xian, became a disciple of a hermit when he was young and practiced diligently in the mountains and forests. After achieving success in his practice, he went down the mountain and found that his house had been ransacked, his father had been beaten to death. His mother had committed suicide, his eldest brother had been imprisoned, his sister was about to become a prisoner of the powerful, and his family was broken up. Yi Xian, who was extremely angry, immediately made a big fuss in the imperial capital, killed the powerful official, took back his sister, and destroyed several small families who took advantage of his misfortune. Afterwards, the empress was furious and blockaded the imperial capital, ordering a hunt for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was forced to flee and then began his journey as a rebellious thief. It was a bloody journey of fighting for supremacy, collecting harems, pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face, and finally overthrowing the evil Shang dynasty, rescuing the eldest brother who had been imprisoned for many years by the villain forces, and establishing a new dynasty. It can be called the ancient version of the Dragon King coming out of the mountain, and Suan was the powerful person who was killed at the beginning. He is also a treacherous minister favored by the empress in the novel. Moreover, he had just led people to raid Yi Xian's house yesterday. During the house search, he accidentally discovered that Yi Xian's sister Yi Lyre had a top-level Dinglu physique, a purine body. At the time, he had evil thoughts and kidnapped Yi Lyre and brought her back home. Yi Lyre is still locked up in the secret room of her home. Unfortunately, the original novel stipulates that this physical condition can only be effective under voluntary conditions. Simply forcing it apart from a layer of membrane will get nothing. After all, how can the protagonist's sister be taken advantage of by the villain? This forced him to raise Yi Lyre first. In the original novel, he never touched Yi Lyre before he was killed. This time he entered the palace with the intention of reporting to the empress that he had saved Yi Lyre, because according to reason, Yi Lyre should have been thrown into the Yiting prison to await her fate. As a result, before he even met the empress, he awakened his memories of his past life and found himself in a difficult situation. It's just a pity if you follow the plot. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Xian will ask the Dragon King to go down the mountain and return to the imperial capital tomorrow, and he will become the first sacrifice and stepping stone for the protagonist to stir up the storm. At this moment, it didn't matter whether Yi Lyre let him go or not. It was he who led people to ransack Yi Xian's house. According to Yi Xian's vengeful character, he would never let him go. Am I about to start the countdown to my death? A heavy pressure came over Suan. If he had awakened his memory earlier, even just 1 day earlier, he would not have fallen to this point. But now, a confrontation with the protagonist is a foregone conclusion. Tomorrow, a protagonist might suddenly jump on his face, yell at him, "Give me your life," and then slap him into a pulp. Thinking of that not-so-pleasant picture, Suan shuddered. No, I have to save myself. Suan clenched his fists. stood up suddenly, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He doesn't want to be a stepping stone. Since you have offended me, you must be punished to death. So what if he is the protagonist? He will kill whoever wants him dead. This is reality, not fiction. Gather people to ambush. I don't believe that this protagonist is really the indestructible cockroach. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that I can give up my pride and shamelessly stay in the palace to help the empress keep watch. Then can Yi Xian still break into the palace? Your Majesty treats him well, and even if he is a little thick-skinned, Your Majesty will not ignore him. The protagonist, can't really be immortal. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly, I heard footsteps coming from the sutra library. Alas, it's a new day again. I've been in the palace for so long, but I still don't know what the empress looks like. I heard she's a stunning beauty. It would be great if I could have a taste of her beauty. Oh, what a pity! Oh, God, why have you made me useless? The sound of footsteps accompanied by a slightly shrill voice reached his ears, and Suan stood there in a daze. Is there anyone in this palace who dares to criticize or even fantasize about the empress? Judging from the voice, he seems to be a eunuch. As the empress's loyal lackey, Suan could not bear to hear such words because of his status. He immediately became murderous. He was in a bad mood, so he killed a eunuch to calm himself down. He turned around and looked back. The door of the sutra repository slowly opened, and a handsome young eunuch walked out. When he saw Suan standing at the door, he was startled. His face turned slightly pale, and he thought to himself that this was not good. Did he hear what he just said? But my voice was so soft, he probably couldn't hear it. The young eunuch comforted himself in his heart. I in this palace, criticizing the emperor is a serious crime. You are such a bold servant, how dare you criticize your majesty? You are courting death. Suan had a cold face and did not give the eunuch a chance to explain. He activated the magic power in his palm and attacked the eunuch directly. Although he is just a cannon fodder villain who cannot survive more than 3 chapters in the novel, he also has the cultivation level of fetal breathing realm. The young eunuch was just an ordinary person who knew a little bit of martial arts but had not yet practiced martial arts. How could he withstand Suan's palm? In a panic, he did a Tai Chi starting stance, trying to block the attack, and then, nothing happened. The young eunuch's body flew out heavily, with a strong sense of unwillingness, and was smashed against the wall like mud. Then it fell down, leaving a bloodstain. Just now, was that Tai Chi? Suan frowned, thinking about the moves the little eunuch had just used. Chapter 2, Killing a Protagonist. But I'm not quite sure. After all, it is not impossible that 1 or 2 kinds of kung fu similar to Tai Chi appear in this world. What a pity! He should have been tortured before being beaten to death. At this time, the old lady in the sutra library heard the sound and hurried out to check. Seeing the little eunuch hanging on the wall, his flesh and blood all covered, with no sign of his chest rising or falling, a chill ran through my heart. Yes, he subconsciously wanted to scream, but the next moment the sound that had just risen to his throat stopped abruptly. A black Suanio token was placed in front of the old eunuch. The old eunuch recognized the token and his panic was instantly alleviated. I, Li Detsai, have met the deputy commander. He bowed with fear and trepidation. Suan took back the token and pointed at the young eunuch and said, This man just criticized your majesty and I have killed him. Please deal with him. He holds the position of deputy commander of Suanio Division, one of the 8 Suanio guards who protect the empress, and the only male guard among the 8 guards. Of course, his strength is the weakest among the 8 guards, and his main purpose is just to make up the numbers. This identity was given to him by the empress to facilitate his entry and exit from the palace. After giving instructions to the old eunuch, he was about to leave, then suddenly my whole body was shocked. Ding, it is detected that the host has killed a protagonist and looted a piece of immortality fruit, and the villain system has been activated. A mechanical female voice sounded in my mind. System. Suan perked up instantly. Wow, his system is here. His eyes unconsciously turned to the lifeless body of the little eunuch. This little eunuch is actually the protagonist. No wonder he dares to criticize the empress. And the fruit of immortality, could it be those eunuch protagonists of the immortality school? There is more than one protagonist in this world? Could it be a comprehensive world, and he actually accidentally killed a protagonist, and then you will become immortal? By the way, the lifespan in the fetal breathing state is only 200 years. Suan herself was a little bit unbelievable. Hiss, really, what a good kill. Not only did he help me activate the system, he also sent me a gift package of immortality fruit. This little eunuch is really a good person. Although I don't know your name, I will remember your contribution. Suan looked at the body of the little eunuch and silently expressed his gratitude, then turned and left. If things develop according to the normal script, this eunuch protagonist should hide in the sutra repository and develop slowly, accumulating strength, and then get to know some concubine or royal relative and get involved in the palace struggle to stir up trouble. Moreover, this eunuch dared to criticize the empress without any power at all. If he really became powerful, he would become a disaster. Unfortunately, he met Suan and was killed before he even left the novice village. It turns out that a dead protagonist is a good protagonist. A transparent panel appeared in front of Suan. Big villain system host, Swan cultivation, mid-stage of fetal breathing skills and magical powers, Jotian refining Chi Ju, De Jotian sword Ju, Xinchuan great handprint, gold finger, longevity fruit, infinite lifespan, dropped by killing the protagonist, special, villain aura, can make the host immune to the influence of the protagonist's aura. Villain value, 900 system mall, not open, will be opened after the villain value reaches 1000, very simple system interface. 900 villain points, was it obtained by killing the eunuch protagonist just now? Suan wondered, but he is a protagonist after all, so why is he only 900? It's not even enough to open the mall. Host, the protagonist's luck also grows step by step. The protagonist you killed is still in the initial stage and can be killed easily, so the villain value you get is less. The system replied. So that's how it is. Suan felt a little sorry when he heard it. However, if he were given another chance, he would still choose to kill the little eunuch immediately. After all, the protagonist is a creature who can grow rapidly if given a chance, so he has no capital to waste. After killing a protagonist, Suan gained more confidence. The protagonist is not immortal. As long as the strength is strong enough, the protagonist's halo is useless. In front of Taiyuan Palace, Suan was standing outside the palace gate waiting. Soon, a woman in green came out and nodded slightly to Suan. Come with me. Thank you, Sister Qingling. Suan thanked him and hurried to follow. There was a faint fragrance in the Taiyuan hall. A large brocade wooden bed was placed in the hall. A beautiful woman in a black bird robe was sitting on the bed with her legs crossed. Her bare feet lightly stepped on the brocade floor, like the finest jade. Standing beside her was a gentle-looking maid in red, named Hongxiao, who, like Qingling, was the empress's personal maid. They can be called the left and right protectors. The two generals Hong and Ha. The Taiyuan hall is the empress's bedroom and also where she practices on weekdays. Various formation patterns are carved in the hall and outsiders are not allowed to enter. As for Suan, he is a real favorite. Unlike the secular dynasties of the previous life, as the emperor of the Shang dynasty, he did not need to review memorials to the emperor. He only needed to attend the monthly small court and the annual big court to grasp the general direction. Most government affairs were discussed by the prime minister and officials, and the Tianyuan council issued decrees. If the emperor reached a certain level of cultivation, he could skip court meetings. After all, this is a world where strength prevails. If a secular dynasty in the previous life dared to do so, power would fall into the hands of others, but in the fantasy world it is normal. There are powerful royal family members suppressing it, the Suanio department supervising all officials. And the lucky Suanio warning that anyone who dares to make small moves to undermine the emperor will be killed. Retract your thoughts. Suan glanced at the woman, then quickly lowered his head. Your Majesty, your servant Suan greets you. The woman on the bed had a noble temperament and a lazy look, with a hint of interest flashing in her phoenix eyes. Xiaoanzi, you usually avoid me. Why do you take the initiative to come to me today? The corners of Suan's mouth twitched. The name Xiaoanzi sounded like a eunuch. He protested in a low voice, but it was useless because he would get beaten. He was beaten by the empress since he was a child, and every time he saw the empress, he felt like a mouse seeing a cat. Your Majesty is busy with official duties on weekdays, so I dare not disturb you casually. Suan defended. Oh, really? The empress supported her face with her right hand and spoke in a lazy voice, and it was unclear whether she believed it or not. Tell me, what do you want to see me for today? Your Majesty, didn't I raid Yi Diqing's house yesterday? Yi Diqing has a daughter who is now in my house. Suan confessed. The Yi family is guilty of the crime of confiscation of property and extermination of the entire family. The empress narrowed her eyes slightly, waiting for Suan to give an explanation. The Yi family girl has a purine body, so I think. Suan stopped here, but the meaning of his words was very clear. He wanted to keep it as a cauldron. Oh, it's actually a purine body. The Yi family is really good at hiding it. The empress tapped the table with her fingers, her eyes deep, and no one knew what she was thinking. She was talking about the Yi family, but her eyes were looking at Suan in front of her. Xiaoanzi, raise your head. Suan raised his head as he was told, his handsome face facing the empress, but his eyes were slightly looking down and he didn't meet the empress's gaze. The fetal breathing state is a bit weak. The empress hesitated for a moment and said, "Forget it, I will give you the Yi family girl as a reward." Chapter 3 Yi Liar in the Secret Room. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Suan did not show much joy, and still stood there after thanking him. Well, anything else? Well, Your Majesty, can I borrow a few more people from you? Suan said shamelessly. Borrow people? What do you want to do? The empress frowned. Someone wants to kill me. Suan said concisely. Kill you? Who wants to kill you? The empress frowned even more tightly. Yi Xian. After saying that, Suan quickly added, he is Yi Diqing's son, the second son of the Yi family. He left the imperial capital when he was young. It is said that he followed a senior to practice in the mountains. Oh, really? The empress looked at Suan in front of her with an uncertain look. Hongxiao was also slightly surprised. Where did Xiaoanzi get this information? Plop. Suan knelt down on the ground, lowered his head and did not look at the empress. He knew that he would not be able to produce any evidence, nor could he tell the empress the source of the information. As for lying, if the empress was so easy to fool, she would not have been able to defeat all the princes and become the empress. A man has knees made of gold, so why would he kneel before a woman? But Suan has never had any moral integrity. Your Majesty. Hongxiao beside her couldn't help but call out softly. Suan and the empress both grew up under her watch, so she couldn't help but feel a little bit reluctant. As sister Hongxiao is still the best, Suan thought. In fact, when I was a child, besides the empress, the person I was most afraid of was sister Hongxiao, because she always liked to ravage my face and suffocate me between a pair of mountains until I couldn't breathe. But she was really good to me, like both a sister and a mother. The empress looked at Suan without saying anything. Suan just knelt like that. The air in the hall seemed to be frozen for a moment. A long time. Forget it, Qingling. From now on you will temporarily guard beside Suan and protect his safety. You can also mobilize the Suanio guards. The empress was relieved. Yes, Your Majesty. Qingling responded respectfully, without any change in her facial expression. Your Majesty. That. Suan raised his head with a hesitant expression on his face. Qingling is a powerful person with a life pill, and seems to be stronger than the protagonist Yi Xian, but, just tell me what else you have to say. Seeing Suan's hesitant look, the empress really wanted to kick him. He still drags his feet when speaking, just like before. Well, Your Majesty, Sister Qingling may not be strong enough. Suan glanced in the direction of Hongxiao from time to time. Compared to Qingling, he wanted Hongxiao more. The empress disliked eunuchs and was surrounded by palace maids to take care of her. Hongxiao was the chief eunuch of the palace, a person close to the empress. She was no more than 200 years old, but had already reached the pure Yang realm, and was even not inferior to some of the masters of large sects and patriarchs of aristocratic families. When their soul does not appear, they are the top batch. With Sister Hongxiao backing us up, this one will be a sure win. In today's world, spiritual practice is divided into 9 major realms. They are foundation building, entering the Tao, spiritual movement, fetal breathing, purple mansion, life elixir, pure Yang, primordial spirit, and the illusory Tao fruit realm. If one can achieve purple palace within 100 years, it can be said that one has decent talent. Suan can reach the fetal breathing state in his 20s, which is actually considered a good talent, although it can't be compared with the 3 in front of me. As for the empress, she was about the same age as him and had already reached the peak of the purple palace. This was only on the surface. In reality, a few more pure Yang realm masters will be enough. If that doesn't work, 2 more life pills will do. Hearing Suan's words, the empress's face gradually turned darker. This kid is really greedy. He wants to climb up even if he is given a pole roll. She scolded. Okay. Suan readily agreed. He rolled to the door, then ran out of Taiyuan Hall in a flash. There was silence in Taiyuan Hall for a while. Xiaoanzi. Hongxiao, what are you laughing at? I'm going to punish you by making you follow Suan secretly. Okay, Your Majesty, I will obey your command. After coming out of the palace, Suan went straight home. Wu Shunho Mansion. The title of Wu Shunho is the legacy left to him by his father, whom he had only met a few times, was an inspirational man who relied on his own efforts to become a powerful Qianyang man and a close minister to the late emperor. 20 years ago, the late emperor was on a tour in the south and was assassinated. His father fought desperately to protect the late emperor and blocked the fatal blow. He was rewarded with the title of Marquis Wushuan, and the title was passed on to him. It was also because of this relationship that he was able to enter Yingtian Academy, where the children of the royal family studied, and met the young empress, who was still called Princess Jingyun at that time. After all, he is also a member of the royal family. The surname of the Shang dynasty was Su. Suan also had the surname Su, and the empress was named Su Ruoshi. However, Suan's relationship is a bit distant, almost like an imperial uncle who makes straw sandals, and his father exchanged his life for the title. But in the end, the late emperor still died, and it was announced to the outside world that he died of infatuation. A genius of his generation, who had touched the realm of Yuanshan at the age of 100, and was known as the peerless genius with the greatest possibility of breaking through to the Dogwar realm. Yet he died in such a confused manner. Who would believe that there was no trick? With the blessing of the royal family and immunity to external evil, how could he possibly go astray? Suan knew that this was related to the power behind Master Yi Xian, but unfortunately the bastard author failed to fill in many holes, so he didn't know much. The empress hid her cultivation level for this reason as well. The Wushuan Marquis mansion is not big, covering only 100 miles in radius. It is definitely not worthy of the status for a marquis of a large Shang dynasty. After all, other marquisate mansions support a large number of clansmen and retainers, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, which is equivalent to a large sect, so the area is naturally not small. However, Suan does not need to support a large number of clansmen like those aristocratic families, so he does not care about the size of the mansion. There weren't many servants in the marquis's mansion, only some maids. Compared with other princes and nobles, it was extremely simple. That he went to the inner room, dismissed the maid and closed the door, then he injected his magic power into a potted plant at the bedside, and suddenly a dark and deep hole appeared on the floor of the bedroom. Going down the big hole, there is a dark secret room with walls made of black iron. Various torture instruments are placed in the secret room. Hearing the footsteps, the beautiful girl tied in the corner raised her head and saw the person coming. That pretty face was suddenly filled with anger. "You evil villain, you will die a horrible death," she cursed angrily. Is this the protagonist's sister? She's still being stubborn. Suan looked at the beauty in front of him with eyes like he was looking at a piece of cargo or a treasure, not like he was looking at a living person. Yi Liar's heart trembled slightly, and then she raised her head again. "You traitor, you will get your comeuppance sooner or later." Retribution? I am the retribution. The corners of Suan's mouth curled up slightly. He lifted Yi Liar's chin with one hand and gently stroked her smooth skin with his fingers. "It feels good. I want your yuan. Yi Liar's pupils shrank. "Don't even think about it," she shouted angrily, and a determination to die arose in her heart. "Even if I die, I will never be defiled by this evil villain." Then a look of determination flashed in her eyes, and she bit her tongue hard with her teeth. Chapter 4. Silly girl, biting your tongue won't kill you. Well, Suan pinched Yi Liar's cheeks with his fingers and sneered. "You don't want to die this way, silly girl. Biting your tongue won't kill you." Yi Liar, whose face was held down, made meaningless noises from her mouth, her eyes filled with anger and despair. "I received news that your second brother Yi Xian is about to return to the imperial capital. I heard that his cultivation has reached the Purple Mansion realm. He is such a genius," Suan suddenly said. Before Yi Liar's face showed joy, Suan let go of her hand and leaned forward, whispering in her ear, "He doesn't know what happened to your family yet. I specifically went to His Majesty to ask for a few powerful life pills. Tell me, do you want Yi Xian to live or die?" The low tone was like a death knell that was about to ring, and the heat beside her ears made Yi Liar's heart turn cold. "No," she shouted. The determination in his eyes gradually faded, and a hint of panic appeared. "She has had a very good relationship with her second brother since she was a child, even better than her parents. Although the second brother has reached the Purple Mansion realm, this evil villain has the support of the Empress and is well prepared. How can the second brother be his opponent?" Her delicate body was trembling. "Am I going to watch my second brother being killed by this evil villain? I don't even take Yi Xian seriously. To me, crushing him is just like crushing an ant." Suan said with contempt, untied the straps on Yi Liar with a wave of his hand, and then sat on the big bed in the secret room. "Serve me well, and I'll let him live when I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, the threat is palpable. After all, it's voluntary, right? He won't develop feelings foolishly like in the original book. Yi Liar stood there in a daze, her 10 fingers clenched until they turned white. On one side is the enemy who serves him, and on the other side is his second brother's life. After a moment, 2 lines of tears flowed down her soft cheeks, her plain dress slipped to the ground, she covered her chest with her hands, and walked towards Suan step by step. I promise you, as long as you don't hurt my second brother, certainly. Suan looked sincere. As we all know, villains don't need to keep their word. Half an hour later, looking at the unconscious girl lying on the bed, Suan shook his head and sneered in his heart, how naive and gullible, just a little threat and they will believe it. I wonder how Yi Xian will react when he finds out that his sister sacrificed herself for the enemy. Furious or quick to kill, Suan sat cross-legged on the bed, assuming a training posture. A pure and powerful force was circulating in his body, constantly transforming into magic power and purifying the original magic power, making it more pure. The divine consciousness gradually turned into substance, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits in the body became more and more condensed, and finally turned into a ghostly soul palace, which was called the Purple Palace. Purple Mansion Realm. The yuan-yin of a pure yin body is indeed powerful. If entering the Tao means stepping into the door of cultivation, then the Purple Mansion and fetal breathing are the difference between immortals and mortals. The Purple Mansion state condenses the 3 souls and 7 spirits to construct the Soul Palace Purple Mansion, in which the magical runes can be nurtured. Before reaching the Purple Mansion realm, all one could use were some magic techniques and martial arts. This time, it was not only his cultivation that improved, he even felt that his talent was subtly raised to a higher level, and his magic power flowed more smoothly. This is the effect of pure yin body yin, host, swan cultivation, early. Purple Mansion realm skills and magical powers. Jotian Refining Qi Ju, De Jotian Sword Ju, Jinchuan Great Handprint, Gold Finger, Longevity Fruit Special, Villain or a Villain Value, 1500 System Mall, Open. The villain value is 600 more than before. Suan clicked on the history record. Deceived the heroine Yi Liar and used lies to take Yi Liar's virginity. Villain value plus 600. It is equivalent to 2/3 of the unique protagonist. Opening the system mall, the items inside are all encompassing, with all kinds of skills, magic weapons, and miscellaneous items. Swan rolled her eyes. I in this mall, he basically doesn't need the things he can afford, and he can't afford the things he wants at all. For example, the seed of a certain world tree can be used to open up the inner world, but it requires 10,000 villain points. How many protagonists will be killed? Just as I was about to exit the mall, I saw a lottery wheel in the corner of the mall panel. 1,000 villain value once. This price is a bit high. He touched his chin. Things like the turntable were too much of a test of luck. The rational choice was to save up the villain points to buy what he needed. So, smoke. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the acquired spiritual treasure. Diamond Cutter hiss. Suan took a deep breath. Diamond Cutter, is that what he was thinking of? Could he be the legendary European emperor, VEDIO Cutter? In the journey to the west, Lao Jun made a magical bracelet with the elixir of life. It is good at changing shapes, is invulnerable to water and fire, and can cover any object. It is also called VEDIO Cutter. It's true. Looking at the white, inconspicuous circle in his hand. Suan did not dare to be careless and hurriedly tried to refine the VEDIO Cutter. Perhaps because it came from the system, the VEDIO Cutter was easily refined by Suan and turned into a white bracelet on his hand. This treasure can collect all kinds of magic weapons, and it is simply the nemesis of those magic weapons and weapons. With this bracelet, you no longer have to worry about other people's magic weapons being more powerful than yours. Maybe your magic weapon is very powerful, but it will be mine in the next moment. As for hitting people, the VEDIO does not have this effect. Obviously, Lao Jun may have used the magic weapon to hit people. For example, the bull demon has never used the VEDIO to hit people. With this magic weapon, Suan became more confident. Yi Xian, I'm waiting for you. At the foot of Kongqing Mountain, a young man with simple clothes and handsome appearance walked along the road towards the imperial capital. Dad, Mom, big brother, and little sister. I can reunite with you when I get down the mountain this time. Excitement flashed across the young man's face. After staying in the mountains for more than 10 years, he finally achieved some success and reached his master's standard for leaving the mountains. The master said that with his talent, he is one of the best in the entire Shang dynasty. He looked down at the people passing by, raised his head slightly, and curled the corners of his mouth, with an air of looking down on the world. The future will definitely belong to him. The name of this era should be Yi Xian. His heart was filled with great Pride entering the imperial capital, he walked in the direction of his memory of home, his excitement at the prospect of being reunited with his family evidently beyond words, until he saw two big seals. He was stunned. Alas, the Yi family was once considered a wealthy family. It's a pity that they said things they shouldn't have said. A passerby who passed by the Yi family shook his head as he looked at the sealed gate. It's a pity for the girl from the Yi family. I heard that she is beautiful, well-educated, and a lady from a wealthy family. Many people came to propose to her, but now she is taken away by Su. Brother Wang, please be careful with your words. The person next to him quickly pulled his elbow. If someone heard you talking nonsense about a noble in the imperial capital, you would probably be beaten to death in the street. Who? Who did it? A shrill and hoarse voice sounded. Yi Xian's originally clear eyes were now filled with bloodshot, his relaxed temperament was gone, and his eyes were fixed on the two passers-by. The aura of the Purple Mansion realm emanated involuntarily. Several people were frightened by Yi Xian's horrifying expression. Seeing that he was a great cultivator of Purple Mansion, the passerby named Wang showed bitterness on his face. He could only tell everything he knew tremblingly. Damn it, the mouth can cause trouble. Next time, he won't dare to talk nonsense even if you kill him. Swan. The voice was like a cuckoo crying blood, and the hatred resounded through the sky. Are you here already? Listening to the report from his spy from the Suwanio division, Suan calmly took a sip of tea, his eyes dark and deep. It's a dark and windy night, perfect for murder. I wonder who will die tonight. Chapter 5, throwing the cup as a signal. Sister Qingling, I'll trouble you when the time comes. Qingling hesitated for a moment and replied, since His Majesty has ordered me to protect you, I will do my best. After saying this, he kept silent again, closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. A lonely and cold look. Suan even doubted that if he didn't take the initiative to talk to her, she would not say a word for several days. Suan, who had nothing to do, thought for a while, opened the door of the secret room and prepared to consolidate his cultivation. As for how to consolidate it, of course it is to diligently practice the yin-yang way. Night fell quickly. A lonely and cold full moon hung in the sky. The lights in the mansion were bright, and it seemed that a banquet was being prepared. The servants were moving back and forth in the mansion. In the backyard, more than a dozen dancers in feathered robes were performing moving dance moves, with singing girls playing flutes on each side, creating a scene of singing and dancing, lights, and feasting. At the top was a handsome man in gorgeous clothes. He was lying on the maid's plump thighs. From time to time, the maid would put fruits or dishes into his mouth. Behind him stood a guard with a serious expression, which was out of place with the decadence around him. But if you look closely, you will find that the movements of the maids around this man are a bit stiff and do not seem natural. However, Yi Xian, whose eyes were blinded by hatred, did not notice so much. After confirming that the man was Suan, the target this time, the anger in his heart almost burst out. The string of reason prevented him from choosing to take action immediately. There are too many people here, and a sense of crisis actually emerged in his heart, making him feel uneasy. This sense of crisis made Yi Xian hesitate. Moreover, he also needed to find out the whereabouts of his sister from Suan. He did not find any trace of his sister in the Marquis mansion. So it's best to capture it alive. Yi Xian glanced around and saw a servant carrying a plate of food walking towards the backyard. His mind moved, and a magical power popped out. The servant fell to the ground, but the dish in his hand was firmly caught by Yi Xian. He quickly changed into the servant's clothes, restrained his own breath, and then threw the servant into the bushes to hide him. Then he carried the dishes into the backyard and walked towards Suan. The road was smooth and he came close to Suan. Yi Xian exerted a little force with the hand holding the dish. As long as he moved a little closer, he was confident that he could control Suan before the guards could react, etc. What's this dish? Suan suddenly asked. Yi Xian was shocked and stopped in his tracks. He glanced at the dishes on the plate and answered confidently, it's beef intestines. He happened to recognize this dish. It was his favorite when he was a child. Suan said as if he was just asking casually. Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to move forward. However, get it. The wineglass in Suan's hand fell heavily to the ground, and the atmosphere in the entire backyard suddenly changed, breaking the cup as a signal. Before Yi Xian could figure out how he was exposed, the stern-faced guard behind Suan chopped at him with a machete, his Purple Mansion realm aura clearly revealed. Thief, take my sword. The dancers behind him also stopped their movements one by one, revealing their murderous intent. None of those dancers were below the Taishi realm, and there were even many in the Zifu realm mixed in. A murderous intent enveloped Yi Xian. It was a very hot day, but Yi Xian just felt a chill in his heart. A cool breeze passed through his clothes and rushed straight to his forehead. How could this happen? Could it be that Suan already knew that I would come tonight and set up this trap on purpose? Get lost! He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, and a black sword appeared in his hand. The sharp sword light instantly forced back the attacking guards. Yi Xian looked at Suan again. So what if I was prepared? I am not an ordinary Purple Mansion realm cultivator. With his agile body movements, he dodged the attacking dancer in a flash, came in front of Suan, and stabbed at Suan's legs with the sword in his hand. Even though this person had planned ahead, he still underestimated his own strength. A ferocious look gradually emerged on his face. Although he couldn't kill him directly, he could still vent his anger by crippling his limbs first. However, Suan was not afraid at all, but instead showed a mocking expression. A silver light flashed by. Ugh! The next moment Yi Xian's figure appeared dozens of feet away, his right hand tightly covering his head, and bright red blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. Only a solitary ear was left where it had been. What a pity! Suan stood up with the help of the maid's thigh, stepped on the fallen ear, and felt a little regretful. This Yi Xian actually dodged, damn it! Feeling the empty right ear, Yi Xian looked at Suan and the maid holding a long sword beside him with hatred and fear. The maid who quietly served as Suan's pillow was actually a powerful person in the life pill realm. Sister Qingling, I'm sorry for putting you in trouble just now. Suan clearly enjoyed the rest of her head on his lap, but he still said it in a fake tone. It's okay. Everything is based on your Majesty's orders. Qingling waved her hand, her face still cold, looking straight ahead, but her slightly red neck revealed that she was not as indifferent as she appeared to be. She has been taking care of His Majesty since he was a child, and she has never had such close contact with Ama and I in the Marquis's mansion. People who were originally dressed as servants also rushed in from all directions and surrounded Yi Xian. These servants are all played by monks from the Suanio division. There were more than 200 Tai Chi cultivators, more than 10 Purple Mansion cultivators, and a life pill expert. The most important thing was that the chi of those cultivators was connected, and they actually formed a formation. Yi Xian's face couldn't help but darken. He still couldn't figure out how he was exposed and how Suan had to arrange such a big battle to deal with him. Capture him, and kill this one ear right here. Suan hid behind layers of encirclement and gave orders, while also not forgetting to insult them verbally. Suan, you deserve to die. Yi Xian's hatred for Suan became even stronger. Tianyang Xuanqiang change. A golden mark appeared on Yi Xian's forehead, continuously raising his momentum. Finally, he reached the realm of life pill and was able to compete with Qingling. This old Chen, who had been pretending to be a serious guard, was secretly shocked. The secret method can instantly increase a person's strength from the Purple Mansion realm to the life pill realm. It is definitely the most top-notch secret method. Who is this person? Qingling's expression also changed slightly. Suan had said before that she was not strong enough. Although she didn't say anything at the time, she was still a little unconvinced, but now it seems that she was indeed a little bit off. You have to know that she didn't hold back at all when she struck the sword just now. This cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm was obviously not well prepared, but he still dodged it. Now his cultivation has temporarily been raised to the same level as hers. Su thief, die. The black sword in Yi Xian's hand emitted a hazy black light, and the flow of Tao rhyme broke the chi connecting everyone. Tao weapon. Chapter 6 Your sword? Meinol Chen immediately exclaimed. Magical weapons are divided into magical weapons, spiritual weapons, Taoist weapons, and legendary spiritual treasures. Among them, Taoist weapons are generally top-level magic weapons used by great monks in the Pure Yang realm or even the Yuanshan realm, and they contain the rhyme of the Tao of heaven and earth. Just observing Taoist instruments from time to time can improve one's cultivation and increase one's understanding of Taoism. This person actually has a Taoist instrument. Although he was surprised, he did not forget his mission to protect Suan. Unfortunately, facing Yi Xian at this moment, he didn't even have the qualifications to let him draw his sword before he was knocked away, and his life or death was unknown. Yi Xian did not waste time on these minions. He held the black sword and turned into a beam of black light and rushed towards Suan. He was using a secret method left to him by his master to save his life, which had great limitations. Once the time had passed, although his lifespan and potential would not be damaged, he would fall into a 3-month period of weakness. Reason told him that he should leave first and not be impulsive, but after paying such a huge price, he would feel uneasy if he didn't kill Suan. Yi Qingling stood in front of Suan with a serious expression, facing Yi Xian holding a Taoist weapon. She was not completely sure of defeating him, but she could just drag him out until his secret technique ended. The Green sword light and the black sword light intertwined together like two long dragons fighting. The surging sword light left unfathomable sword marks on the ground, and the entire Marquis's mansion suffered. Su and saw that the two were fighting fiercely and in a stalemate, so he suddenly threw out a silver bracelet. Yi Xian was holding the black sword and attacking frantically, when suddenly an inexplicable suction force came over him, causing his hand to loosen unconsciously. Then the black sword flew out of his hand and flew towards Su, and his eyes widened as he called out to the black sword in disbelief. But it was no use. The spiritual black sword seemed to have lost contact with him at this moment and fell steadily into Su-en's hands. "Nice sword, it's mine." Su-en's satisfied expression made Yi Xian almost vomit blood. Seeing Yi Xian distracted, Qingling didn't think much and seized the opportunity, stimulating the green sword light to the extreme. Not good. Yi Xian reacted and hurriedly resisted. "Yi Xian, I forgot to tell you that your mother died tragically, and your sister is very smooth when she uses it." Su-en suddenly said. He licked his lips and looked, savoring the taste. "The sound is very loud and can be guaranteed to reach Yi Xian's ears." A puff. Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his magic power was unstable. "Su-en, you deserve to die." Sizzle. Sword energy dragon. Qingling's sword was wrapped in sword energy and turned into the shape of a green dragon, rushing towards him with a sword-like roar. Seeing this, Yi Xian's magic power surged all over his body, veins bulged, and he actually moved half a step in an instant and avoided the fatal blow. The green dragon broke through the blockade and brushed past Yi Xian's kidney, leaving only a hole the size of a bowl in his kidney. The injury was serious but not fatal, but when it rains, it pours. Because of his injury, Yi Xian's secret technique time ended early. The aura on his body weakened all the way to the fetal breathing state, and his face became extremely pale. "Go ahead, chop him into pulp." Seeing this, Su-en's eyes moved slightly. He did not take the opportunity to humiliate or mock, but ordered those monks who still had combat power to continue attacking. He would not feel at ease until he saw Yi Xian turned into meat paste. Qingling also attacked at the same time, and countless moves overwhelmed Yi Xian in an instant. Under this kind of attack, Yi Xian had almost no chance of survival. However, there was no relief or joy on Su-en's face, because there was no prompt from the system. "Keep going, don't stop." Su-en shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone launched attacks again, and the place where Yi Xian was completely surrounded by sword lights and saber energy. Yi Xian's voice suddenly came from the smoke and dust. "Su-en, just wait, I will be back." The smoke and dust dissipated, and a jade talisman was hanging in front of Yi Xian, emitting a faint spiritual pressure. The golden light it exuded enveloped Yi Xian, and then turned into a stream of light, carrying Yi Xian and flying towards the horizon at an extremely fast speed. "Want to run?" A delicate shout was heard from the sky, and a huge jade hand formed by magic power slapped towards the flowing light with a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Yi Xian, who was protected by the golden light, spat out blood again, his face as pale as gold paper, but in the end he was unable to stop the flow of light and could only watch Yi Xian fly away. I didn't expect that the second son of the Yi family would be involved in the Yuanshan realm. Hongxiao appeared beside Su-en with a serious expression. Su-en looked at the direction where Yi Xian left with a gloomy look. He knew that this was probably the backup plan left for him by Yi Xian's master. "I was still a little careless, but if we are not careful, there is a high probability that Yi Xian will not be able to stay." The novel does not mention that Yi Xian possesses this life-saving item. Perhaps it is because Yi Xian follows the Long Outyan school and has never been forced into such a desperate situation, but after all, novels cannot be fully trusted. It was too easy to kill the eunuch protagonist before, which gave him an illusion. However, Yi Xian, an invincible protagonist in a cool novel, is different from a protagonist who pursues immortality. Fine, he had asked Sister Qingling to inject a deadly poison into the attack in advance. Even if Yi Xian couldn't be killed, he wanted to feel the dangers of the world. "Xiaoanzi, the trouble you got into this time is not small. It actually involves the power of the Yuanshan." "Well, but it was His Majesty who decided to confiscate the Yi family, so I can't blame you." Hongxiao looked at Su-en, and there was no blame in her tone, but rather more concern. Su-en shook his head and looked up at the high and unfathomable sky. "Perhaps it's not that I offended the Yuanshan realm, but that there are Yuanshans who are eyeing Deshang." Hongxiao was startled, and suddenly she thought of something, and had a lot of thoughts in her mind. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Suanio guard monks left and the wounded were sent for treatment. Old Shen was seriously injured when he tried to stop Yi Xian, but fortunately his life was not in danger. However, the marquee mansion was mostly destroyed. Hongxiao even joked that she could take him in if he had no place to live. In the end, only Qingling was left. By the way, how did you know that person was Yi Xian? She couldn't help but ask. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. It's rare for Qingling to say so much. Nothing. Suan smiled and said, no matter what he answers, we must take it down. The correct answer is not to answer. He didn't tell Qingling about these arrangements in advance, mainly because Qingling didn't pay attention to them. Oh. Qingling suddenly realized, looking at Qingling's slightly open mouth. Suan blurted out, Sister Qingling, why didn't I realize you were so cute before? Cool. Before he finished speaking, the beauty had disappeared from the spot. Suan laughed dumbly. Are you shy? The two women tacitly agreed not to ask him how he had taken Yi Xian's weapon away. The host severely injures the protagonist Yi Xian, causing him to be on the verge of death. Villain value plus 1500. The villain value obtained by seriously injuring Yi Xian alone is far higher than that of a certain unknown eunuch protagonist. It turns out that there are differences between protagonists. System, draw a lottery. Suan said proudly. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the prize, flower of evil, mungpa soup, normal. Looking at a flower and a bowl of soup in his hands, Suan fell into deep thought. Chapter 7, Destiny, just a plaything. It's definitely not because I'm unlucky. It's just that I used up all my luck when I drew the diamond cutter before. He said affirmatively. The two items he just drew were really of little use to him. It's incomparable to the diamond cutter. After taking the flower of evil, the user will appear sinister, vicious, and harbor ill intentions no matter who they are facing or what expression they make. I haven't thought of who to give it to yet, but it may be useful in the future. As for mangpa soup, it can cleanse a person's memory and make him return to the state of a blank slate. Unfortunately, this is only mangpa soup of ordinary quality, which is only useful for cultivators below the purple mansion realm, and the scope of its use is too narrow, really useless. I remember that Yi Lier seemed to have just started to breathe. Then let's give it to Yi Lier. After all, she is a genius with a purine body. Using her to deal with Yi Xian might be effective. He made a decision, putting away the evil flower and holding the mangpa soup. Suan walked towards the secret room. Because it was protected by a high-level defensive formation, his inner room was one of the few places that had not been damaged, and the same was true for the secret room underneath it. In the secret room, Yi Lier was still sitting there in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. She has been in this state ever since she gave herself to Suan. Suan didn't waste any words with her. He walked up to her, pinched her mouth, and forced her to drink a bowl of mangpa soup. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Lier, whose strength was sealed, was just a mortal body at this time. She was choked by Suan's rough action, but she didn't struggle at all. As mangpa soup was poured into her, her dead and empty eyes finally changed. A sense of fear rose in my heart. She felt her memories of the past fading away bit by bit. Suan's insults, the hatred of the broken family, the love of parents, the worship of the second brother. She opened her eyes wide and wanted to resist, but she couldn't. Until finally, not a drop is left. Yi Lier's eyes also became pure, like flawless glass. Innocent yet with a hint of curiosity, like a little animal opening its eyes to see the world for the first time. At this moment, she was like the purest white paper, allowing Suan to paint various colors on her. Yi Lier tilted her head and looked at Suan, who was so close to her. Who are you? For some reason, seeing Yi Lier like this, Suan felt that she was more attractive than before. In the barren mountains 3,000 miles outside the imperial capital. A ray of golden light sank into the forest, carrying a broken and unconscious young man to the side of a stream. The young man's body was covered with scars, the most serious of which was a huge gash on the left side of his abdomen. Judging from his appearance, it was likely that his kidney was gone, although the cultivation system in this world could heal this minor injury. But the pain is real. This person was Yi Xian, who escaped. Not long after, another figure came and landed in front of Yi Xian. He was an old man with an immortal look, wearing a Taoist robe with cloud patterns. The aura he exuded was faintly in harmony with the heaven and earth. His face was peaceful and calm, yet a bit indifferent. The jade talisman I gave to Xianer was actually triggered so early. It shouldn't be like this. He looked at Yi Xian on the ground, his eyes full of confusion, and moved the fingers of his right hand slightly, pinching a few times like a fortune teller on the street. Then his expression suddenly changed, and his brows furrowed. Destiny is different. How could this be? This world should be the era when our Tian Dao sect prospers. He calculated again, unwilling to believe it. After a long time, his frown gradually relaxed. I see. Is this the tempering given by fate? It seems that I miscalculated just now. He regained his kind expression, waved his hand and unleashed a magical power, and a green light enveloped Yi Xian. After Yi Xian's vital energy stabilized, he stopped and had no intention of providing further treatment. Since it is Xianer's own training, I should not interfere too much, so as not to affect his destiny. Then he disappeared from the spot, leaving Yi Xian alone, being washed away by the stream and drifting downstream, not knowing where he would go. In an unknown space, a hand with blurred outlines was also gently retracted. Destiny, huh? There is one more new thing worth talking about in the imperial capital. The house of Marquis Wushuan, the favorite of the empress and the chief censor, was destroyed. According to nearby residents, that night, the sky above Marquis Wushuan was dark, the sun and moon were dim, and there was a fight between powerful men, which directly destroyed the Marquis Wushuan's mansion. Rumors spread everywhere for a while. However, soon, news came from the court that Marquis Wushuan led the Suwanio Guard to fight against the rebels and made great contributions. In consideration of his diligence for the country, his conscientiousness in reporting to the court and ensuring the safety of the people since he took office, he was given the title of imperial censor and was rewarded with some rare treasures. In short, it expresses an attitude. As for the position, it is not important. In terms of rank, it is not higher than the title of Marquis Wushuan. Your Majesty is thoughtful. Suan's face twitched as he looked at the two people in front of him. One was a woman, and the other, probably, maybe, was a woman. This is a special arrangement made by His Majesty because he cares about your safety. Hong Xiao smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth, the smile between her brows almost overflowing. Shangnan, Xiaoanzi's safety is in your hands. She looked at a woman who was like an iron tower next to her and said, "Don't worry, I will die before Lord Su." The slightly neutral voice of the woman in the iron tower sounded decisively. This is really not a good thing to say. Suan is not ready to die yet. He. Hong Xiao laughed again when she heard that, but she also knew that this woman's personality was just like that. She wasn't very good at talking. People who practice physical cultivation are all straightforward. Sun's forehead was covered with black lines. Sister Shangnan, I'll be relying on you from now on. Just call me Suan. No, you can call me Shangnan or Tu Shangnan, but I'd rather call you young master. Your Majesty has already granted me to be your attendant, and it's not normal for an attendant to address you by your name. The woman in the iron tower scratched her head and spoke frankly. Suan nodded and didn't argue anymore. Then Shangnan, I'll leave it to you from now on. Yes, sir. The 8 Suwanio guards are the Emperor's personal guards. Except for Suan, who was there to make up the numbers, all the others are extremely talented and have extraordinary cultivation, and Tu Shengnan is one of the 8 guards of Suwanio. He practices the top-level bodybuilding technique Dragon Elephant Great Power Sutra. As a powerful person in the Life Dan realm, he has a strong body and can fight and resist. He is definitely a rare guard. He is extremely talented in body refining and can be considered a master even among the many life pill masters. As for her appearance, I can only describe her in 8 words. He has handsome eyebrows and eyes, and a strong build. It is said that she was once a bright and attractive woman, until she came into contact with the art of body refining and awakened her fighting body, and then her body shape began to get out of control. By now, she has grown to be 2 meters and 3 feet tall, and Suan, who is only 1 meter and 80 feet tall, looks like a little doll in front of her. If you don't look at her face, I'm afraid no one would think she is a woman. Chapter 8. No one tasted her lips, and she killed the young man with 1 punch. There was even a poem circulating among the Suwanio guards: no one has ever tasted my red lips, and I killed the young man with 1 punch. Fortunately, Tu Shengnan was open-minded and didn't care about these things. He only focused on training his body, and training his body. Time passed quickly. 10 days have passed since the Empress gave the last reward. The events of Wu Shunho Mansion have become a thing of the past. The hot topic in the imperial capital today is the Qianquan auction held every 10 years. The Qianquan auction is hosted by Qian Pavilion. It is said that Qianquan Pavilion has a royal background, and Qianquan Auction House is the largest auction house in the imperial capital. I don't know if Yi Xian dares to come this time. Auctions are always the most attractive thing for the protagonist, not to mention that this auction also has what Yi Xian needs and, the heroine. This time, I specifically spread the news of that treasure. Suan walked into Qianquan Pavilion and looked at the people coming and going behind him, finally stopping at a young man with ordinary face at the door. He's really lucky. He was poisoned and seriously injured, but he's alive and kicking in just a few days. There was a glimmer of darkness in his eyes. It's not that Suan knows any cheerleading technique and can see through disguises. The man with an ordinary face has only reached the spiritual realm and doesn't look like Yi Xian at all, but here comes the problem. Everyone who attends the Qianquan auction has an invitation and knows the rules, but the young man was stopped outside by the guard at the door. This plot, you were such a jerk. Why don't you let me in? The man raised his head and shouted angrily. The auction has a rule that you must have an invitation to enter. The guard said helplessly. To be honest, I have been guarding the door for so many years, but today is the first time I have seen such a strange thing. You said you didn't have an invitation, so how could you attend the auction? Then how can they get in? The man pointed forward with great dissatisfaction, which was the direction of Suan. He saw with his own eyes Suan bringing two people in, and the guards didn't even ask him for an invitation. Suan blinked. This Yi Xian is very brave. Are you so confident in your disguise? Do you know that your aura of sarcasm has exposed you? The guard sneered without even looking back. Those are noble people. How can you compare with them? Those people are all famous second generation or big shots in the capital. If they want to enter the auction, they just need to show their faces. As for Yi Xian, the guard glanced at him sideways. He was dressed in linen clothes, like a commoner. His cultivation was just at the Lingdong realm, not as good as his. He didn't even have an invitation letter. How could he have the nerve to compare with others? Get out of here immediately, otherwise. If this weirdo bumps into an important person, he will be in big trouble. You. The man looked at the guard angrily and cursed him for looking down on others. I am a friend of Miss Li Zixuan. The guard was shocked. Li Zixuan was the only daughter of Lord Li, the minister of Taichung Temple. How could this weirdo know such a person? Do you have a token? He looked at the man in front of him with suspicion. No. The man spread his hands, but I am indeed Miss Li's friend. The guard couldn't help but sneer, and then he started to mock and argue again. Just when the guard couldn't help but take action, a female voice like an oriole sounded. It was Li Zixuan who had arrived late. He is indeed my friend. Suan's eyes narrowed as he watched. If he was only 50% sure before, now he was 80% sure. There are 2 points left. I killed the wrong one and didn't let it go. Li Zixuan is Yi Xian's childhood sweetheart in the novel, a famous talented woman in the capital, and a virtuous wife to the male protagonist. She has a special physique that matches Yi Xian's, the Tianhan spirit body. In the novel, Yi Xian broke through to the Yuanshan realm through the yin-yang communication with Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan's father, Li Dequan, the minister of Taichung Temple, later became a great helper to Yi Xian. It is unknown how much information he passed on to Yi Xian before he defected. He thought for a moment, then said, Shengnan, notify the Suanio guards and the Imperial City Department to prepare to arrest the wanted criminal. And Qianquan Pavilion, prepare for action. Suan threw out a sign, which was given by the empress. This Qianquan Pavilion was originally founded by the late emperor, and became the property of the empress after his death. Why Yi Xian was tricked by me before, and now he dares to come to the capital. He must have some means to save his life. I may not be able to keep him this time, but it's still no problem to use it to control Li Zixuan. Meet Lord Su. A beautiful figure suddenly stopped in front of Suan and took the initiative to talk to him. Who are you? Suan frowned. The woman was wearing a white dress and had a calm temperament. She looked not much worse than the heroine Li Zixuan, but Suan had no intention of looking at beautiful women. My slave is Su Shuizhu from Yongwei Mansion. Su Shuizhu bowed slightly. Oh, it turns out that you are the eldest daughter of the Yongwei Marquis Mansion. Suan nodded. The Yongwei Marquis Mansion is also a force of considerable size in the imperial capital. Although the surname is Su, it has nothing to do with the royal Su family. However, in recent years, the Yongwei Marquis Mansion has become increasingly decadent and has been in a period of transition. Su Shuizhu is not the heroine, so Suan's attitude is quite perfunctory. He chats with her in a random manner and his attention is not on her at all. Ms. Li, come this way. A person in charge of the auction smiled and personally led the way for Li Zixuan. Excuse me, Mr. Feng. Li Zixuan felt a little surprised. Although her status was decent, she shouldn't have humbled herself to the head of Qianquan Pavilion. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt a palpitation. Brother Yi Xian, what's wrong? Seeing Yi Xian like this, Li Zixuang hurriedly asked with concern. The Li family and the Yi family are old friends, and she and Yi Xian are childhood sweethearts. Although they haven't seen each other for many years, they still retain a friendship. She actually felt sorry for the extermination of the Yi family, but who could have made Yi Xian's father suddenly go crazy? He openly impeached the empress in the court, and even accused the empress of being unworthy of the important responsibility as a woman, and said that the eldest prince was the one destined to succeed. This made the empress furious, and his father did not dare to plead for mercy. Yi Xian's father's power was directly sealed and he was beaten to death on the spot. Therefore, this time when Yi Xian asked her to take him into Qiankuan Pavilion, Li Zixuang agreed without much thought. She didn't know that it was Yi Xian who did what happened at Wushuan Marquis Mansion. Nothing. Yi Xian shook his head. Just now he felt uneasy in his heart, as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. He touched his chest with his right hand and gradually felt relieved. He is determined to get the item at today's auction. The two walked towards the private room. Zixuang, I haven't seen you for many years. You have become more beautiful. On the way, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at Li Zixuang beside him with his eyes shining. He didn't expect that the timid little girl before has grown up to be so lovely now. He couldn't help swallowing. Chapter 9. Go and invite Miss Li to my room. He practiced hard with the charlatan master in the mountains for more than 10 years. After coming down the mountain, he was busy with revenge and had no chance to come into contact with women. Thank you. Li Zixuang replied with a smile, but there was no big emotional fluctuation. She only cared about Yi Xian because of their childhood friendship, at least that was the case for now. Zixuang, you. Yi Xian wanted to say something else to get closer. Bang, there was a loud bang, and Mr. Feng, who was leading the way in front and looked like a good guy, suddenly took action. The palm print was imprinted on Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian's eyes bulged out and he flew backwards. Ancient Dragon Elephant. Behind Yi Xian, Tu Shangnan, who had been prepared, felt his blood boiling and punched Yi Xian. A faint glazed light enveloped her body, and dragons and elephants roared together, as if a powerful bodhisattva with dragon and elephant strength had descended to the world, wanting to use the great power of dragons and elephants to sweep away all evils in the world. Yi Xian was so stunned that he had no time to put up an effective resistance and was knocked flying again. His injuries had not fully healed to begin with, and the poison in his body had just been removed a few days ago, but now he had suffered a severe blow again. Not if it weren't for his special physique, an ordinary person would have been beaten into a bloody mist. Li Zixuang finally reacted and pointed at Mr. Feng with her mouth wide open, not knowing what was going on. The Black Bird Guards are here to arrest the wanted criminal. Men in black brocade robes suddenly came from all directions, surrounded Yi Xian, who had just landed on the ground, and launched attacks at him without mercy. Zixuang, thanks to you, Yi Xian can't escape this time. A voice that Yi Xian was familiar with and hated rang out. Suan was standing behind Tu Shangnan and addressed Li Zixuang affectionately. Li Zixuang was stunned for a moment, but soon understood Suan's thoughts and opened her mouth to explain. Ugh! At this time, a cry of pain rang out, and Yi Xian looked at Li Zixuang with bloodshot eyes. Pain, disappointment, disbelief, and intense resentment. You two dogs, I will definitely come back. The naive Yi Xian obviously believed it, but even Li Zixuang became jealous of him as he spoke. Immediately afterwards, a space wave flashed by, leaving only a large pit submerged by various attacks. Suan watched Yi Xian leave quietly, and the treasure that Yi Xian wanted to buy at the auction, the Yuanyang grass that could stimulate the Yuanyang holy body, naturally fell into his hands in advance. Familiar barren mountains. Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared on an ancient tree, startling a group of birds and beasts. Damn it, Li Zixuang, you bitch, I treated you as my best friend, and you actually dared to betray me. At this time, Yi Xian's face was as pale as gold paper, and he had returned to his original appearance. He gritted his teeth and insulted his childhood sweetheart. He was furious at the betrayal of his childhood sweetheart. The moment he saw Li Zixuang again, he treated Li Zixuang as his own woman. How could he tolerate the betrayal of his woman? His disguise technique was taught by his master, and it can conceal his true nature. Even if someone in the pure Yang realm doesn't investigate carefully, they won't be able to discover it. He doesn't believe that Suan can see through it. I must have been discovered because Li Zixuang betrayed me. It must be her. What a venomous bitch. He was filled with hatred and wished he could tear Suan and Li Zixuang to pieces immediately. Yet he was so angry that he spurted out another mouthful of blood. Yi Xian's body was shaking, and the talisman paper in his hand turned to ashes. This is a small teleportation talisman. If I hadn't been lucky enough to get 2 small teleportation talismans, I would have probably been killed there. Shenkuan Pavilion. As Yi Xian left, the people from Suanio Division and Imperial City Division also evacuated one after another. Lord Su, Li Zixuang sighed. In this case, Yi Xian must have misunderstood. I would like to thank Miss Li for her help this time. Miss Li, can you chat with me about Yi Xian when you are free? Suan raised the corner of his mouth. Sorry, my father is waiting for me at home. Li Zixuang declined. Suan raised his eyebrows, and his fake smile disappeared instantly. Shame on you. Shangnan, go and invite Miss Li to my room, in my mansion. Wait, Lord Su, my master. The old woman who was guarding Li Zixuang quickly stood up and was about to plead for mercy when she was knocked away by a fist as big as a casserole. The old woman is just a fake elixir cultivator. How can she be a match for Tu Shengnan? He was knocked unconscious by the punch of the life pill realm. Simulates the point when the universe was first created, collapsing and condensing the magic power of the whole body into one, integrating the essence, energy, and spirit of the whole body to form a higher quality magic power. It is the foundation of the great Tao and is related to life and nature, so it is called the life pill. The so-called fake pill is when a cultivator at the peak of purple mansion level tries to condense a life pill. However, due to insufficient talent, he fails to successfully integrate his essence, energy and spirit, and ends up condensing an inferior pill that is between the life pill cultivator and the purple mansion cultivator. Ms. Li, please come in. Tu Shengnan didn't care about Li Zixuang's background. I only know that since His Majesty has sent me to Suan as a servant, I must fulfill my duties as a servant and obey my master's orders. Li Zixuang looked at Suan, biting her lower lip tightly with her silver teeth. Not far away, Su Shuazhu looked at Suan with shining eyes and her heart pounding. So domineering. The daughter of the minister of Taichang Temple was tied up at will. It's still that secret room. Li Zixuang replaced Yi Liar's original position. In the end, she chose to surrender and followed Suan. There was no other way. She could not surrender as she could not win. Besides, she didn't think Suan would do anything to her. After all, she was the daughter of a high-ranking official in the imperial court, the Minister of Rights. If something happened, Suan would find it difficult to explain to the empress even if he was favored. And tell you, what are you going to do? Looking at Suan, who was walking towards her waving a whip, a look of fear finally appeared on Li Zixuang's face. How dare you crack? The whip whipped in the air, and the sound was like a poisonous snake approaching Li Zixuang. Li Zixuang, I'll give you a chance to explain everything about Yi Xian. Stop, don't even think about it. Li Zixuang glared at Suan. How could she possibly do such a thing as betraying a friend? Oh, really? Suan looked at her teasingly. You may treat others as friends, but they may not necessarily treat you as a friend. Besides, haven't you already betrayed me once? That's because of you. You deliberately created this misunderstanding. Li Zixuang said with more confidence, and her words regained some composure. I didn't really betray Yi Xian. He and I, bang, the speech was interrupted. One side of Li Zixuang's face instantly became red and swollen, and a conspicuous slap mark was left on that beautiful face. Shameless thing. Yi Xian is a wanted criminal of the imperial court. He caused chaos in the mansion a few days ago and tried to assassinate me. Now you are colluding with the wanted criminal to frame me. What crime should you be charged with? Chapter 10 Miss Li, you don't miss your father either. Chapter 10 Miss Li, you don't miss your father either. Suan's words were fierce and his expression was ferocious, which combined with the dim light in the secret room made him look very creepy. Anyway, Li Zixuang was frightened. The left side of her face was burning. She really didn't expect Suan to take action as soon as he said so. As a darling of heaven, the only daughter of the minister of Taichang Temple, and a famous talented woman in the imperial capital, she had countless suitors, and those suitors were all very cautious, fearing to make her angry. She had never been treated so rudely before, and what Suan said about colluding with the wanted criminal made her feel even more wronged. I don't know, she defended herself in a weak voice. She really didn't know that Yi Xian was the one who did what happened in Wushuan Marquis Mansion. All those who knew about it in the former Marquis Mansion were given a gag order, and Yi Xian had never told her about it. Conspiring to murder the great Shang Marquis is a serious crime. Even with her status, she definitely can't afford it, and neither can her father. Yi Xian destroyed my mansion and nearly killed me. How can you just say you didn't know about it? Suan said seriously. In fact, it was clearly he who set up the trap and beat Yi Xian half to death, but now that he talks about it, he sounds like a victim. Li Zixuan, who didn't know the truth, believed it. I. She didn't know how to explain nothing to do with Yi Xian, but it was indeed she who brought Yi Xian into the auction. Seeing Li Zixuan speechless, Suan gently stretched out his hand. Seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly closed her eyes, but no slap came out as Suan's hand gently stroked the red and swollen half of her face. Does it hurt? Li Zixuan was a little confused. What exactly did Suan want to do? But for some reason, the anger and fear of being beaten had dissipated a little at this moment. Tell us everything honestly about Yi Xian. Suan's tone was gentle, as if he was talking to his lover. Otherwise, I would suspect that the minister of the Ministry of Rights has an unknown relationship with the imperial prisoner. You don't want your father to lose his position, do you? Suan emphasized the last few words, as if he was afraid that Li Zixuan couldn't hear clearly. In fact, this kind of groundless speculation, without any solid evidence, would not be enough to bring down a minister of the Ministry of Rights, but it will definitely have an impact on Li Dequan's career. You have to know that the Li family is not one of those aristocratic families with deep roots. Even though they have some relationship with the aristocratic Shen family, they are not members of the Shen family after all. Li Dequan was able to become the minister of Taichung Temple because of the appreciation of the late emperor, I say. After all, her feelings for Yi Xian were not deep, they were just childhood sweethearts. Of the relationship between the hero and heroine often becomes indestructible after experiencing one event after another, and with Suan around, they obviously had no possibility of emotional communication. When Li Zixuan realized that hiding the truth about Yi Xian might threaten her father, she made a quick decision. Besides, it was Yi Xian who hid it from her first. Looking at the increasing villain value on the panel, Suan smiled sincerely. It seems that Miss Li is sensible and will never go along with the imperial criminals. News about Yi Xian, he doesn't care. Li Zixuan may not understand Yi Xian as well as he does, but if Li Zixuan revealed Yi Xian's information to him, Yi Xian's enemy, it would be tantamount to betrayal. Before, it was just Yi Xian's unilateral misunderstanding, but it was different afterwards. The heroine's betrayal means the breakup between the hero and heroine, not to mention such an important female lead. Can you let me go? Li Zixuan couldn't help but say after telling her the news about Yi Xian. She didn't play any tricks and told him everything she knew. Of course. Suan released Li Zixuan from the restrictions. Li Zixuan ran out as if escaping. She didn't want to stay in this damn place any longer. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she saw the sun outside. The old woman was waiting anxiously outside the Marquis's mansion. When she saw Li Zixuan come out, she immediately came forward with concern. Miss, are you okay? No, it's okay. Li Zixuan subconsciously touched her cheek. After the restriction was removed, her magic power started to flow and the redness and swelling disappeared, but it seemed like a psychological effect. I could still feel the burning pain. This was the first time I was slapped. Surprisingly, she didn't have much resentment towards Suan. On the contrary, towards Yi Xian, besides a trace of guilt, he felt more resentment. Why Yi Xian came to find her after attacking the Marquis mansion, without telling her about it in advance. Isn't this pushing her into the fire pit? If it weren't for Yi Xian, how could she be treated like this by Suan? In the secret room, Yi Liar came out from the compartment. He pounced on Suan, buried his head in Suan's shoulders, and breathed in Suan's breath with attachment. Brother, are you going to let her go just like that? After erasing her memory, the first person she saw was Suan, and she naturally regarded Suan as the closest person to her. With Suan's help, Yi Liar was soon trained to be obedient. If Yi Xian saw Yi Liar like this, his Taoism would be damaged and his luck would be greatly reduced, but perhaps because this secret room was the first scene she had seen since she could remember, Yi Liar seemed to have awakened some strange XP. No hurry, it's not time yet, let the arrow fly for a while. Suan rubbed Yi Liar's head. If he forcibly imprisoned the daughter of the minister of Taichung Temple, he would have a hard time explaining himself even to the empress. But what if Li Dequan is no longer the minister of Taichung Temple? Yi Liar arched her head and accepted Suan's touch like a kitten. I feel so comfortable in my brother's arms. Brother, I want to practice the Yin Yang Dao with you. The big watery eyes stared at Suan, and the soft body twisted on Suan's. The air seemed to have turned into the shape of a heart build. There was sudden pleasant applause in the secret room. On the other hand, Li Dequan, the minister of Taichung Temple, was relieved to see his daughter return safely. If possible, he really didn't want to confront Suan. As everyone knows, this lackey of the empress is deeply trusted by the empress. If he had not had so little experience and no family support, he would have been promoted long ago. However, the fact that Suan does not have a noble family behind him may be one of the reasons why the empress trusts him so much. Originally, Lee Dequan wanted to comfort his daughter, but his daughter said a few perfunctory words and locked herself in the room. The old father could only leave depressed. Forget it, let's go to Xiaoshan Pavilion. I heard that there is a new girl in Xiaoshan Pavilion, who is both a great singer and dancer. Xiaoshan Pavilion is a famous brothel in the imperial capital, and the top prostitute in the pavilion, Chendajia, is even more famous in the imperial capital. Countless young men and wealthy businessmen have spent thousands of gold just to win the smile of this beauty. Some people even say, what you are playing in is Xiaoshan Pavilion, and what you are looking at is the most beautiful scenery. Although it is exaggerated, it also shows how popular Xiaoshan Pavilion is in the imperial capital. It is worth mentioning that the Shang dynasty did not prohibit officials from going to brothels, but they could only sing and dance with wine and were not allowed to have private sex. In plain words, listening to music is allowed, but soliciting prostitution is not. This time, in the hall of Xiaoshan Pavilion, a man in a brocade robe and with a slicked back hair and powdered face was looking left and right. He glanced outside the door from time to time until he saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes walking towards him. He looked away. Oh, I was wondering why I heard a magpie calling on a branch this morning. It turns out that you, Lord Li, have come. It's the same as before. Call Shichuan and the others. Li Dequan waved his hand and said, Okay, please come in, I'll arrange it right away. The madam flattered Li Dequan and invited him into the private room. Li Dequan was leisurely drinking wine and listening to music in the box. Most of the girls in Xiaoshan Pavilion have some cultivation experience, especially those prostitutes who only sell their art and not their bodies. Most of them are experts in music. The music that pops up even has all kinds of strange effects. It can either calm your mind or make your blood boil. Suddenly, with a bang, the door of the private room was kicked open. The music suddenly stopped. Chapter 11. This is different from what we agreed. Hey, isn't this Lord Li? Long time no see. The young man with slick back hair and powdered face walked in arrogantly with his feet turned outward. Ji Shilin? Li Dequan frowned, wondering why this playboy came. Ji Shilin is the second son of the head of the Ji family in the imperial capital, and is also a famous playboy in the imperial capital. Bullying men and women were just small matters to him. He even led people to break into a rich businessman's house and rape the businessman's concubine to death. However, the Ji family is an old aristocratic family, and there is more than one pure yang master in the family. With the support of the Ji family, no one dares to provoke them unless they take the initiative to provoke other powerful people. But why did this dude come to him today? Looking at Ji Shilin's red cheeks, he might be drunk. That's right, Master Li. I like these girls. Please go and get a few more. Ji Shilin staggered over, sat down carelessly, and reeked of alcohol. He waved at the kabuki actors. Don't stop, keep playing and dancing. This. Several girls looked at each other and then looked at Li Dequan at the same time. Seeing Ji Shilin's masterly look, Li Dequan's face suddenly turned dark. This bastard actually got drunk and came to his place to cause trouble. If he really gave in, then Li Dequan would lose all his face. A high-ranking official of the imperial court was forced to retire by a playboy. Ji Shilin, wake up, this is not your Ji home. Li Dequan shouted sternly, with a hint of magic power in his voice. So you won't let me? Ji Shilin slammed the table and stood up. He looked drunk, but no one noticed that there was a clear look deep in his eyes. If you keep making trouble, don't blame me for taking action. Li Dequan was also angry. I finally finished my work and went to Xiaoshan Pavilion to listen to some music and relax, but who knew that someone would come and cause trouble? Do it? Ji Shilin was stunned for a moment, then said loudly, How outrageous! Who are you? Who am I, young master? If I respect you, I'll call you Lord Li. If I don't respect you, you'll just be an old thing. Ji Shilin was drunk and arrogant, and spoke without thinking, which made Li Dequan so angry that he was shaking all over and furious. What a dandy boy! Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. He slapped Ji Shilin in the face. Ji Shilin is just a playboy who relied on elixirs and spiritual medicines to reach the fetal breathing state, while Li Dequan is a life elixir expert. There is no comparison between the two in terms of strength, but Li Dequan also knew his limits. There was nothing wrong in teaching a drunken dude a lesson, but if he beat him to death, he would not be able to withstand Ji's wrath. This palm with restrained force landed on Ji Shirlin's body, knocking him staggering and falling to the ground. Li Daquan was about to teach him a lesson again when his expression suddenly changed. Ji Shirlin was seen twitching all over, bleeding from all 7 orifices. And his eyes were wide open. He looked like he was about to die, and now he didn't care about the previous conflict with Ji Shirlin, and hurriedly used his magic power to heal Ji Shirlin, even using his healing powers. But Ji Shirlin's condition did not improve at all. His eyes rolled back and he died instantly. The last thing I thought before I died was, this is totally different from what we agreed on. Seeing this scene, Lita's face turned pale. He knew very well that he was being plotted against. Who is so generous as to use the life of a direct descendant of the Ji family to plot against Li Daquan? You have to know that no matter how dissolute and useless Ji Shirlin is, he is still the son of the great Qinyang. Li Daquan was taken away by the Imperial City Bureau and did not resist at all. Of the Li family is in the Imperial capital. Even if he runs away, his family cannot escape, and the consequences will be even more serious. As for Ji Shirlin's body, it was taken back by the Ji family. After receiving the news, Suan hugged Yi Liar and rewarded her. Ji Shirlin was exactly the chess piece he arranged. All he used was a blank check to help him defeat his elder brother and compete for the position of head of the family. In the original plot, Ji Shirlin later joined Yi Xian and became Yi Xian's younger brother. With Yi Xian's help, he won the position of the head of the Ji family. Li Daquan would have been Yi Xian's right-hand man, but under Suan's manipulation, the two started fighting. The main reason was that Ji Shirlin had only thought of causing trouble for Li Daquan and making Li Daquan bear the stigma of being jealous of others in a brothel. Considering his status as the second son of the Ji family and his drunken state, Li Daquan would at most teach him a lesson, and nothing serious would happen. Who would have thought that he would lose his life? The poison produced by the system is really useful. In order to make Ji Shirlin die naturally, Suan spent a huge amount of money and used 200 villain points to buy a highly poisonous substance called Yuxianti in the system. Mold IT can be integrated into the human body without being noticed and burst out at the right time. When a person dies, the poison is eliminated, and after death the body will only show that it was a sudden death, and no trace of poison can be found unless there was a powerful pure yang who witnessed the process of Ji Shirlin's death. There would be a slight chance of discovering it. Moreover, before becoming a purple mansion, the 3 souls and 7 spirits are scattered. Without special circumstances after death, the soul will naturally dissipate. In addition, the meteorite sticker has an obliterating effect on the soul. If the person is dead, he cannot be summoned. Li Daquan could only unfortunately bear the blame. Inside the prison, Li Daquan was not too afraid. Ji Shirlin was already dead, even though he knew he was not the one who killed him. But the situation now is that yellow mud is falling down the crotch of my pants. It's shit if not shit. Now I can only hope that my teacher can help me. His teacher is none other than the head of the aristocratic Shin family, the contemporary great scholar Shin Changfeng. The Shin family is also a family that is not inferior to the Ji family. After all, Li Daquan is a member of the Shin family, and the Shin family cannot just leave him alone. The premise is that the Ji family has no intention of fighting to the death. Outside the prison, rumors had already spread throughout the city. Brothels are places where people are well informed, and since the person who died was Ji Shirlin, a famous playboy in the capital, it was hard not to be hot. As a result, rumors about a dignified minister of the Ministry of Rights going to brothels to compete with others for girls, killing people for girls, and being morally corrupt became more and more intense. It was only when the Shin family took action in time that the heat was suppressed. A certain courtesan in Mingwei Pavilion who was famous for her purity and her indifference to men was suddenly rumored to have had affairs with dozens of men, which immediately attracted the attention of the ignorant people. Even in the extraordinary world where strength is supreme, those fools can never shake the rule of the Shang dynasty. However, if they lose confidence in the officials of Dishang and are then taken advantage of by people with ulterior motives, that would also be a troublesome matter. Old 8, how is it going? Have you found out what Linner's condition is? Ji family, the head of the family, Ji Wuchang, asked with a gloomy expression. The man called Laoba shook his head and sighed. Master, after many tests. Chapter 12. Queen Mother? Shirlin had some problems with his cultivation, and then he was hit by Li Daquan's palm, which disrupted the magic power in his body and caused him to die unexpectedly. Moreover, Shirlin's spirit has completely dissipated, and it is no longer possible to summon his spirit to ask for information. Could it really be the Shin family's doing, intentional or accidental? Ji Wuchang pressed his hand on the corner of the table, looking hesitant. It's such a coincidence no matter how you look at it. Why did Ji Shirlin have problems with his cultivation at that time? Why did he go to Xiaoshan Pavilion to drink wine that day? Why did he get drunk and bump into Li Dequan, who also came? Why did he get beaten to death? Bang. The Shin family is really going too far. An old man with untidy beard and a fierce look slammed the table in anger. Second brother, please be patient. It may not be the Shin family's action. Another gentle and elegant middle-aged man hurriedly comforted him when he saw this. What else is there to be safe about? The Shin family has always been an enemy of our Ji family. Is there anything else that they dare not do? Seventh brother, are you scared? The hot-tempered old man stiffened his neck and cursed the Shin family. There were also old men who agreed, this Li Dequan is not killing my Ji family's children, this is a slap in the face of my Ji family. He and the Shin family must pay the price. The elegant middle-aged man could only shake his head and smile bitterly. It's not that I'm afraid, I just want to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Okay. Finally, it was Ji Wuchang who spoke and stopped the quarrel. He glanced at them and crushed the corner of the table with force. No matter how frivolous Liner is, no matter how useless he is still a member of the Ji family. Even if it's the Shin family, they must give us an explanation, otherwise, his eyes flashed with coldness. Even though he knew that there might be someone behind this, the Ji family had no choice but to get involved. For a big family like this, all they care about is face. If they can remain indifferent even when their own direct descendant is beaten to death, then there is no point in the Ji family's survival, as anyone will dare to step on them. The blood debt must be repaid with blood to deter the scoundrels and those behind the scenes, yes. As a prominent family of the Shang dynasty, the family was located in the imperial capital, at the feet of the emperor. Naturally, they could not be the same as in the chaotic past, you hit me and I hit you. This kind of thing can only be done in secret. So the two families began to attack each other in the court. If you give me a copy today, I will give you a copy tomorrow. Today, Shin Xiaojian was transferred to Huangzhou, and tomorrow, Ji Duwei was dismissed for corruption. In short, they fought fiercely. Although the Shin and Ji families had been at odds with each other in the past, the confrontation had never been so fierce, in which they hurt the enemy by 1,000 and suffered 800 of their own. Even many officials affiliated with the two families were implicated. Most of the other officials kept aloof, watching the show, quietly enjoying the farce, as if it had nothing to do with them. Even the empress was the same, watching the battle between the two families with great interest. Let him quarrel and make as much noise as he wants. As long as it does not affect the normal operation of the court, there is no need to care about these minor incidents. If the two families cross the line, someone will naturally deal with them. Li Dequan in the Tianlao prison suffered a lot. He was often arrested and interrogated by more than one department, but gradually, the Shin family could no longer hold on. It's not that the Shin family is inferior to the Ji family. The two families are almost the same in terms of overall strength and influence in the court, but Li Dequan, after all, is not a member of the Shin family. However, many members of the Shin family were demoted or exiled because of Li Dequan. This caused a lot of complaints within the Shin family. The cause of all this was that Li Dequan accidentally killed someone's son, but wanted the Shin family to pay for it, so naturally he was unhappy. Li Dequan's daughter Li Zixuan has been running around these days trying to rescue her father, but those uncles and aunts and her father's friends who were once so enthusiastic now avoided her. The nicer ones just turned her down politely, while those with worse tempers simply refused to see her, leaving Li Zixuan feeling very frustrated. The tea has gone cold before the man even left. Li Zixuan, who was feeling somewhat disheartened, thought of Suan for some reason. In my memory, he was holding a long whip, like a demon king, which made people shudder. But if it's him, there should be a way. But at this time Suan came to the palace again, with the identity of one of the 8 guards of Suanio. He did not need to inform anyone when entering the palace to see the empress. Then, he walked into the harem unknowingly. Although according to common sense men are not allowed to enter the harem, Suan is not included in the rules. However, there were only some palace maids in the harem at this time. It was because the late emperor attached great importance to cultivation and did not take any concubines. The few concubines also followed their sons out of the palace. The current emperor was a woman, so the harem was a little deserted and lacked the excitement of intrigue. From now on, the only noble person living in the palace is the queen mother. She is the mother of Empress Su Ruoshi and she has only one daughter, Su Ruoshi. This is also one of the reasons why Su Ruoshi was able to fight against all her brothers and sisters to seize the throne, because she was superior to them in status. I just happened to go see the queen mother. It's been a while since I last saw her. I missed her so much. Having made up his mind, Suan walked towards the Sinaying Palace. In the Sinaying Palace, a beautiful and graceful woman was painting. It is an extremely freehanding painting, with light touches of ink, which seems to contain special meaning. The Queen Mother herself is a powerful and pure yang being, and her paintings also have magical qualities. The light eyebrows are like autumn water, and the jade-like skin is accompanied by the breeze. She is more like the person in the painting than the painting itself. If it weren't for her voluptuous figure, no one would be able to tell that this was a woman who had given birth to a child. A palace maid came in. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me when I'm painting?" The Queen Mother was obviously displeased. "Your Highness, Lord Su has arrived." "Oh, it's an er." The Empress Dowager raised her eyebrows slightly, and the displeasure on her face disappeared in an instant. She even stopped painting and threw the ink pen aside. When the maid brought Suan in, the Queen Mother immediately walked up to him, took his hand with a kind expression and asked him to sit aside. The palace maids tactfully withdrew. Suan meets the Queen Mother. Suan said respectfully, "Child, why are you so polite in front of me?" The Queen Mother said in a reproachful tone, with a hint of doting in her eyes, "Did you forget what you were supposed to call me?" Suan's heart also warmed. "Mother." What most people don't know is that Suan is also the adopted son of Queen Mother Gong Yueru. Strictly speaking, Suan can call Su Ruwashi's sister. However, he has nothing to do with the late emperor. When he became Gong Ruyue's adopted son, the late emperor was already dead. Su Ruwashi is relatively precocious and sensible, so the Empress Dowager doesn't need to worry about anything for her. Because Suan was often bullied by Su Ruwashi and cried, she resorted to reporting to her parents and often went to Su Ruwashi's mother Gong Yueru to cry. Gong Yueru had only one daughter, and her daughter was too sensible, so she never experienced the joy of being a mother. At that time, Suan's memory had not been awakened, and his parents died early, so he was lacking love. Plus, Suan was so cute when she was a child, a little crybaby who always cried. After these two visits, Suan filled the void in Gong Yueru's heart. She often summoned Suan into the palace to teach him. It can be said that she was closer to Suan than to Su Ruwashi, and treated Suan completely as her own. Suan also regarded Gong Yueru as his support. Everything after that went smoothly. Chapter 13. It's unfair. I've devoted my life to the country. Suan became Gong Yueru's adopted son. With the trust of the Empress and the title of Marquis, it can be said that his status is first class in the entire imperial capital. Almost no one in Deshang dares to mess with such an identity, but the original novel requires a sacrifice to trigger the conflict between the protagonist Yi Xian and Deshang. Suan, who has a high status but weak strength, naturally becomes a good choice. I heard that someone attacked you a few days ago. Let me take a good look at you to see if you are injured. Do you need me to assign you a few more guards? Gong Yueru stroked Suan's cheek and said with concern. When she learned the news that Suan had been attacked, she was shocked and angry. If the Empress had not sent Tu Shengnan to protect Suan first, she would probably have taken action. Even the forces under her command have begun investigating Yi Xian's news. She hated the person who dared to hurt her adopted son. Thank you, mother, but I won't need it for now. Suan thought about it and refused. You kid, you are being polite to your mother again. The Queen Mother patted his hands. Forget it, although you are a marquis, you don't have anyone around you who can be used. How about this? I will give you the red spider lily. The Queen Mother handed over a token engraved with strange patterns, and then looked directly at Suan. You are not allowed to refuse this time. Higanbana is the top assassin organization in Dashan, integrating assassination, intelligence, and even trade. It also secretly controls many forces. No one would have thought that the person behind this organization would be the Empress Dowager of the current dynasty. Suan also showed some surprise. Thank you, mother. He really needs such an organization. After all, intelligence is also very important when confronting the protagonist. If he were asked to build an intelligence organization from scratch, I don't know how much time and energy it would take, and the results might not be good. And now the Queen Mother directly gave him such an organization. He chatted with the Queen Mother for a while, talked about family matters, and then said goodbye and left. When we arrived at Taiyuan Palace, the Empress had just finished her training. Tell me, what are you doing here this time? She was still dressed the same as last time, noble yet lazy, her snow-white jade feet lightly resting on the ground, as if stepping into people's hearts, but perhaps it was because Suan's mentality had changed. Suan was once bullied by Su Ruwashi and was afraid of her, so he didn't notice her beauty. When they met for the first time after his memory awakened, he was worried about Yi Xian and had no intention of observing her. Now that he has relaxed a little, he looks different. Her black hair draped behind her, her skin, softer than jade, seemed to be shining with a translucent luster, and her eyebrows and eyes, without any makeup, were delicate enough, leaving nothing to be desired. Her temperament is noble and excellent. She only wears a simple nightgown, but she manages to make it look like an imperial robe. It was as if all the beauty in the world was concentrated on her alone, otherwise such a person would never have been born. Perhaps it was because she was wearing casual clothes in the bedroom. The half-exposed spring scenery was enough to make people imagine more beautiful scenery. There is no beauty that can surpass the beauty of the ages, and a beauty that pleases the eyes is a beauty. For some reason, Su and thought of this inappropriate poem. Seeing Suan's almost undisguised gaze, Su Ruoshi sat up slightly and adjusted the hem of her skirt to cover up her seductive spring scenery. Why is this little Anzi so bold today? As for being shy, she didn't feel too much. She wasn't shy towards Xiao Anzi, but she just felt a little unnatural. But after becoming the empress, it was the first time that someone dared to look at her like this. Ahem, Your Majesty, it's about the Ji family. Suan also reacted and quickly avoided his gaze. I was careless and played a little too much with he liar these days. Asa result, my brain was almost filled with yellow waste. Asa loyal minister, how could he have the idea of turning the tables and becoming the master? It shouldn't be like this. It really shouldn't be like this. Alcohol and sex can mislead people. Starting tomorrow, stop drinking. The Ji family. The empress looked at Suan and said, the matter between the Ji and Shen families has something to do with you, yes. Suan was not surprised that the empress knew this. He did not avoid Tu Shengnan when he met Ji Shilin in private. Although Tu Shengnan did not know what Suan had done, but with the empress's intelligence, it was easy for her to guess that Suan was the mastermind behind the incident. Well, even though she was the one who exposed herself to the empress, Tu Shengnan, who told tales, still needs to be taught a lesson anyway. He is just a fool and easy to fool. It's not that I want to hide anything from the empress, but she still needs some private space. The Ji family secretly raises demon cultivators, which violates the laws of our great Shang. They deserve to be punished. The Shen family has formed a clique for personal gain and has been restless recently. They also deserve to be suppressed. The devil cultivators are demon cultivators who are absolutely prohibited and wanted by the Shang dynasty. Their skills are vicious and they are extreme and selfish. The cultivators of the demonic path practice fast, take shortcuts, and have unstable minds, so it may be difficult for them to advance to a higher level. But as long as they have the skills and the courage, it is not a problem for them to become Purple Mansion or Life Pill. There was even a time when a demon cultivator sacrificed the blood of billions of lives in an entire state, achieving the pinnacle of the spiritual realm in one step, but was eventually wiped out by powerful spiritual masters from other sections. This incident happened before the establishment of the Shang dynasty. From then on, the demon monks were resisted and hunted down by other monks. It was not until the founding of the Shang dynasty that Emperor Taizu of Shang led his troops to wipe out the evil ways in the 72 states and joined forces with other sects to defeat the evil ways so badly that they could not raise their heads. From then on, they have been unable to recover. Although they still make some harmless movements occasionally, there are very few traces of demon monks in the Middle-earth Divine Land. Basically, they are suppressed as soon as they show up. The Ji family's keeping of demon cultivators was actually the personal doing of the eldest son of the Ji family. It was important information in the original novel that Yi Xian helped Ji Shilin to overthrow his brother. Now Suan used it to attack the entire Ji family. Anyway, the aristocratic families are one, so it doesn't matter if it is directly extended to the entire clan. Oh, so you are still doing this for me? A strange look flashed in Su Ruoshi's eyes. The great Shang dynasty has always been on high alert against the demonic path. The demonic path's vision is to overthrow the great Shang dynasty and return the Central Plains to its chaotic and fragmented state. They are naturally hostile to the great Shang dynasty. I will be loyal to your majesty and devote my life to the cause until my death, Suan said in a resounding voice. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a loyal minister. Hongxiao curled her lips when she heard this. Why was this little rascal pretending to be so serious today? And he devoted all his energy to the cause until his death. But these two words are quite good. So you're not doing this for Li Zixuan? The empress raised her eyebrows and gave an ambiguous smile. It's unfair. Suan was shocked and quickly protested his injustice. I am devoted to my country, how could I be a person obsessed with lust? Old Su was a man of loyalty and bravery, how could he be tempted by mere beauty? Even if he approached Li Zixuan, it was only for the sake of big business and he was willing to sacrifice his looks. What a lustful thing, this is slander, blatant slander. Chapter 14 I am a loyal minister, I think you look a lot like him, Xiaoanzi. Hong Xiao said softly with a smile, and in an instant she was fixed with Suan's resentful gaze. Qingling, who was silent aside, also nodded secretly in her heart, agreeing with Hong Xiao's words very much. Then I'll treat you as a loyal minister. The empress did not pester him any further, and instead asked, tell me how you plan to deal with the affairs of these two families this time. I am a loyal minister. Suan said seriously. All right, stop playing tricks. The empress kicked Suan on the shoulder, bringing up a gust of fragrant wind. I haven't bullied Xiaoanzi for a long time. Hiss, I kind of miss the way he cried, but as an emperor, he must be steady, the empress reminded herself in her heart. Ahem. Suan quickly suppressed his desire to turn over and become the master, and said solemnly, the Ji family colluded with the demon cultivators, which seriously violated the laws of the Shang dynasty. I suggest that all those involved be thrown into the heavenly prison and sentenced to death. The entire Ji family should be exiled to the desolate state, and the rest of those who are involved with the Ji family should be demoted. As for the Shin family, let the old man Shin Changfeng go home to retire and give him a warning to deter other families. Of course, this is just my humble opinion. Everything depends on your Majesty's judgment. Then do as you say. As an emperor, even if he doesn't care, he still has to suppress those aristocratic families from time to time. After finalizing some specific matters, Suan left Taiyuan Hall. It was Qingling who sent him out. Next time you kill Yi Xian, call me and I'll help you. Qingling suddenly said this. Suan's mind was working rapidly. Sister Qingling must have been referring to the fact that she was not invited to the last operation of Qiankuan Pavilion. At that time, his main target was not Yi Xian, but he still said, no problem, I will definitely ask Sister Qingling to come next time. I also want to ask Sister Qingling to come over to protect me, but unfortunately, I'm afraid His Majesty won't agree. Suan spread his hands as he spoke. When Qingling heard the word closely related, she recalled the last time she played the role of Suan's maid, and her pretty face, which usually had no expression, couldn't help but turn red. Just send it here. I'm leaving first. Having said that, she turned around and walked away quickly, giving people the feeling that she was fleeing in a panic. TSK, Sister Qingling is shy again. Suan muttered softly, then Qingling's pace became faster, the blush spread to her neck, and she disappeared from sight in a few steps. At Wu Xuanho's mansion, Li Zixuan was stopped outside the door. I'm sorry, sister. Before my brother left, he said that no outsiders can come in without his permission. Yi Liar looked like an obedient child. Sister Liar, it's you, don't you recognize me? The Li family and the Yi family are old friends, so Li Zixuan certainly knows Yi Liar. Seeing Yi Liar intact, she was naturally very surprised at why Yi Liar stared at Li Zixuan's face, then shook her head. I don't know her. She could sense that she had no memory of the past, but she didn't care. Brother Suan said that no matter who it is, no one can come in without his order. Yi Liar said firmly, looking at the frank and determined Yi Liar. Li Zixuan was overwhelmed. She is really desperate now, and the Shin family is gradually no longer supporting Li Dequan. It is very likely that next month or tomorrow, she will receive news that his father has been sentenced to exile or death. When will Lord Su come back? Li Zixuan asked again. Not why. Yi Liar shook her head, looking honest and innocent. I don't know. Li Zixuan could only force herself to suppress her slightly anxious heart. Then I'll wait here for the Marquis to come back. Whatever you want. Yi Liar closed the door, and her innocent look suddenly changed, revealing a conflicted expression. I really want to tie this sister up in the secret room. But my brother said we can't let it in. She suddenly understood what her brother meant by let the arrow fly for a while. But as the sun gradually set, Li Zixuan, who had been squatting in front of the door for half a day, even felt that she might not be able to wait today and prepared to come back tomorrow. A figure appeared in sight. Hey, isn't this Miss Li? Suan's voice sounded a little frivolous and casual. Li Zixuan seemed to have seen a savior. She stood up quickly and saluted to Suan. Lord Su, I am here today to… Stop. Suan quickly stopped her from talking. If you want someone to help you, you have to think about what price you can pay first. If you haven't thought it through, don't waste your time. It's not customary to get something for nothing here. After saying that, Suan walked straight into the marquee mansion, ignoring Li Zixuan, who was lost in thought. He had returned from the palace a long time ago, and the reason he didn't see Li Zixuan was just to leave her alone and to temper her arrogance. After dealing with the Ji family and the Shin family, the two protagonists in the original novel, Suan will soon receive more villain points, and he will be in a good mood. He took Yi Liar and started practicing Yin and Yang again. Asa pure Yin body, one of the top-level cauldron physiques, the effect is extremely good. Although it does not have the effect of the first Yuan Yin, it still pushes Suan's cultivation to the middle stage of Zifu. The next day, Yi Liar, feeling refreshed, was startled when she opened the door. Li Zixuan was seen standing at the door with a haggard face and bloodshot eyes. It seemed that Li Zixuan had stood outside the door all night last night. I've thought about it, and I'm willing to pay the price. Li Zixuan's originally clear and pleasant voice became a little hoarse. The elegant Miss Li had never been so embarrassed before. She thought about it all night last night and was troubled all night. It can be seen how conflicted Li Zixuan was to be able to force a cultivator at the peak of fetal breathing into this state. Cost, what price could she offer now to satisfy Suan? The Li family became wealthy late in life, and the things they had at home were obviously not enough to impress Su. And other than that, there was only herself. It's nothing more than offering up one's innocence. That's why she was troubled for the whole night. In fact, Suan had already discussed with the empress the plan to take action against the Ji family. Even if she did not ask Suan for help, the Ji family would most likely not care about Li Dequan in the end. It's a pity that she didn't know all this. Then come in. Yi Liar followed Suan's instructions and brought Li Zixuan into the room. At this moment, even though she was prepared, Li Zixuan still felt nervous. If you think about it carefully, if the object is Suan, it is not unacceptable that he has a handsome face, a respectable status, and good talents. Apart from his slightly bad personality, he seems to have no other shortcomings. If he were pursuing me normally, I might really be moved, but this was just a transaction, not the love that Li Zixuan longed for. Just think of it as a bite from a dog. She is doing psychological preparation. After a while, the door opened. There were footsteps. Are you ready? Chapter 15. You don't know you should show yourself when saying thank you. Chapter 15. You don't know that you should show your gratitude. An imperceptible voice sounded. If Suan wasn't so good at hearing and seeing, he probably wouldn't have heard it. Li Zixuan really doesn't want to talk now, and doesn't know what to say. Her mother died early and no one ever taught her what to do, or her heart was beating fast and she felt like she was going to be executed. There was a not so gentle touch on my chin. Suan lifted Li Zixuan's head, looked her over carefully from head to toe, then frowned with a look of disdain. Who are you showing this to? You look so slovenly and disgusting. As he said this, he withdrew his hand and shook it, as if he was trying to get rid of some dirt. This thing instantly destroyed the defense that Li Zixuan had built with great difficulty. She raised her head and glared at Suan. I finally made preparations, but was still rejected. Even with her good manners, she couldn't help the urge to curse. If she didn't know that she needed help from others, she would probably have turned away. Even so, she still felt extremely ashamed. What right does he have to despise himself? Isn't it just that he has a higher official rank, is a little more handsome, and has a little better talent? Besides that, he also has, it seems to be quite good indeed. Looking at Suan's genuine eyes, she couldn't help but doubt herself. Was she really that ugly now? She quickly blocked Suan's sight with her right hand and looked at the mirror in the room. The woman in the mirror had a tired face, bloodshot eyes, and a little messy hair. The more I looked at her, the more I felt the gap between myself and her. To be honest, although Li Zixuan looks haggard now, her charm has not diminished in the slightest. Instead, she has a kind of morbid beauty, like a crumbling piece of porcelain. This is probably what is meant by when an illness is as severe as that of she. Sure, it is 3 times worse. But Suan still didn't seem to buy it. Miss Li, you should go back and take a good bath, otherwise I will think you are insincere. If you are not sincere, then your father. After hearing these words, Li Zixuan's face turned pale. Lier, come in. After calling the little girl in, Suan ignored Li Zixuan, who was still sitting by the bed. He simply grabbed Yi Liar's shoulders and held her down. Yeah, there are outsiders. Yi Liar was a little shy, but there was excitement in his eyes, and he was reluctant to accept it. This is wanting to fight. Don't mind her, she can watch if she wants. On the other side, in Dongzhou territory, Yishan suddenly emerged from the river with a patch of green water plants on his head. From a distance, it looks like a turtle popping its head out. Damn demon dragon, if it wasn't for that bead. He covered his heart with his hands, and the bones in his chest were slightly dented. Obviously he was seriously injured. I was almost left behind by that demon dragon, and I wasted my last small teleportation talisman. After coming down the mountain, he had a very bad luck, as if all his previous good fortune had been used up. It's all Suan's fault. He cursed again, and his resentment towards Suan increased again. Ever since he met that person, his good luck began to turn around. I clearly feel that the bead is destined to be with me and is very important to me. He pulled the water grass on his head and rolled his eyes. Perhaps I can spread the news and let other cultivators go to defeat the evil dragon. I will be the one waiting behind. After being tricked by Suan several times, this guy has learned to use tricks. But we can't reveal the news about the beads. Maybe this is the way. As he was thinking, another emerald green dragonfly landed on his head, adding another touch of green to his head. That's it. Back to the Marquis Mansion. At this time, Li Zixuan was sitting there restlessly, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Suan hasn't given her an accurate reply yet. She was afraid that if she left, Suan would deny it. By the time Suan is done feeling comfortable, her father will be gone. So she could only sit there, trying to reduce her presence as much as possible so as not to disturb the two of them. I felt awkward, but deep down in my heart there seemed to be a different feeling. The golden crow sets in the west, and the jade rabbit rises in the east. It was gradually getting dark. There were more bloodshot in Li Zixuan's eyes. Could you please give me a definite answer whether you will help or not? Stop torturing me like this. Suddenly, the magic powering Yi Liar's body reached its peak. His breath began to become unstable. I'm about to break through. Yi Liar suddenly cried out, and her aura suddenly increased, reaching its peak along with the surging feeling of magic power. The bottleneck in the later stage was broken, the peak of fetal breathing. It only took Yi Liar a few months to break through from the early stage of fetal breathing to the peak of fetal breathing, and she had a solid foundation, only one step away from Purple Palace. The speed is so fast that ordinary geniuses cannot catch up. Hey, sister, are you still here? Seeing Li Zixuan still sitting on the bed, Yi Liar couldn't help showing a look of surprise as she gently rubbed her buttocks with her fingers. Li Zixuan blushed and felt speechless. I'm such a grown-up person, but you can't see me. All you have eyes for is your brother and, right, Yug, so debauched, ignored me. Su and didn't expect that Li Zixuan would actually watch a live broadcast. He thought she would leave in embarrassment halfway through. It seems that this Miss Li also has some attributes that can be developed. You go back first. I will take care of Li Dequan's matter. As for your reward, I will get it when I have time. As soon as the words fell, Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid Suan won't admit it, but she also felt inexplicably depressed in her heart. Could it be that her charm was really not as good as Yi Liar's? No matter how much she looked at her, she would never even look at her. It must be that I am just not in good condition, not that I am not as good as Yi Liar. Looking at her snow mountain, which was obviously larger than Yi Liar's, Li Zixuan suddenly felt more confident. I'll try to charm you to death next time. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Li Zixuan's face turned even redder. Bah! Li Zixuan, what are you thinking about? You and Suan are just in a business relationship. Why are you comparing yourself with her women? She stood up hurriedly, only to feel more moisture around her. She had unknowingly cast the chantless water magic. This made her want to escape from this pink-filled place as soon as possible. Thank you, Lord Su. I'll be leaving first. She bowed hastily and turned to leave. Wait. Suan suddenly called her. Don't you know that to say thank you you need to show your snow, huh? Li Zixuan's little mouth opened slightly. What's the reason for this? Chapter 16. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this time, Suan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's just a joke, go away. Li Zixuan left, but the fierce battle that had just taken place in front of her and Suan's last words kept echoing in her mind, as if her mind was still in that room and she couldn't calm down for a long time. My mentality seems to have changed a little bit as well. Brother, why didn't you take advantage of the opportunity to take her down just now? Yi Liar buried her head in Suan's chest, enjoying the afterglow of the battle. She didn't believe that Suan was the kind of person who wouldn't eat the meat even if it was right in front of his mouth. This is a carnivorous beast. Li Zixuan is a heavenly cold spirit body. She may not even know this physical condition until it is activated. The body of the Tianhan spirit contains an extremely cold aura. Unless you have reached the pure yang state, or have a yuan yang body, you will be frozen into a popsicle if you really do that with her. Suen sighed helplessly. The meat was indeed at my fingertips, but it had thorns. They were icy thorns. He doesn't want to turn into a popsicle. So I can only pull it a little bit first. Is it only the last step that will trigger the extremely cold body? Yi Liar's eyes were full of curiosity. Suen thought for a moment. According to the records of the Tianhan spirit, this should be the case. Brother, you are so stupid. Yi Liar couldn't help but complain. Did you become stupid from practicing yin and yang? If we don't take that step, can't we use the others casually? She bit her fingers. She can do anything, but when it comes to Li Zixuan, she can't do this or that. It seems that there is some truth in this. Suen patted Yi Liar, and he had to say that he was moved. Soon it was time for the court meeting, and all the civil and military officials stood on both sides of the Lingxiao Hall. Jade pillars rise up to the sky. The hall is tall, broad and spacious, solemn and dignified, and surrounded by fairy music, as if you are in fairyland. Go to court! Hongxiao gave a loud shout, and the empress, wearing a noble crown robe engraved with a black bird pattern, walked majestically to the throne that seemed to stand at the center of heaven and earth. Your Majesty, I am honored to see you. May your Majesty enjoy eternal blessings and a long life. After a thunderous round of applause, the court meeting officially began. What followed was the ministers bickering and reporting of disasters or achievements in each state. Suen stood there with his eyes closed. He is already a villain and a treacherous minister. Does a treacherous minister need to care about these things? Isn't it enough to please the empress? Wait until the second half. When the court meeting is nearing its end. An official from the Ji family faction stood up among the ministers. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Here it comes, here it comes. Many ministers immediately perked up, thinking that there was another good show to watch. Your Majesty, the former minister of the Ministry of Rights, Li Dequan, neglected his duties and spent the whole day in the Shoshang Pavilion having fun, causing the government affairs of the Ministry of Rights to be neglected. Not long ago, he was jealous of others in the Shoshang Pavilion and killed people in public for a few prostitutes. Such a person without moral integrity and talent, his words seemed to be the beginning, and then one official after another stood up and criticized Li Dequan. It was as if Li Dequan was an unforgivable criminal, and allowing him to occupy an official position would endanger the Shang dynasty and bring misery to the people. Many officials kept looking at Shen Changfeng, but he looked calm and composed, as if it had nothing to do with him. Most of the other people in the Shen family were the same. Everyone understood that the Shen family might have really given up on Li Dequan this time. No wonder the Ji family did not impeach the officials from the Shen family at the court meeting today. There's no point in fighting. Ji Cheng, what do you think? The empress looked at Ji Wuchang, who was standing in the front row with a relaxed and calm expression. Ji Wuchang walked out from among the ministers calmly. Your Majesty, I think Li Dequan went to the brothel to compete with others for favors, which is immoral, and he killed people because of this, which is against the law. He neglected government affairs, which is dereliction of duty. He is a senior official of the court, but he broke the law knowingly, which is an even greater crime. He should be dismissed from office and exiled to a deserted state. Exile, it sounds like the punishment of exile to a desolate state mentioned by Ji Wuchang is quite light compared to the punishments mentioned by the officials before, such as beheading, lingqi, soul extraction, and bone removal. But don't think that Ji Wuchang is kind-hearted. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that given the Ji family's style, Li Dequan would have no chance of survival if he left the imperial capital, let alone Huanzhou. It is impossible for the Shang dynasty to specially arrange an expert to protect an exiled official. Do the rest of you have different opinions? The empress turned her gaze to the other ministers. All the ministers lowered their heads. No one would offend the Ji family for Li Dequan. And those people from the top aristocratic families, those in high positions and power, mostly gave face to the Ji family and did not make things difficult for them. When all officials were silent, a voice suddenly rang out. Your Majesty, I have a different opinion. The ministers couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. Who is this talented person who dares to offend the Ji family at this time? How brave! Oh, it's him. That's okay. Seeing Suen's face, many people showed a look of realization. There are actually quite a few people who are not afraid of the Ji family. Although the Ji family is a first-rate family in the imperial capital, there are also several families that are stronger than them, but this person is different. Although he does not have a noble family behind him, he is in the emperor's heart. His status in the empress's heart is different from that of other ministers. As long as he has not lost the favor of the empress, the Ji family will not dare to touch him no matter how powerful they are. Oh, what do you think, Lord Su? Suan stood up at the right time. Your Majesty, most of the crimes listed by Lord Ji are fabricated or exaggerated. During his tenure as Minister of Rights, Li Dequan worked diligently and never slacked off. It is even more absurd to say that he was jealous. It was Ji Shilin who caused the trouble first, and he died suddenly of a serious illness. It had nothing to do with Li Dequan. Moreover, Ji Shilin had the support of the Ji family and was always arrogant and domineering. He did all kinds of bad things. If the Ji family had not abused their power for personal gain and saved Ji Shilin, he would have been beheaded in public. His sudden death must have been God's will, which angered the heavens and the people, and even the heavens could not bear it. The minister's eyes lit up. What a big news! Not only did he want to clear Li Dequan's name, he even directly attacked the Ji family. This is going to be a really good show. Lord Su is indeed tough and strong, much stronger than the cowardly Shen family. Ji Wuchang's face turned extremely ugly when he heard this. Why did Suan jump out? Normally, the Ji family had never offended this person. You sure, Su? There is no evidence. Please don't talk nonsense. Nonsense. Suan sneered. Your Ji family has done so many bad things that God is angry and people are resentful. Are you still afraid of what others say? Without waiting for Ji Wuchang to speak, Suan spoke again. Your Majesty, I would like to report this to the Ji family. According to my investigation, the Ji family violated the laws of the Great Shang dynasty, harbored and colluded with the demon cultivators, and intended to subvert our Great Shang dynasty. They deserve to be killed. As soon as these words were spoken, the court was instantly ignited. This is not only aimed at the Ji family, this is to force the Ji family to death. It is true that sheltering a demon cultivator is a serious crime, but it depends on the circumstances. Knowing a demon cultivator and not reporting it to the court is also called sheltering a demon cultivator. If the emperor does not care, the matter can be covered up, but if they also intend to overthrow De Shang, that would be like trampling the Ji family into the ground. Ji Wuchang's eyes widened even more, and his calmness just now was gone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 17, Sacrifice for the Sake of Justice. Suan. Stop slandering us. My Ji family has been loyal to the emperor and patriotic for generations, and has worked diligently for De Shang. How could we collude with the devil? Are you trying to help Li Dequan, so you are throwing dirty water on my Ji family? That's right, Suan, even if you are the censor, you can't slander my Ji family. Words are useless. Do you have any evidence? The officials of the Ji family could no longer sit still and stood up one after another, accusing Suan of slander. There was only one young official standing at the end of the civil servants, who looked 70% similar to Ji Wuchang. He had cold sweat on his forehead, a chill on his back, and cold hands and feet, as if he was frozen. How could this happen? He was hiding very well. How could he be discovered? It's fake, it must be fake, he has no evidence. Dirty water? Humph. What did you guys pour on Li Di before? Was it feces? Suan had a righteous and upright expression, and he bowed his hands to the sky and said, I, Su, am upright, incorruptible, loyal to the emperor and patriotic. The heavens and the earth are my witnesses. If I had not had solid evidence, how could I dare to expose the ugliness of your Ji family in front of His Majesty and all the civil and military officials? Could it be that someone really is colluding with the evil cultivators behind the family's back? Ji Wuchang thought with a pale face. Otherwise, how could Suan speak so confidently and righteously? Who on earth harmed my Ji family? He began to recall the things that happened in Ji's house in the past that he had not paid much attention to. Your Majesty, this is the evidence. Suan took out a photo stone, held it high, looked at Ji Wuchang and said loudly, there is a photo of the Ji family colluding with the demon cultivators in it. Ji Wuchang's face turned pale, and he had some vague guesses in his mind. Then let's take a look. The Empress had a blank expression on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking at this moment. A magical power was injected into the image stone, which activated the image inside, and the image suddenly appeared above the hall. There was an uproar in the hall. It's actually true. The young official in the back row had already fallen to his knees helplessly. One of the videos played showed him talking with a group of demon cultivators. I don't even know if Suan did it on purpose. There happened to be a part in the video where a demon cultivator drank a few bowls of wine and shouted, "This damn court is chasing us all day long, and those damn court lackeys are chasing us like their mother fastest king hyenas. Life is so fucking miserable." I really want to overthrow this damn Shang dynasty. There were also demon cultivators cheering and shouting, "Go to Lingxiao Palace and seize the throne of the Shang Emperor." The young civil servant was standing in the middle of them, holding up his glass and shouting, "Everyone, let's drink this cup and plan great things together." The video ends here. All the ministers couldn't help but look in the direction of the young civil servant with strange expressions. In addition to physical evidence, there are also witnesses. The demon cultivator in the photo is imprisoned in Suanio prison, and he has confessed everything. Suan handed over another confession of the demon cultivator to Is the Sky So Brave. I originally thought that there were only one or two demon cultivator friends, but I didn't expect, oh no, the G family is probably finished. The G family is just a small family. They don't even have a great master of the Yuanshan. How can they have such ambitions? Ji Wuchang, who had previously sworn that it was impossible, now had his beard trembling, and it was unclear whether he was angry or afraid. Evil son, evil son. He turned his head and stared at the young official who was slumped on the ground, wishing he could slap him to death. Why does the young master of the Ji family not want to be a good person and instead collude with the evil cultivators? He hated himself for not having the nerve to stick him against the wall. Father, I just. The young official wanted to explain anxiously, but he was speechless. Although he colluded with the demon cultivators, it was only to obtain the heavenly demon inheritance, and he was just using these demon cultivators. This is clearly the conspiracy he was talking about. As for overthrowing the Shang dynasty or something, even if he was given 1,000 courages, he wouldn't dare to do it. At this moment, he felt the deep malice coming from the malicious editing and cutting out of the content. Suan, who had kept his achievements to himself, put away the photo stone and acted as if he was enjoying the show. His mission was accomplished. You evil son, you are harming my Ji family, I cannot let you go. Ji Wuchang suddenly attacked, and his pure yang magic power shook the space. The young official was beaten into a bloody mist before he could even scream. After Suan reacted, he couldn't help but smacking his lips. What a cruel man, he killed his own son for the sake of justice. Unfortunately, the crime is so serious that it would be useless to kill him 8 or 10 times. Bold. Hong Xiao, who was standing beside the empress, was furious. Ji Wuchang actually dared to kill people in the court. Could it be that he really doesn't take your majesty seriously? Unexpectedly, Ji Wuchang immediately knelt down and knocked his head on the solid floor. Your majesty, I failed to educate my son properly and deserve the death penalty, but the rest of the Ji family is innocent. Your majesty, I am willing to die to atone for my sins. I hope your majesty will show mercy to me for my many years of handling government affairs. The last 3 words have a higher pitch, bringing a sad atmosphere, but not everyone buys into this look. You say you are innocent, but who knows if you just murdered someone to silence him? This was said by Shin Changfeng. The one who colluded with the demon cultivators was your eldest son from the Ji family. Who would believe you when you said it had nothing to do with the Ji family? The other Shin family officials, even those who had nothing to do with the Shin family, also responded. The situation in the court suddenly reversed. Just now it was the Ji family criticizing Li Dequan, but now it is the officials criticizing the Ji family. The Shin family didn't fight before because they would only hurt each other if they continued to fight. But now that the situation is favorable and it's a good opportunity to bring down the Ji family, they have to fight. The officials of the Ji family did not dare to stand up at this time. The main reason was that the evidence was too sufficient and there was no room for rebuttal. Even many officials from other families had begun to think about severing their ties with the Ji family. They were not members of the Ji family and there was no need for them to be buried with the Ji family. Good, what a great Ji family. The empress's face was cold and the ministers were trembling, knowing that the empress was angry. If Suan hadn't known that this matter had been discussed with the empress, he would probably have been fooled. My dear Su, what do you think? She looked at Suan again. The eyes of the other ministers also focused on Suan. It was Suan who discovered that the Ji family was colluding with the evil cultivators, so it was normal to listen to his opinion at this time. Facing the gazes of a group of life pill and pure yang masters, Suan was not at all nervous. Your Majesty, the Ji family colluded with the demon cultivators and conspired to rebel. This is high treason. The charges are true. According to the laws of our great Shang, the 3 clans should be exterminated. However, considering the contributions made by the Ji family over the years, I think the punishment should be determined appropriately. The mastermind should be executed, and the rest of the Purple Mansion and above should have their cultivation abolished, and the entire clan should be exiled to the desolate state. Huangzhou is located in the southern part of Dashang. It has a harsh environment and borders the southern barbarian land, where monsters are rampant and small-scale monster attacks occur from time to time. Exiling the Ji family to Huangzhou is to let them do their final part for Dashang. Then it's up to you. Everything was discussed beforehand. As the Empress finished her words, a breath of the primordial spirit firmly locked onto Ji Wuchang, preventing him from resorting to desperate measures. Chapter 18. Is this the contrast? In fact, it is impossible for anyone to harm the Empress in Lingxiao Palace. In addition to the protection of the royal ancestor's soul, Lingxiao Palace is also the place where the luck of the Shang dynasty gathers. The Empress holding the Suanio seal can mobilize the luck to the greatest extent, and the protection it brings even surpasses the Soul Realm, unless the legendary Daogua Realm being descends to the world. But so far, no one has really broken through this realm. Only after the Shang emperors of all dynasties reached the state of Yuanshan, holding the Suanio seal and gaining good fortune, could they exert power close to the Daogua Realm. This is also the fundamental reason why the Shang dynasty has remained standing and dominated the world for so many years. If the previous Shang emperor had not died unexpectedly before achieving his primordial spirit, the world would probably be more stable and harmonious today. Under the high platform, Ji Wuchang looked grim. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." Then his cultivation was sealed and he was pulled down, without any resistance the whole time. Similarly, the Shen family was also hit. Shen Changfeng was directly dismissed from office on charges of forming a clique for personal gain and disrupting the government. The ministers immediately understood that today's incident was probably His Majesty's way of warning the aristocratic families. It just so happened that the Ji family and the Shen family emerged and became the chickens to be killed to scare the monkeys. Although the Shen family was unwilling, they felt much better when they saw the Ji family in even greater decline. At least the Ji family was brought down, so overall it was a win. Without the Ji family's interference, Li Dequan would not be charged with any crimes. He was only sentenced to a fine of 1/4 salary. "Thank you very much, Lord Su, for your help." After being released from prison, Li Dequan was extremely grateful to Suan. He didn't know yet that his daughter had sold herself to save her father, and Li Zixuan didn't dare to tell Li Dequan about it. Otherwise, it is hard to say whether he would be so grateful. At the Su mansion, the sun is at its zenith. Suan's bedroom, this sister Zixuan is just lame. Looking at Li Zixuan, who was squatting beside her and holding her neck in pain, Yi Liar showed a king's contempt. Perhaps due to her purine constitution, she has a particularly strong learning ability, especially in learning certain skills. Li Zixuan's face turned red with embarrassment. She was also bewitched before, and was willing to be teased by Suan because of the joy that her father was released. But how could a normal person possibly adapt to that kind of thing, far away in Dongzhou? Yi Xian, who was spreading the news of the demon dragon, suddenly felt his head feel heavy. It turned out that a few green leaves had fallen on his head, with a few fat dark green cabbage worms on them. "I always feel like I've lost a lot." He was confused, but he still cursed, "Suan, you deserve to die." A few days had passed since the last court meeting. Suan was promoted again for his meritorious reporting. The Grand Censor also served as the third-rank minister of the Secretariat, and his duty was to assist the emperor in handling government affairs. This position had previously been vacant. Now that Suan is the minister of the Central Secretariat, it is unclear whether he should handle government affairs or not, so he has many more reasons to go to the palace, especially when the Queen Mother kept talking about her. Suan would run over to pay his respects every few days, or tease Sister Qingling from time to time. Whenever Suan saw Sister Qingling's silly expression and rosy face, he felt particularly satisfied. "Sister Qingling, what are you looking at?" Suan quietly walked behind Qingling and patted her shoulder. Snap! Qingling jumped up instantly, and the book in her hand fell to the ground. Perhaps she was watching too seriously, or perhaps she was not prepared for Suan's presence. She did not even notice Suan approaching. Why are you here?" she said with forced calmness, but the little feet wrapped in the show shoes kept moving, revealing the abnormality in her heart. Suan looked at Qingling in confusion, wondering why Sister Qingling reacted so strongly today. "Let me see you." I have something else to do." "It's okay, I'll leave first." She looked at Suan's handsome face in front of her, and her mind connected it with certain plots. Her cheeks flushed, and she disappeared on the spot in a flash. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she had walked 7 or 8 miles away. I was almost discovered by Suan, but the contents are really interesting. No wonder so many palace maids like it. It was clearly confiscated from the palace maids, but I couldn't help but look at it. She reached into her arms, wanting to take it out and continue watching. The next moment she froze in place. Wait, where's my book? Suan in the hall saw Qingling walking away quickly, rubbed his head, a little confused. Why is Sister Qingling so weird today? I ran so fast that I even forgot to take my book out. He bent down to pick up the book that had fallen on the ground, and the big words of the book's title caught Suan's eyes. The Cold Sword Fairy Sister and Her Dark-Hearted Little Brother hissed. This book title looks a bit wrong. When I opened the book, I saw that it was an illustration type, and it contained large-scale action scenes between men and women. Whoosh, just as Suan was about to turn the pages, Qingling reappeared in the hall and looked at Suan, who was looking at the book in his hand. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense, and there was even a hint of awkwardness. Destroy it. Qingling felt that there was no point in living. If the world were to end, I wouldn't be embarrassed. Sister Qingling. Suan spoke first, breaking the heavy atmosphere. This is not mine. Qingling replied quickly. Green, okay, stop talking. Qingling covered her face, quickly snatched the book from Suan, and then disappeared again in the blink of an eye. It almost reached the maximum speed of the Mingdan realm. For a short period of time, she didn't dare to see Suan again. Well, actually, if you're curious, you can just come to me and experience it yourself. Suan shook her head and couldn't help but smile again. I didn't expect Sister Qingling to be such a stuffy person. He usually looks like a serious person, but he was secretly looking at people's colors. Is this the contrast? Suan touched his chin thoughtfully. Just as I was thinking about it, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside the hall. Hey! Do you have human rights? An arrogant female voice sounded. Why should I do all this work? I won't do it. Didn't anyone teach you the rules? Another older female voice sounded, with a hint of scolding. I only know that all men are created equal. There is no such rule as bullying others by taking advantage of one's power. The arrogant female voice refused to give in. Xiaowan, don't be like that. The noise is too loud and it might disturb the noble. Another soft voice consoled. Besides, we are just servants. Many people want to be servants in the palace but cannot. What a bullshit feudal ideology. Why should I serve them? If anyone needs to serve me, let others serve me. Linwan swung the broom violently, put her hands on her waist and shouted, You ancient people are really a bunch of ignorant people with small brains. You are useless. It's obvious that these things are for men to do. We women are born to enjoy life. Chapter 19. This woman has misled me. Keyword, get. Suan's ears moved, as if he smelled the scent of villain value. How dare you ignore the palace rules? Someone, take her down and teach her what the rules are. At this time, the old palace maid was also angry. I've seen crazy people, but I've never seen anyone so crazy after entering the palace. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Linwan struggled as several people continued to harass her. Stop. A gentle male voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. So handsome. The moment she saw the person's face, Linwan was stunned and for a moment she even forgot to struggle. How could someone be so handsome? Even the male celebrities I chased after in my previous life were far inferior to him. Didn't they say there are no men in this palace? Could it be a prince? In an instant, she imagined in her mind the routine of the overbearing princes and domineering princes falling in love with me in dozens of romance novels. The old maid anxiously winked at several other maids, then bowed quickly. The servant greets Lord Su. Only then did the palace maids wake up as if from a dream and bowed one after another. Only the palace maid named Linwan stood there like a proud honey badger, not knowing what to do and holding her head high. Oh, you know me? Suan looked at the old palace maid in surprise. Although he often visited the palace, he usually went to Taiyuan Hall and Sinang Palace. Given the vastness of the palace, most of the palace maids had never seen him. I used to serve the Empress Dowager and had the honor of meeting Lord Su. The old palace maid replied. It turns out he is just a marquis. Linwan was quite disappointed when she heard Suan's identity. I thought he was a prince, but since she is so beautiful, it is not impossible for her to have a lower status. What happened just now? Suan asked, pretending to be ignorant. My lord, I was just teaching a young maid a lesson and accidentally startled you. I hope you will forgive me. The old palace maid said with fear and trepidation. If other officials or lords came, she would not be too afraid. After all, the palace and the outside world are not the same system, but this one is different. If Lord Su had any dissatisfaction, he didn't need to mention it to the Queen Mother. He could just chop them to pieces on the spot and no one would dare to say anything. And I heard that not long ago this Marquis got so angry that he beat a young eunuch to death because he spoke too loudly. If I and others make him unhappy, the old palace maid was sweating profusely. Humph, you are confusing right and wrong. It's obviously you slaves who are bullying others by taking advantage of your power. Lin Wan suddenly pushed aside the palace maids on both sides, stood up and looked directly at Suan. The palace maids on both sides had just been attracted by Suan, and this time they were unable to hold him back. Lord Su, I have something to say to you. Lin Wan raised her head and looked directly at Suan. The old palace maid felt dizzy when she heard this and almost fell to the ground. This woman has misled me. I clearly noticed that something was wrong with Lin Wan yesterday, so why didn't I just beat her to death? Oh, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Suan maintained his gentle personality and spoke patiently. Lin Wan raised her head and looked down proudly at the palace maids behind her. How could a group of ancient people like us modern people have the wisdom? I can't even seize the opportunity that's available. See how I can trick this Marquis into doing things. Hello, Lord Su, my name is Lin Wan, nice to meet you. She first greeted him in an equal tone, and then slowly said, I wonder if Lord Su has ever heard of a pistol that is as loud as thunder and as fast as lightning, and can kill people in an instant. Has he ever heard of a nuclear bomb that is less than a foot long and less than 3 feet in circumference, but with a loud bang that can make no roosters crow for thousands of miles? Has he ever heard of saltpeter that can turn water into ice under the scorching sun? Suan's expression gradually became strange. Could it be that this woman didn't realize that this world was unusual? Did she still think this was an ordinary ancient world? The power of a nuclear bomb was indeed enough to be called a national weapon in the previous life, but here, the damage it caused was not as great as a blow from a strong man in the life pill realm. What's more, the world is different, and it is not certain whether nuclear bombs can really be realized. However, he still cooperated and showed a surprised expression. I have never heard of such a magical thing in the world. It's normal that Lord Su doesn't know. I'm the only one in the world who knows these things. Lin Wan had a proud look on her face, a sense of superiority rising from the bottom of her heart. They were indeed a group of ignorant ancient people. I could scare them mad just by saying something casually. The depression she felt from being forced to be a palace maid was also swept away. See how Lin Wan plays with the ancient times. At Suan's strong request, Lin Wan excitedly followed Suan back to the Marquis mansion. Suan's original words were, how could such a great talent be buried within the palace walls? This is the Marquis mansion. Lin Wan exclaimed. When she first arrived at the Marquis mansion, she couldn't help being dazzled by the huge buildings, pavilions and towers that were even more luxurious than the imperial palace in her previous life. Then she glanced at Suan beside her, and hurriedly pretended to be indifferent and said, it's nothing. The high-rise building over there is 100 feet high, and it will only take a few months to complete. As a time traveler, she didn't want to lose her composure in front of these backward ancient natives. As someone who could only stay in a few remote palaces outside the fixed imperial palace, she had never truly seen the luxury of the imperial palace, otherwise she probably would not be so self-righteous. When Yi Liar, who came to greet them, heard this, her disdain was almost evident on her face. This bumpkin is from some remote and poor village. 100 feet high. Is it very high? And it was. Built in a few months. It only took 2 days to rebuild the mansion, which was several hundred miles long. This woman is not good looking, has little experience and doesn't know her place. When did Brotherin become so picky about his taste? Is there any need I can satisfy? Who are you? Seeing Yi Liar coming towards her, Lin Wan asked. There was actually such a woman hiding in the Marquis mansion, and she was so beautiful. Having watched dozens of palace fighting dramas, she suddenly became alert. This is my housekeeper, Lear. Just as Yi Liar was about to speak, Suan took the initiative to introduce herself. Housekeeper. Yi Liar pouted. Oh, it's the housekeeper. Lin Wan looked at Yi Liar and said with a sarcastic tone, she thought it was the wife of the Marquis, but it turned out to be just a housekeeper. She was so scared that she thought she was a big threat. At the same time, she was quite dissatisfied. It turned out that the butler was not a handsome guy. She gave a bad review. I must have a good talk with Suan later and ask him to get a more handsome butler. How can a butler steal the limelight from the hostess? Subconsciously, she has given herself the title of hostess. In her opinion, as a time traveler, It is natural for these ancient handsome men to like and love her. Why Liar clenched her fists. Suan's voice in her ears made her resist the urge to punch that ugly guy in the face. For the sake of Brother N's grand plan, I will endure it. Chapter 20. He's been playing Melon. Wan raised her chin and looked down at Liar. Lear, right? Your skin is so good. What did you use? Ah. She stretched out her hand to touch Liar's face, but Liar dodged her hand. She suddenly felt something in her heart and fell to the ground, with her clothes sticking to the ground. Why? I just saw that your skin is so good, Lear, and I wanted to touch your face. Liar took a step back and looked at her coldly. Suan behind Lin Wan tapped his toes on the ground in embarrassment. With their strength, they could definitely see clearly the actions of an ordinary person like Lin Wan. This method is so low level that he doesn't know how to cooperate with it. Seeing that Suan didn't respond, Lin Wan was shocked. Since no one cooperated with her performance, she thought that her relationship with Suan was not deep enough, not as good as that of Lier, so she quickly made amends with a tea-flavored tone. Su. And, don't blame Lier, I fell accidentally. She looked so pitiful, but didn't shed a single tear, and acted coyly. The key point is that she really doesn't look that good, just good looking. She deliberately makes this expression, and the effect is like eating 3 kilograms of oil in the middle of summer, and it feels like even the pores are oozing oil.Suan even thought about whether he should just reveal the cards. After all, he had been observing this woman for such a long time and didn't find any golden or silver fingers, but at this point, he still endured the nausea and stepped forward to help Lin Wan up. Are you okay? I'll help you into the house. Lin Wan, who was helped up, glanced at Liar obscurely, her eyes full of provocation. Come on, play with me, you rubbish. There was no conversation, but Liar understood what Lin Wan meant. That's enough. It seemed as if black air was coming out of her forehead. Damn it, she couldn't bear it anymore. I really wanted to slap this ugly guy to death. Lin Wan, who had no idea that she had been to the gates of hell, followed Suan and looked around the marquee mansion, not treating herself as an outsider at all. By the way, Xiaowan, do you know how to make those nuclear bombs, pistols, and other things you mentioned? Suan asked casually. Lin Wan's expression changed slightly. Who would deliberately remember this kind of thing? She was just talking nonsense before. Suan is really something. Shouldn't he be talking about romance with girls at this time? Why is he holding on to those things? Seeing Suan's scrutinizing eyes, she suddenly had an idea and changed the subject. By the way, there is a very interesting chess game called Gobang in my hometown. How about I teach you how to play Gobang? So you don't know all that. Suan's false gentleness gradually faded away, and his voice became colder. He had also observed before that the woman did not have any jade rings or small towers on her body. I brought it back to the Marquis mansion specifically for better observation. I thought it might be some knowledge or other golden fingers that existed in the mind, but looking at Lin Wan's appearance, she is just a brainless idiot. If the system hadn't shown it, he wouldn't have believed that this was also a protagonist. It would be great if Yi Xian was like this too, so there would be no need for me to go through all the trouble of planning it myself, but it's said that Yi Xian won't be able to jump around for much longer, as there is a great opportunity in Dongzhou. Lin Wan also noticed that Suan's tone was a little bad. Wait, I can also write poetry. She turned on the long out-of-service brain server and blurted out, I slept through the spring without knowing the dawn, and there were mosquitoes everywhere. No. I sat up in shock from my dying illness. Clown. That's not right, little. After thinking for a long time, she forgot the original poem behind the verse and only remembered those that were spoofed by netizens. I have long since returned all the tang and song poetry I learned to my teacher. The next moment, she felt suffocated, her feet left the ground, and a hand was strangling her neck. It seems like you are useless now. Suan looked indifferent. He grabbed Lin Wan's neck with one hand and lifted her up. What Lin Wan couldn't believe was that the indifferent look of the man in front of her was completely different from the gentle and elegant Lord Su. With her throat strangled, she couldn't speak and only let out meaningless moans. Why? But she is a woman. Why could this man be so cruel as to destroy such a beautiful girl? The filters of romance dramas and palace fighting dramas are finally broken in the face of life and death, exposing the childishness and ugliness hidden in the sense of superiority. He's been playing me. Lin Wan finally realized this. Let go. She tried her best to squeeze out the air from her throat and utter one word. She regretted it. If she were given another chance, she would definitely not want to travel through time again, and she would definitely go back. At least in her previous life, No one dared to mess with her. No man would dare to treat her like this. She thought again of the boyfriend who once treated her like a treasure, worked to support her college education, and then was ruthlessly abandoned by her. If it was him, maybe. Snap! As Suan exerted a little force with his palm, Lin Wan's neck was instantly broken into 2 pieces. He threw the body to the ground. Since there is no other use for it, just give him the gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the heroine of the romance novel. You will get 1 aura of same-sex taunt and 1 aura of opposite-sex attraction. Suan was silent for a while. So it's this kind of golden finger. He thought of Yi Liar's performance today. I originally thought that Yi Liar was a little uncalm because she was jealous, but now it seems that it is probably mainly the influence of the aura of same-sex ridicule, and there is this aura of attraction for the opposite sex. This kind of aura ability is really scary, like those brainless romance novels. Even though the heroine is ugly, uneducated, uninformed, incapable, and likes to act like a devil everywhere, a group of men just blindly like her. There were no other men in the palace. It turned out that all the princes were driven away to their own fiefdoms by the empress, otherwise, it might be a little troublesome. No wonder the protagonist looks so it turned out that what he got was a brainless romance script, but his villain aura is perfect, and the aura of attracting the opposite sex has no effect on him. Host, do you want to install cheat codes? The system's voice sounded at the right time. No, can the halo be used by others? Suan suddenly asked. Yes, but once you select an object, you cannot take it back. Hearing this answer, Suan nodded with satisfaction. Install the second one for me, and keep the same-sex mocking halo for now. The treatment of being ridiculed wherever they go should be left to the protagonists. They can just attract the opposite sex and live a vulgar life in the upper class. The protagonist is responsible for carrying the burden and moving forward, while I am responsible for a peaceful life. The division of labor is clear. After installing the halo, Suan didn't feel anything. He opened the system panel. Host, Swan Cultivation, Mid-Purple Mansion Realm Skills and Magical Powers, Jotian Refining Chi Ju, De Jotian Sword Ju, Jinchuan Great Handprint, Gold Finger, Longevity Fruit, Opposite Sex Attraction Aura Special, Villain Aura Villain Value, 2200. Chapter 21 Taichu Origin Sutra. Among them, 900 were dropped by the time-traveling girl, and the remaining 1300 were obtained from Yi Xian bit by bit, including by eliminating the protagonist's future helpers, intercepting the heroine, and threatening the heroine. I can only say that the protagonist is really incomparable to the protagonist. Yi Xian has more scraps than that time-traveling girl. There was even a moment when Suan thought about just keeping Yi Xian and slowly growing him. However, this idea only appeared briefly and was rejected instantly. He didn't want to be the villain who was killed by the protagonist because of carelessness. Then he thought again, why not just live in the palace in the future? This palace is simply poisonous. It hasn't been long since he met the 2 protagonists one after another. If you stay a little longer and kill a few more protagonists, even if the value of each villain is small, it will add up to a lot. By then, you will have to live a luxurious life where you can draw as many prizes as you want and buy the world's tree species by kilogram. The system seemed to have guessed Suan's thoughts, and the mechanical and cold female voice sounded again. The appearance of 2 protagonists in the same place is an extremely low probability event. TSK, just talk, I'm not really going. Suan curled his lips, not allowing him to fantasize about a better life. The system didn't respond. Host's current points allow him to draw twice. Do you want to draw? Is there a guaranteed prize in the lottery? Suan asked. No mean. Not even as good as MiHoYo, a black-hearted system. Suan criticized the system in his heart, and then said solemnly, these 2,000 points are hard to earn for me, they are very precious. So, system, give me the points. Although there is no guarantee, Suan still believes that a single draw can produce a miracle. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique Taichu Origin Sutra. Taichu means the beginning. When the vital energy begins to sprout, it is called Taichu. This technique can integrate the advantages of other techniques and continue to evolve. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of world spiritual light, which can be used to repair special spiritual treasures or upgrade the level of the inner world. The prizes look surprisingly good. System, I misunderstood you. You are actually a good system. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the system seems to be somewhat helpless at this moment. Received the prize. The world's aura is an invisible pure white light. Suan doesn't know how to use it for the time being, So he simply keeps it in the system space. The Taichu Origin Sutra was directly poured into Suwen's mind. Huge streams of information flowed through Suwen's mind. In a trance, he seemed to see the beginning of the universe, the birth of all things, the evolution of the universe and the truth of the world. Saw the beginning of everything's evolution. In the beginning there was God and the Tao were one. It's actually so mysterious. Suwen's eyes sparkled. The Jotian Qigong he practiced is also one of the top-level exercises collected by the royal family. It can be practiced to the realm of primordial spirit, and those who practice this method will have strong magic power and endless life, but compared with this Taichu Origin Sutra, there is a world of difference. This is a set of exercises that lead directly to the great Tao. Along with the martial arts, there was also a mysterious rune, standing quietly in the purple palace. No one knew what its function was. Suwen called this rune the primordial rune. For the time being, he could not touch this rune, but he was sure that it was harmless to the body. Let's switch to practicing the technique first. After destroying the corpse on the ground, Suwen prepared to go back to seclusion. Elder brother. After turning a corner, he ran into Eliar, who was still sulking. How come you've become more beautiful? She was originally planning to ask Suwen for compensation, but the moment she saw Suwen, all of a sudden, all her thoughts disappeared from her mind, and there was only Suwen in her eyes. Her eyes seemed to turn into the shape of a heart, her heart and eyes filled with the person in front of her. Brother, I like you so much. Why has Brotherin become so attractive today? What a foul. It was so beautiful before. Why Eliar came closer uncontrollably. She already likes Suwen very much, and now with the aura of attraction to the opposite sex, a chemical reaction took place. I can't control it. I can't control it at all. Suwen took a deep breath and said, "Hiss, we can switch to other techniques later. Right now, we should focus on business." After the storm, Suwen looked very happy. Brother, I like you so much. Eliar beside her was mumbling in a daze. Suwen was relieved, but he couldn't help but ask, "System, what if there are other protagonists with similar skills?" It's not that I'm afraid of anything else, but I'm mainly afraid that the people around me will be affected. As long as the camp of the villain has completely turned to the host can choose to share the villain's aura blessing with it, and the person being shared can be immune to the influence of any mental concept related abilities, not just the protagonist, but any mental concept type abilities. My aura as a villain is extraordinary. Then let's share it, he said. Eliar has not yet met the sharing requirements? Suwen looked down at the girl lying on the bed. It turned out that the girl had not completely changed her camp, needs some discipline. Suwen grabbed Eliar's ankle. Please forgive me, really can't do it anymore. Camp transfer completed, villain aura shared successfully at the same time. Another 300 villain points were earned. Why Eliar had already completely collapsed, not wanting to move even a finger. Suwen brushed away the hair that was stuck to her face. The Purian constitution is indeed an extremely strong Dinglu constitution. If I weren't so strong, I really wouldn't be able to conquer it. After carrying Eliar aside, Suwen began to practice martial arts on his own. There was no troublesome problem of strength regressing, and the transition to cultivation was unexpectedly smooth. The Jotian Qigong art was naturally integrated into the Taichu Origin Sutra like a drop of water merging into the ocean. The special effect of endless magic power in Jotian Qigong has also been perfectly inherited. It may be a bit troublesome for others to change their cultivation method, especially when they have reached the Purple Mansion realm, where the path is basically finalized and they can only change to the same type of cultivation method if they want to. However, the Taichu Origin Sutra can inherently accommodate all cultivation methods. Suwen let out a long breath, and a few rays of glowing light flashed across his skin. It seems that nothing has changed, but it is completely different. He tried to use the Jinchuan Great Seal, a spell that he had condensed into a supernatural power not long ago. The next moment, a huge hand with clear patterns, like the hand of a god, appeared above the mansion, covering the sky above it. The maidservants in the Marquis's mansion were so frightened that their faces turned pale, thinking that another group of thieves were coming to attack the mansion. "Don't worry, I'm just experimenting with my magical powers." Suwen's voice reached the ears of the maids. The maids looked at each other, then revealed their surprise. "Congratulations, Lord Marquis, on your mastery of magic. As a maid in the Marquis's mansion, of course I hope that the Marquis I serve is as powerful as possible." Chapter 22. Why don't you come in? It's windy outside. Suwen withdrew his magical powers. Compared with before, the power released by his magical powers increased greatly. and his understanding of the Jinchuan Great Seal was deepened by more than one level. His understanding and aptitude broke through a boundary. It's time to deal with Yi Xian. As the first protagonist he really faced off against, letting him jump around for so long was considered a sign of respect for him. The stage has been set, waiting for Yi Xian to fall into the trap. Moreover, the great opportunity in Dongzhou still has to be opened through Yi Xian. You're going to Dongzhou? In the Taiyuan Hall, the Empress looked down at Suan, who was kneeling below with her legs crossed. She swayed gently on her toes, looking thoughtful. But what I was thinking in my heart was, why is this little Anzi so idle? It would have been fine if he didn't care about things before, but now that he has been promoted, he actually wants to go out of the imperial capital to play out. It's really outrageous. Even she has rarely left the imperial capital. Qingling, who failed to avoid this meeting, turned her head away and didn't look at Suan, as if she was deceiving herself by saying that as long as I don't look at you, you won't be able to see me. Don't I want to deal with Yi Xian? Suan moved forward a few steps on his knees, knelt down beside the bed, gently spread the Empress's legs, placed them on his legs, and began to squeeze them diligently. Your Majesty, think about it. Yi Xian caused a big disturbance in the capital before, demolished my mansion, and then ran away. Everyone knows that I am your man. Yi Xian is not demolishing my house, he is demolishing your face. As the saying goes, if the master disgraces the subject, he will die. If I don't get rid of Yi Xian for your Majesty, I will never be happy. Oh. The Empress looked at Suan with amusement. If that's the case, why don't I arrange a few Qinyangs to go to Dongzhou to hunt down Yi Xian and make sure he's dead without a single shred of chance? How can this be? Suan immediately refused righteously. Your Majesty, this is my duty. This matter was caused by me, so I should end it. How dare I trouble your Majesty? Besides, Yi Xian has become my inner demon. As a cultivator, I should personally kill the inner demon to prove my truth. Then he changed his expression and said in a flattering way, it just so happens that I have never been out of the imperial capital. Your Majesty, please let me go out and see the world. Your Majesty's sister Ruwashi, I know you are the best. The last sentence gave him goosebumps, but there was no other way. Yi Xian had to be killed by him personally, otherwise he would not be at ease. With the protagonist's incredible luck, even a few Qinyangs might not be able to kill Yi Xian. They might even force him into some ancient immortal cave, thus turning a disaster into a blessing, and he doesn't want to miss the great opportunity in Dongzhou. All right, you're the only one who's sweet-talking. The Empress kicked Suan's chest with her jade foot. This little Anzi is really something. He actually acts like a spoiled child to her. I really can't stand it. Even though she and Suan were in a monarch-minister relationship, and even though she used to like bullying Suan, most of the time she treated Suan as her own brother, even closer to him than those so-called brothers with blood ties. Her brother begged her like this, how could she refuse? It just so happens that there has been a flood in Dongzhou, and there are suspected demons causing trouble, so you will be sent as an imperial envoy to Dongzhou to investigate. You can decide who to bring with you. Suan was delighted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Sister Ruwashi. Although he would go there privately if the Empress disagreed, the Empress would be unhappy, and it would be tragic if she made things difficult for him. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. But shouldn't you explain why you took a maid away from the palace a few days ago? The Empress's face suddenly changed, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her aura was fierce and intimidating. Hearing this, even Qingling, who had been avoiding eye contact with Suan, pricked up her ears and glanced over at him out of the corner of her eye. Cough, cough. Suan was choked. He didn't expect that the Empress would actually notice a little palace maid. He explained, Your Majesty, that maid was behaving abnormally and spreading bad ideas that were harmful to our great Shang in the palace. I suspected that she was someone with bad intentions, so I took her out of the palace for investigation. She has now been dealt with by me. Suan looked honest, and he really didn't have any feelings towards Lin Wan. Even if he is an LSP, he is an LSP with style, not a rag collector who takes anyone. But if you really think about it, it's hard to explain. Fortunately, the Empress was just asking casually, trying to cover up the fact that she had just been successfully coquettishly treated by Suan, and casually let it go. Then she threw a blank imperial edict with the Suanio seal on it to Suan. This is the imperial decree for appointment as an imperial envoy. Write it yourself. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Suan held the Empress's jade feet with both hands, feeling the warm touch in his palms. He gently put the perfect pair of jade feet down from his legs, and then put the imperial edict in his pocket. Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. Your Majesty, you are so kind, get out of here now. Okay. Dongzhou is located in the east of Dashang, close to the East China Sea, and not close to the imperial capital. So Suan chose to take the Deshang's unique means of transportation, the ferry boat. The ferry boat is also called the Tianyu Qianglu. The boat Suan was riding was the most advanced type of immortal boat. Although it is called a boat, its actual area is larger than Suan's small mansion. It has jade-like buildings and fairy palaces. Even if tens of thousands of people live in it, it will not feel crowded. It can also automatically transform the spiritual energy between heaven and earth as power, and its defense is also incredibly strong. The average pure Yang realm cultivator cannot break through the immortal boat's defense in a short period of time, but if you don't want to be high profile, you can hide the ferry boat. Therefore, the value of a ferry boat of this level is difficult to estimate. This immortal boat was obtained after Suan took the lead in raiding the Ji family. This immortal boat alone is worth half of the Ji family's wealth. Thinking that he might leave the capital more often in the future, Suan withheld the money for his daily travel. In his words, this was called slipping away. What was wrong with him making some money when the house was searched? But you have to know that apart from a portion of the proceeds from the confiscation that went into the national treasury, most of the rest went into the empress's private treasury. Suan embezzled a small portion of it, which was equivalent to stealing money from the empress. Only he dares to do this. What else can the empress say about this? We can only let him do what he wants anyway, even if I put it into his own treasury. This guy will definitely take it out secretly to use it, so I might as well just give it to him. Suan sat in the front of the ferry boat admiring the scenery above the sky. Yi Liar was kneeling beside him massaging Suan's legs. Behind him, Tu Shengnan was practicing the God and Demon bone tempering technique he had just acquired. This was also what Suan got from the Ji family. This time he did not keep it for himself, but just copied all the skills and magical powers of the Ji family. Suddenly, Suan looked up helplessly. Sister Qingling, why don't you come in? It's windy outside. Chapter 23, Dongzhou Dragon Slayer. A small hole opened in the ferry boat's defense. A pretty figure in green jumped down from the hole and landed in front of Suan. Seeing the figure suddenly appear, Tu Xingnan's body tensed up for a moment, but then she relaxed after seeing who it was and continued to practice. How did you find me? Qingling hesitated for a long time before asking. With her strength at the Life Dan realm, coupled with her advanced concealment skills, even an ordinary Chunyang could overlook her if they weren't paying attention. For example, Tu Shengnan didn't notice her. Suan's strength is only at the purple mansion level. How did he find her? Suan looked a little strange. I have to say that I discovered you early in the morning and found that you had been spying on me. After he switched to practicing the Taichu Origin Sutra, his senses were greatly enhanced, and he was even more vaguely in tune with the heaven and earth. He could sense any trace of disharmony, and most of the hidden magical powers were ineffective on him. If Sister Qingling hadn't been staring at him just now, making him feel a little uncomfortable, he probably wouldn't have exposed it. Hey, Sister Qingling, don't worry about it. Tell me, why are you following me secretly? Qingling stared at Suan's face for a moment, trying to maintain a calm tone, and said, I said last time that I would help you kill Yi Xian. Then Sister Qingling, you can just tell me directly. Suan patted Yi Liar and stood up, walked to Qingling, put his hands on her shoulders, and looked straight into her eyes. The wind outside is so strong, I would be sad if it hurt you. Qingling's face suddenly turned red, and she became embarrassed. What is Xiaoanzi talking about? Distressed. Is it possible? Is it possible? She was a little dizzy after being hit by Suan's straight ball. She was usually a man of few words, but now she was completely speechless. He turned around and wanted to run away, but Suan grabbed his shoulders tightly again. Sister Qingling, I'm counting on you this time. Please protect me. Suan said. Aha! Qingling didn't know how she answered. Her mind was blank and there seemed to be steam coming out of her head. Tu Shengnan noticed the strange atmosphere between the two and shook her head and continued practicing. What's good for men? Is there any way to cultivate body odor? Suan and his friends are on their way to Dongzhou. This time, Dongzhou had already been stirred up by a piece of news. There is a wounded demon dragon hidden at the bottom of Dongyang River, the first river in Dongzhou. This demon dragon is guarding a secret place at the bottom of the river. It is said that it may be a secret place left by the great Chunyang, and it may even be related to the Yuan's hand. It is said that the flood in Dongzhou was also caused by this evil dragon. Many cultivators went to the bottom of the river to investigate, but they were all killed by the evil dragon. However, this also further confirmed the reliability of the news.asa result. The monks of various sects and tribes in Dongzhou became ready to take action, not to mention the secret realm. The demon dragon alone is full of treasures. Dragon scales and dragon tendons can be used to refine weapons. Dragon bones and dragon essence can be used to refine pills. Dragon meat is the spiritual object that physical practitioners dream of, and dragon balls can increase the success rate of breaking through the life pill and have the effect of increasing qualifications, but the dragon clan usually hides in the East China Sea, and they are quite powerful, being the masters of billions of sea clans. Even those at the Pyongyang realm would not dare to say that they could return safely after slaying the dragon in the East China Sea.so. Even though everyone knows that dragons are full of treasures, no one dares to provoke this terrifying race on a normal day, but now this evil dragon has fled to the territory of Dongzhou and caused floods. The cultivators of Dongzhou are now in a dominant position. Do the dragons dare to come to Dashan to cause trouble? Even a clan as powerful as the Dragon Clan did not dare to openly become an enemy of the Shang dynasty. At first, the Dragon Clan, led by the arrogant dragon ancestor Tsanglong, wanted to intervene in the central plains of China. Now Tsanglong's Dragon Ball is still collected by the royal family of Dashang. Although the strength of the Dongzhou cultivation world can only be ranked in the middle among the 72 states of the Great Shang dynasty, it is still easy to deal with a demon dragon in the life pill realm. Monks from various sects and even some independent cultivators gathered together and held a proper dragon slaying conference. They had already discussed how to divide the profits before they even started slaying the dragon. After much discussion, they finally decided to kill the dragon first, and then each one would rely on their own abilities. Several Mingdan realm cultivators took the lead and joined forces with hundreds of Zifu realm cultivators to charge towards Dongyang River in a mighty force. Along the way, many monks who wanted to take advantage of the situation joined in. Demon dragon, your time of death has come. Among the monks, a young man wearing green clothes and with an ordinary face looked at the huge dragon-slaying group around him and smiled grimly. He was Yi Xin, who spread the news about the demon dragon. As he thought, a life pill demon dragon plus an uncertain secret realm could not impress those high-ranking Pyongyang masters in Dongzhou, and only attracted a few life pill cultivators. The strength of the dragon-slaying team is just right now. They don't know that the demon dragon has a magical treasure. They just think that with so many cultivators, they are sure to win. When these cultivators and the demon dragon are both defeated, it will be his time to reap the benefits. Thinking of the bead that made his heart beat, he couldn't help but rub his hands excitedly. Suan, wait, I said I would come back. Thinking of this, the figure of the mischievous creature calling his brother with a painful look on his face flashed through his mind again. And Lear, wait for me. I will definitely save you from that devil's cave. Brother, and smells so good. On the ferry boat, Eliar hugged Suan tightly, her eyes full of infatuation. Okay, we're almost there, come on down. The ferry boat stopped above the Dongyang River, hiding its tracks, and no one noticed it. Pulling the clinging Eliar away from his body, Suan straightened his clothes. According to the news from Higan Bana, the two sides have already started fighting. The timing is just right. First, try the Tianluo formation on this immortal boat. Suan controls the core of the immortal boat. An invisible barrier suddenly emanated from the immortal boat, completely enveloping this section of the Dongyang River. From the outside, everything looks normal and calm, but in fact, everything inside was completely blocked, and what people outside saw was only what Suan wanted them to see. This immortal boat is not only fast and well defended, but also strong in other aspects. It has the ability to break through the air. There are also several formations engraved on the boat, so it can be deployed at any time. Even an ordinary Pyongyang realm cultivator would find it difficult to find flaws in the Tianluo formation, which is definitely enough for Dongzhou. At the bottom of the Dongyang River, in a special space isolated from the rest, blood was flowing and corpses were everywhere. The plaque of Dongyang Dragon Palace was also stained red with blood. Yi Shen, who was slacking off in the corner the whole time, was somewhat disdainful. A mere life pill demon dragon dared to build a dragon palace. Isn't he laughing at all? This demon dragon actually has a spiritual treasure. The seriously injured female cultivator of the life pill was leaning on the sword in her hand, and her pretty face was pale. Chapter 24. Is it true? I don't believe it. If other cultivators knew that there was such a spiritual treasure in the hands of a life pill cultivator at other times, they would surely be ecstatic and launch a frantic hunt for the owner of the spiritual treasure. You have to know that spiritual treasures are the absolute foundation of those top sects and families, and even the Shang dynasty does not have many of them. But in the current situation, the extra magical treasure in the hands of the evil dragon is simply fatal. To all the cultivators, the power of Lingbao is too great. However, these people who have obtained the life pills do not even have a Taoist weapon in their hands. You are all going to die. The demon dragon forced his magic treasure to activate, enduring the pain in his body, and looked at these monks with bloodshot eyes. One of the horns on his head had been broken off, and a large number of scales on his body had fallen off. Blood oozed from the scales, making him look like a blood dragon. The properties of this spiritual treasure are in conflict with his nature. The dragon is originally yang, but he is born a different species with a yin and cold body, and his yin attributes are extremely complex. After breaking through the life pill realm, he became powerless and was unable to break through to the pure yang. He tried many methods and finally found out that only by refining the dragon clan's treasure, the true young pearl, could his physique be changed. So he decided to take advantage of the Dragon Clan's festival to secretly steal the true young pearl, and he actually succeeded. He himself found it unbelievable that everything went so smoothly, as if there was an invisible hand helping him from behind. Then, in order to avoid being hunted by the Dragon Clan, he hid in Dashang, and used the water eye in the Dongyang River to prepare to refine the Jinyang pearl. But a few days ago, a small insect accidentally broke into this water eye, and took advantage of the opportunity when he was refining to attack and seriously injure him, forcing him to use the true young pearl to drive the small insect away, and the time for refining was delayed a lot. I finally recovered from my injuries a little. As a result, a group of monks came again today, almost there. Just now he was almost able to completely refine the true young pearl, change his physique and break through to pure yang. By then, the sky will be high and the land will be vast, and you can go there anywhere. But at the last moment he was disturbed by this group of insects. How could he not be angry if he tried to activate the spiritual treasure by force before completely refining the true young pearl? Not only would he hurt himself, it would also greatly prolong the time of refining and bring him more danger, but he couldn't care less about that now. But if he didn't sacrifice the true young pearl, he would be beaten to death by this group of cultivators. When the discerning cultivator saw the magic treasure, his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly tried to break through the space and leave, but the demon dragon didn't give them any time. Want to run now? It's too late. The demon dragon roared from its ferocious mouth. The true young pearl transformed into a huge purple-red sun that shone brightly, and several purple divine flames splashed towards the people who were about to break through the space. Those people didn't even have time to scream before they turned into ashes in an instant. This even included a life pill cultivator who didn't have time to defend himself. Although this space is not difficult to break through, it still takes time, and the demon dragon obviously will not give them time. Seeing this, another old-looking life pill cultivator quickly used his last magic weapon and shouted to the remaining people, "Everyone, stop hiding your abilities and use them now, otherwise we will all die here." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator of Mingdan gritted her teeth and also sacrificed a lamp-shaped magic weapon of half the level of a walking device. She was not from Dongzhou, she just came to Dongzhou for tourism. When she heard the news about the demon dragon, she came to join in. She originally just wanted to kill the demon dragon and bring the Dragon Ball back as a gift for her junior brother, but she didn't expect that she almost got herself into trouble here. The remaining two life pill monks also displayed their magical powers and used their own magic weapons or magical powers. However, the magical power was blocked by the true young pearl before it got close, and the magic weapon was evaporated by the flame of the true young pearl in a single breath. Even if it was a half-step Dao weapon, it could only hold out for a breath longer. In the blink of an eye, another life pill died, and now only 1 in 10 Purple Mansion Realm cultivators are left. No one who was touched by the purple divine flame can survive. The other few life pills who were being taken care of by the demon dragon had basically lost their combat effectiveness at this time. The female cultivator of Mingdan fell to the ground, still holding the broken amulet in her hand. The amulet given to her by her master helped her block the attack, but even so, it's too late to save the situation now. Buzz, at this moment, the purple-red sun suddenly became unstable, and the exploding yang energy knocked over a group of cultivators. Not good. The demon dragon cried out in surprise as the true yang pearl was slowly slipping out of his control. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He quickly mobilized his magic power and used the subtle connection to bring back the true young pearl that was about to riot. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If the spiritual treasure had gone riot just now, he and all the cultivators here would have been killed. Seeing the evil dragon taking back the magic treasure, the remaining cultivators couldn't help but reveal a look of hope. The demon dragon only showed sneer when he saw this. Oh, even without the true young pearl, I can still kill you bugs. The most powerful part of the dragon clan is their physical body. Among the remaining cultivators, the 3 with life pills have already run out of mana and are unable to fight anymore. The remaining dozens are at the highest level of Purple Mansion and still have injuries on their bodies. There are only about 10 of them who can really fight. Even without using magic powers, he can still kill them at will. Really? I don't believe it. Just when the demon dragon was feeling proud, a voice that sounded a little annoying was heard. When everyone heard the voice and looked, they saw just a Purple Mansion cultivator with an ordinary face. It's already this late and you're still bragging. The old Mingdan monk glanced at the man and shook his head, his face dejected. Although the demon dragon was also injured, it still retained its combat power. Their trump cards had been completely used up when they were resisting the spiritual treasure just now. What use was a Purple Mansion cultivator now? It's you! The demon dragon was confused for a moment, then reacted quickly, shocked and angry. How could he forget this voice? It was the little bug that had attacked him, injured him, and then escaped. He suddenly understood why there was such a big commotion today. It turned out that this little bug was the cause. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. How dare you appear in front of me? You are seeking death. It's not certain who will die yet. Yi Xian curled his lips and sneered. Tianyang Xuanqiang change. A golden mark appeared on his forehead, raising Yi Xian's aura to the level of life pill. The eyes of the 3 life pill monks lit up, and a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes again. Perhaps there really was a chance, although from the conversation between the two, it seems that the matter of the demon dragon is related to this strange Purple Mansion cultivator. Now is obviously not the time to delve into it. The only one they can count on now is Yi Xian. Even if you have reached the life pill realm, I am invincible in the same realm. The demon dragon roared, and its ferocious and majestic body turned into an attacking weapon, killing towards Yi Xian. Chapter 25 Suan, I will definitely come back. The body of this demon dragon is indeed strong, otherwise it would not have been able to last so long in front of several life pills and hundreds of Purple Mansion cultivators. Even though Yi Xian used secret techniques, he still felt considerable pressure. Great heaven subdues the demon. His body suddenly rose 3 inches taller, his fist was wrapped in dark energy, and he hit towards the demon dragon. The demon dragon seemed to see an iron mountain coming towards it. Its eyes focused and its sharp claws rushed forward to meet it. The 2 men fought with fists and flesh, and the fight between man and dragon was like the most primitive fight. Dragon scales and blood flew everywhere. The entire space was mourning the battle between the two. But in the end, the demon dragon was seriously injured, or perhaps Yi Xian was indeed very powerful. The demon dragon could not hold on and fell to the ground with a bang. While Yi Xian's body was also covered in blood and wounds, but his spirit was even higher. The arm was like a steel nail, piercing into the body of the demon dragon. With a pull, a thick white jade dragon spine was pulled out. The demon dragon let out a low roar, and its body completely collapsed. Soon after, the time of his secret technique ended, his aura dropped, and he felt weak. But looking at the other monks in the field, he forced himself not to show it. Below him, the demon dragon's gaze gradually dimmed, and he closed his eyes unwillingly. A true yang pearl also emerged from the corpse of the demon dragon, and the yang energy burned the surrounding space as it was about to escape. Yi Xian hurriedly grabbed the Xinyang pearl in his hand and showed a sincere smile. Finally, I got this bead. The Xinyang pearl stopped struggling when it fell into Yi Xian's hands, as if it had found its real owner, conveying a feeling of joy. The blood in Yi Xian's body began to stir as he came into contact with the bead, as if something was about to be stimulated from deep in his blood. Sure enough, this spiritual bead can help me open the Yuan Yang holy body. The other cultivators looked at the bead in Yi Xian's hand with envy and greed. This was the legendary spiritual treasure, but they didn't dare to get close. Under the pressure from Yi Xian just now, no one dared to attack Yi Xian at this time. Yi Xian looked at these cultivators with disdain and felt a surge of pride in his heart. What a bunch of mediocre people who didn't even have the courage to take action. No wonder they were still trapped in the Purple Mansion and unable to break through at the age of 70, 80, or even 100 or 200 years old. At this moment, an inexplicably familiar suction force came from his hands, causing him to loosen his hands unconsciously, and the blood in his body that was stirring calmed down again. Hey, Whose bead is this? How did it end up in my hands? A surprised voice sounded in the sky. Who? Who is it? This voice seemed very familiar to Yi Xian, but why did that person come to Dongzhou? He raised his head sharply. I saw a huge ferry boat breaking through the space, and the bow of the boat appeared above everyone. On the boat body, there were jade buildings, carved beams, and painted rafters. At first glance, it looked like a palace from heaven had descended. So it was your bead. Very good. It's mine now. Suan played with the bead in his hand. Under the pressure of the diamond cutter, the bead did not move at all, and Suan could only play with it at will. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he tightened his clothes, and the green color of his clothes seemed to become even heavier. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. It's him again. How could it be him? Why is this person again? Why does he keep haunting me and always comes to ruin my plans? Yi Xian's teeth chattered, and he felt as if a huge shadow named Suan was covering his head. My heart is beating wildly. A danger. Danger, his intuition reminded him that Suan, just wait, I will definitely come back. Although he hated Suan very much in his heart, Yi Xian had not lost his mind. While speaking, he kept looking for a chance to escape. Just at this moment, this piece of space that had suffered too many attacks began to become unstable, and a passage happened to appear 3 feet to the side of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was overjoyed and stimulated all the magic power and blood in his body to the extreme at the same time, and every drop of blood turned into fuel. Blood escape technique. He turned into a streak of bloodlight and disappeared into the passage in an instant, but he didn't notice that a light purple mark appeared on his neck at some point and then disappeared quietly. On the ferry boat, Suan showed a barely perceptible smile, but quickly restrained it. He picked up the dragon corpse on the ground and glanced at the remaining people. What to do with them? Thank you very much for helping me in driving away the evil thieves. I will definitely reward you handsomely when we get out. The old Mingdan monk suddenly stood up and bowed to Suan with a grateful look on his face. He looked like he wanted to thank Suan for his great kindness, and even Suan was almost confused. He nodded slightly, his face warm. No need to thank me, I'm not a good person either. Those who are still alive, please stand in front. Those cultivators looked at each other, and finally Tsan Lao Mingdan was the first to walk tremblingly to the front of the immortal boat. Seeing this, the rest of the people had no choice but to follow. Well, that's good. The living ones are here, Shangnan. Let the dead ones die more thoroughly. Swan ordered. Yes. Tu Shangnan jumped out of the ferry boat, clenched his fists, and walked towards the corpses of those monks with heavy steps. Those corpses were scattered all around, without a trace of life. Dragon Demon Seal. Tu Shangnan shouted loudly, and huge fist prints condensed and flew towards those corpses. Wait, no, not one of them could finish a sentence. The dozen or so monks who were hiding in the pile of corpses and using some secret method to conceal themselves turned into real corpses. This cold-blooded scene frightened the remaining monks, and they were glad that they did not do anything tricky. This young man who looks gentle and easy to talk to is actually so cruel. Number 5, number 6, number 7, step out. Suan said again without any reason. As everyone was surprised, they saw 3 Purple Mansion realm cultivators who were originally inconspicuous among the cultivators walk forward and kneel on one knee. Greetings, my lord. They were 3 women with ordinary faces, but the aura they exuded was hard to ignore. Hiding among a group of disabled Purple Mansion cultivators were actually 3 life pill cultivators. Suan nodded slightly. These 3 people are all cultivators of the Red Spider Lily. The numbers in the Red Spider Lily are ranked according to strength. These 3 people are ranked 5th to 7th in the Red Spider Lily. The old man Mingdan felt a chill in his heart when he saw the scene. First, the Purple Mansion cultivator was behind the scenes, and then this young man came. How could he not know that he and others were just pawns in the hands of these people? The rest, Suan glanced at the system panel, snatched Yi Xian's True Yang Pearl, and obtained 700 villain value. The current villain value is 1,200. The True Spirit contract in the system mall only costs 100 copies, which is not expensive. The system's evaluation is a restricted contract from a certain Shinto world. The contractee cannot disobey any orders of the master, and is limited to cultivation below the Dao fruit realm. It has no side effects. Chapter 26. Lift up your skirt. 200 villain points were deducted, and the True Spirit contract between the 2 parties appeared in his hands. 2 contracts. You three decide who will be eliminated. As for the rest, they are useless. Just kill them all. As soon as Suan finished speaking, number 5, number 6, and number 7 rushed towards the Purple Mansion realm cultivators like ghosts. The 3 life pills cleared the area in less than a breath. The monks who had just been congratulating themselves on their wise choice immediately followed the corpse's footsteps. You! One of the 3 life pills was trembling in his heart. I am the elder of Dongshan sect. Bang! A huge handprint suddenly appeared behind him and crushed him to pieces. Dongshan sect? What rubbish! Suan turned and looked at the remaining 2 people. Now it's just the 2 of you left, which is just right. 2 contracts fell into the hands of the 2 people. Put your divine consciousness into the contract and sign it. Tu Xingnan's heart trembled. She was a little surprised by the power of the magical power that the young master just used. The female cultivator with the life pill in her hand, one of the remaining 2, had a bitter look on her face. Although she had never heard of the true spirit contract, she knew it was definitely not a good thing just by hearing the name. The Central Plains of China also had similar spirit-beast contracts and master-servant contracts, so it should be something similar, but the 2 of them really didn't have the courage to resist. Not to mention that they were now running out of mana. The mud that the life pill monk had just turned into was still lying next to them. They had no doubt that the person in front of them would kill them immediately if they refused. It's better to sign the contract than to die now. At least there might be a chance to get out of the contract in the future. Moreover, the immortal boat that this person was riding was so luxurious that they had never seen it before. The person who could own such a vehicle was definitely not an ordinary person. He must be a big shot from another state. It would not be such a loss to follow him. They followed Suan's instructions and imprinted their spiritual thoughts into the contract. After the contract was signed, an unknown force seemed to connect the 2 of them to Suan, making it impossible for them to have any thoughts of resistance against the person in front of them. What they don't know is that they cannot get rid of this true spirit contract even after they achieve their primordial spirit. Very good, then we will be family from now on. Seeing that the 2 were so tactful, Suan also showed a gentle smile. Please introduce your identities. The old Mingdan monk is the elder of Tai sect, named Li Guanhai. Tai sect is also one of the major sects in Dongzhou, on par with the Dongshan sect mentioned by the Mingdan monk who was shot to death before, and has a pure Yang realm monk in charge. However, the female cultivator with extraordinary talent in life pill was somewhat beyond Suan's expectations. She was Chuyin, the second disciple of the leader of Tianshui sect in Qingzhou. She just came to Dongzhou for a trip by chance and was involved in this matter purely by accident. Suan sent the local old cultivator Li Guanhai away. You'll know what to say when you get out. Li Guanhai was an old and experienced man who could see the situation most clearly. He immediately understood what Suan meant and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Don't worry, my lord. I understand." This attitude has already made oneself a servant. Then he followed the 3 people from Higan Bana and left the place together. Chuyin was temporarily kept by Suan. Try the effect of the true spirit contract first. Suan's heart moved, and he ordered, "Kneel down." Just as Chuyin was about to say something, her legs involuntarily knelt down. She opened her mouth slightly. What happened just now? Stand up. Chuyin stood up again as she was told. She was still a little dazed, and her body seemed completely out of her control. Lift up your skirt. Suan continued. Chuyin's eyes widened, and she was extremely resistant in her heart, but her hands unconsciously pulled the hem of her skirt, lifting it up high, revealing the cute pants underneath. A pair of long pants covers the slender legs, revealing no scenery at all. Wearing pants under a skirt. Suan didn't know how to complain for a moment. He looked at Chuyin in front of him, and the 2 of them stared at each other for a long time. Suan turned her head. Forget it, let's be direct. You warmed the bed tonight. Is there any problem? Just say it, I am willing to do so. Thank you, master. Shu Inrun was stunned. Wasn't he going to hide this? She stared at Suan in front of her as if she was looking at a scum. If she had known this would happen, she would never have signed this crappy contract. She opened her mouth to curse, but when the words came to her lips, they turned into a delicate sound. I am willing to do so. Thank you, master. Very good, since you have no problem with it, then it is a pleasant decision. In response, Chuyin could only glare at Suan. Her ability to speak was also blocked, otherwise she would have definitely heard a few words of greeting. That night, Shuing lay on the bed, her whole body stiff with the moonlight shone on her face, and her expression was dazed. She was the second disciple of the leader of the Tianshui sect. She had been practicing for more than 200 years and was a master of the life pill technique. In the outside world, she was like an ancestor. But today, she had fallen to the point of warming the bed of a young junior. It was clear that the life force emanating from that person was only in his 20s. How could he be so completely ruined? All kinds of complicated emotions arose in her heart, with fear and irritability taking over. There was the sound of footsteps, and then the quilt was lifted, and a warm body came in and hugged her without any hesitation. She struggled slightly, because she was ordered not to hurt herself or her master. Even her struggle seemed so weak, more like she was actively seeking sex. Bang! A slap landed on the round buttocks. Sleep well and don't move. So her body stopped struggling and she could only lie motionless on the bed with her eyes open, acting as a pillow, until the next day. The sun rose and sunlight poured in through the windowsill. She suddenly realized that a whole night had passed. This guy actually just used her to warm his bed. Even though some touching and hugging were inevitable during the process, at least the last line of defense was not broken, which made Chewing feel a little comforted. You have to know that all the people in Tianshui sect are women. There are no other men except the little junior brother who joined the sect accidentally. She was raised by her master since she was a child, and her personality is like that of her master who was devoted to the Great Tao. She is not very interested in matters between men and women, and has never had any close contact with other men even because of his gender. The junior brother has to live in a separate courtyard because of his gender. Although the senior sisters dote on him, they also pay attention to the differences between men and women. But now, she served as a pillow for this young man whose name was not yet known for a night. This is indeed, and although she was angry, she surprisingly did not harbor any hatred. She seemed not to have any dislike for Su Anqing, and even felt that this young man was surprisingly good-looking. Her head was still buzzing until Suan ordered her to help him change his clothes. Chapter 27 Demon Cultivator Yixian. Am I innocent now, or not? Forget it, why think so much? I have no plans to get married anyway, so why should I care about my purity? Practice. Practice. She closed her eyes and regulated her breathing, trying to practice her skills, but she just couldn't calm down. As soon as I closed my eyes, I recalled what happened last night. Master, what should I do? In the next room, Tu Shengnan saw that Chewing did not behave abnormally, so she withdrew her gaze and continued to eat the dragon meat in front of her. If she could finish eating this dragon, she felt that she would be able to try to break through to Qinyang. The blood and energy in the flesh and blood of this demon dragon is too rich. Fortunately, the demon dragon was unable to break through the pure yang before, so it focused on improving its body, making its meat more delicious and more energetic, which provided great motivation for Tu Shengnan to break through. What happened in Dongyang River soon spread throughout Dongzhou. There is a devil cultivator named Ji Xian, who is treacherous and cunning, and does all kinds of evil. He used tricks to trick a large number of monks into gathering to fight the evil dragon, and set up an evil formation at the bottom of the Dongyang River, sacrificing blood for many monks to practice magic skills. Not only was this incident witnessed by the senior cultivator Li Guanhai from Tai sect who managed to escape, and 3 surviving Purple Mansion cultivators, but there was also a stone tablet that showed Ji Xian spreading the news of the demon dragon at the gathering place of cultivators. Even though Yi Xian had disguised himself and changed his appearance, many cultivators still discovered clues from the traces. The evidence is irrefutable. As a result, Yi Xian, who was originally unknown, became famous throughout Dongzhou. It can be said that Yi Xian achieved his small goal of stirring up trouble when he first went down the mountain, but this kind of fame may not be what Yi Xian wants. At the same time, many people whose relatives and friends died hated Yi Xian to the extreme. They wanted to eat his flesh alive and drink his blood. Among the dead cultivators, many were disciples of major sects and families, and those independent cultivators also had their own relatives and friends. As a result, Yi Xian's name became completely infamous in Dongzhou, and everyone wanted him dead. All major sects and many families issued wanted notices. Damn it, it must be that swan. You actually put the blame on me. In a room of Luyun sect, a second-rate sect in Dongzhou, Yi Xian heard the news and immediately said hatefully, if he really killed the person and had the Xinyang pearl in his hand, it would be fine. But he didn't kill the person, and the spiritual treasure was snatched away by Suan, so the blame was put on him. This is simply outrageous. It was clear that when he left, that group of people were still alive, but now he is speechless and has no way to clarify. He even dared not show his face, for fear that he would be chased by a group of monks shouting for revenge. He is not afraid of 1 or 2 people, but if there are too many people, he will not be able to bear it as he is in a weak period. Brother Yi, please hide here with me first and stay out of the spotlight. In the room, another young man who was about the same age as Yi Xian comforted him upon seeing this. His name is Yuan Feng, and he is the young master of Lu Yun's sect. He broke through to the Purple Mansion when he was over 30 years old and was hailed as a genius that Lu Yun's sect only sees once in 1,000 years. His favorite thing in his life is to compete with others. Not long ago, he met Yi Xian, who had just arrived in Dongzhou. He was excited to see the prey and wanted to fight with him. After being defeated by Yi Xian 2 or 3 times, the two not only did not become enemies, but instead had a great conversation with each other, got along very well, and became close friends. Even though Yi Xian was a person who hated dogs, he still chose to take Yi Xian in naturally. He did not believe the rumor that Yi Xian had killed a group of dragon-slaying monks in order to practice magic. Brother Yi is such a heroic man, how could he do such a despicable thing? It must be slander by a villain, and who is the villain? Naturally, it is Suan, who is evil in Yi Xian's mouth. Hey, Brother Yuan, thanks to you this time, otherwise I don't know where I can stay. Yi Xian looked at the generous Yuan Feng in front of him, and truly accepted him as his brother in his heart. If Yuan Feng hadn't taken him in, he would probably have had to find a town with thin spiritual energy to hide and lick his wounds temporarily. Thinking of this, he recalled the gentle girl in the small town who pulled him out of the river. She was obviously just a mortal, but she had an aura that those so-called fairies did not have, like a pearl lost in the mortal world. I don't know how she is doing now. Yi Xian misses her a little. It was a pity that he was only thinking about revenge at that time. After waking up, he quickly left the mortal county town. Just to repay the girl, he gave her a jade talisman that contained a wisp of divine thoughts. He told her that she could crush the jade talisman when in danger, and he would rush to save her to repay her for saving his life. Yuan Feng waved his hand and said cheerfully, Brother Yi, just stay here and relax. That evil villain has committed so many evil deeds, he will surely be punished by God in the future. Yi Xian opened his mouth to respond, but then there was a snap. There was a strange movement in his soul. The jade talisman was crushed. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door and the two looked towards the door. Why Yi Xian didn't have time to think about it, so he could only temporarily suppress the uneasiness in his heart, concentrate his magic power, and be ready to take action at any time. The wind. It's my father. Yuan Feng reacted and was about to open the door. He took a few steps and turned back to Yi Xian and said, Brother Yi, hide first. I'll deal with my father. Yeah. Yi Xian nodded. Fomer, what are you doing in the room all this time? Sect Master Lu Yun looked towards Yuan Feng's room, but his sight was blocked by Yuan Feng at the door. Father, it's nothing. I've been experimenting with a new magical power recently. Yuan Feng explained while standing at the door. Yeah? The leader of Lu Yun's sect did not comment. He asked, Fomer, how is your cultivation of flowing clouds going recently? It's okay. I have already initially condensed the magical runes. Yuan Feng said confidently that he also has the capital to be confident. As the hope for the rise of Lu Yun's sect, his talent is not inferior to those geniuses of the big sections, and the geniuses of those big sects are far inferior to Brother Yi, he added in his heart. Not bad. Lu Yun's sect master nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, Is young Master Yi okay? Yuan Feng's body suddenly trembled. Father, which friend Yi are you talking about? Yi Xian in the room also tensed his body and prepared to attack. Even though he was now in a weak period due to the secret technique, he could still seriously injure or even kill Ming Dan by using the magical powers taught by his master unexpectedly when Ming Dan was caught off guard. You still want to hide that from me? The leader of the Lu Yun sect snorted, looked at his son in front of him, and suddenly let out a long sigh. Although he is very talented in cultivation, his personality really does not make him suitable to be a sect leader. Father, Brother Yi is not that kind of person. The rumors outside are all false. There are people with ill intentions who are fabricating and deliberately slandering Brother Yi. Yuan Feng anxiously wanted to explain to his father. Chapter 28. Yi Xian's anxiety. The leader of Lu Yun's sect waved his hand and stopped Yuan Feng from talking. Okay, you don't have to explain to me. You didn't tell anyone else about this, right? Yuan Feng replied honestly, no. Well, just pretend nothing happened and continue to live the same way as before. I will arrange for someone to send you an extra meal, said the leader of Lu Yun's sect. Father, don't you object to me bringing Brother Yi back? Yuan Feng was stunned and swallowed back all the words he had prepared to persuade his father. He thought his father would stop him, or even betray Brother Yi, and he had even thought about how to deal with it. I trust my son's vision. The leader of Lu Yun's sect patted Yuan Feng on the shoulder and turned to leave. Father, Yuan Feng stood there, and a feeling of warmth suddenly emerged in his heart. Inside the room, Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief, and the condensed magic power dissipated. Since he could avoid taking action, it would be better not to do so. After all, that man was Brother Yuan's father. What's more, taking action would expose himself, and he didn't have absolute confidence that he could fight his way out of the Lu Yun sect. No one noticed that there was another person outside the room who heard the entire conversation between Yuan Feng and his son. TSK, this kid Yuan Feng actually colluded with Yi Xian, he's really bold. The old man with chicken skin and white hair looked at Yuan Feng's courtyard from afar and laughed strangely. Although Yuan Feng is Lu Yun's sect's genius and the hope for its revival, not everyone in Lu Yun's sect recognizes this young sect leader. For example, this old man with a strange smile is the grand elder of Lu Yun's sect and one of the only 2 lifetime cultivators in Lu Yun's sect. He is also the oldest person in Lu Yun's sect. He is the uncle of the current Lu Yun sect master. He once competed with his senior brother for the position of sect master but was defeated by a single move. He had no choice but to be an elder. He finally waited until his senior brother died and thought he could take over as sect master. As a result, the current leader of Lu Yun's sect broke through the life pill in the crisis, and with the support of other elders, he succeeded to the position of sect leader. He could only continue to be the chief elder. The current sect leader's son Yuan Feng was also designated as the next sect leader because of his talent, and he, the chief elder, was gradually marginalized, but he was unwilling. He has worked diligently for Lu Yun's sect for hundreds of years, and he hasn't even married or had children. He has devoted all his life's efforts to the sect. Why can't he be the sect leader? Why not let him be the clan leader? As for Yuan Feng, the greatest genius of Lu Yun's sect in 1,000 years, he just couldn't bear to see him die in the past. There was no way around it, as most of the elders and disciples stood on the side of the father and son, but now he has found an opportunity to get rid of Yuan Feng and his son. How could a small Lu Yun sect bear the responsibility of harboring the evil cultivator Yi Xian who had harmed countless cultivators? As long as the news gets out, Yuan Feng and his son will surely die, but he hesitated again. If this happens, the entire Lu Yun sect will probably be buried with him. Forget it, since it's not my Lu Yun sect, so what if it's destroyed? After a long moment, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. In order to become the suzerain, he has gone mad, or in other words, love has turned into hate. Oh, the news about Yi Xian has spread? Suan, who was lying on Sister Qingling's lap and enjoying Chu Yin's leg massage service, was a little surprised when he heard the report from number 5. Of course he knew where Yi Xian was. He had originally planned to wait for the news to ferment for a while before spreading the news, but he didn't expect that someone would know about it in advance. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect the overall situation. In that case, you must leave immediately and completely destroy Lu Yun's sect before anyone else. Yes. Number 5 retreated respectfully. Why should we rush before others? Isn't it the same to let others do it? Yi Liar, whose position was taken away, found an opportunity and came over like a curious baby. It's different. Suan touched Yi Liar's head without explaining. It's not easy to explain the villain value to Yi Liar. Oh. Yi Liar nodded obediently, enjoying Suan's touch, and then glanced at Chu Ying beside her provocatively. Chu Ying, this look of vying for favor made Chu Ying not know how to respond. If you want to pinch it, come on. She was a great master of Mingdan and didn't want to be a maid, but she was simply unable to resist the orders of this bad guy. Moreover, the resistance in her heart seemed to be gradually decreasing. She even felt a throbbing sensation in her heart when she was in close contact with Suan. Her heart started pounding when she saw Suan's face, as if she was falling in love for the first time. This feeling made her, who had only practiced cultivation in her mind, feel extremely uncomfortable. Suan didn't care about the change in mentality of the new maid. The immortal boat changed direction and headed towards a remote place in Dongzhou. It's about time we tackled the last heroine in the script. Under a restaurant in Dongzhou, in a secret space where no sunlight could reach, several figures covered in black robes were looking at the photo stone in the middle. The image stone was playing. The scene where Yi Xian tricked other cultivators into hunting down the demon dragon, this kid is pretty good. He killed so many monks at once. He's an interesting demon boy. An old voice was heard from under the black robe. It sounded like a piece of dry old tree bark scraping against the wall, very harsh. This guy looks very strong. It would be very comfortable if I could share some lovemaking with him. Another charming female voice said. Just by hearing the voice, one could imagine the graceful figure under the black robe. The other men in black robes couldn't help but shudder, feeling a chill in their hearts. Okay, let's talk about whether or not to recruit Yi Xian into the organization. A steady middle-aged male voice asked. Of course, I think this guy is great. The charming female voice was the first to agree. Lin Daju, we are recruiting new members, not recruiting Dinglu for you. The old voice said with some dissatisfaction. Oh, I've already told you that my name is Lin Ruxian now, you can call me Xianert. The long, drawn-out tone was so coquettish that it gave people goosebumps. Vomit. Fuck, what the hell do you mean, old ghost mo? It's nothing, I just feel sick in my stomach lately and I feel like vomiting when I see disgusting things. You. Alright. Another voice rang out, stop arguing, and Lin Ruxian, you should also restrain yourself. It has been a long time since our Blood River Sex Dongzhou branch has had any fresh blood flow in. This Yi Xian has good talent, so we can try to recruit him. I agree. Humph, a bunch of stinky men. I agree. Then try to make contact. Yi Xian, who was recuperating in Lu Yun's sect, had no idea that he had been targeted by several groups of people, and a large net named Suan was about to pounce on him. I just felt a little blocked in my heart and a little uneasy. In the end, I could only curse, damn Suan, to vent my frustration. Chapter 29. Immortal Suan. On the other side of Dongzhou, a manhunt was underway. And Tang, put me down. I can't run away. A female voice as soft as spring water sounded. With a hint of sadness, the beautiful middle-aged woman called Aunt Tang said nothing, and continued to run forward briskly with the girl on her back. Tang Shiyun, hand over your Tang family's magic and go back to be our young master's concubine, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Several people in uniform followed from a distance, chasing the two of them and uttering harsh words from time to time. You are dreaming. Tang Shiyun gritted his teeth and turned back to shout angrily. Zenketang wiped out her family and killed her parents. The hatred of annihilating an entire family is irreconcilable, and she would never compromise, not to mention that she had no idea what kind of magic the Tang family had. Even if they did have any, they would never give them to these beasts. And Tang, please, if they chase me later, kill me and destroy my body. She spoke to the beautiful woman beneath her, with a hint of pleading in her words. The woman's body trembled. Good. After another half an hour of chasing and escaping, Aunt Tang was finally exhausted from carrying a person on her back. Her knees went weak and she fell to the ground, along with Tang Shiyun on her back. Mud and dust stained her white dress. Ha, I finally can't run anymore. Damn it, I was chasing you for so long. Several people from Zenketang quickly came over and surrounded Tang Shiyun and the other person. Run, just keep running. After chasing for so long, they were exhausted. Bah! Tang Shiyun spat in front of him. Oh, this little beauty has a really strong temper and is really pretty, no wonder the young master wants to take her as a concubine. Looking at Tang Shiyun's face that seemed to be created by nature, without a single flaw and full of spirit, a disciple of Zenketang couldn't help but exclaimed. Ma-san, keep your eyes open. Another disciple with scars on his face scolded. This Tang Shiyun was specifically requested by the young master. I know. How dare I compete with the young master for a woman? But Tang Shiyun won't work. This bigger one is not bad either. The man called Ma-san showed an obscene smile. The other disciples of Zenketang looked at each other and revealed lewd expressions at the same time. Tang Shiyun closed her eyes, and the broken jade talisman that she had been holding in her hand loosened and fell to the ground with a dull sound. As expected, outsiders are still unreliable. 5 days had passed, and the man who said he would save her had not come. Maybe the jade talisman thing was just a trick to trick her, or maybe she was troubled by other things. Who knows, after all, I just accidentally pulled him out of the river, that's all. I shouldn't have had Hope beside them. Aunt Tang gritted her teeth, mobilized the last bit of true energy in her body, and prepared to destroy their physical bodies. Even if I die, I would rather die than be insulted by these jackals. Suddenly, a huge shadow enveloped everyone. Hey, why is it dark? Ma-san looked up in confusion, then he opened his mouth wide. Oh my god, the sky is falling. Bang, the scarred disciple slapped Ma-san on the forehead. Shut up. Immortal, it's an immortal. His face showed longing and respect. He was just immortal in the foundation establishment stage, but the head of their Zhengqi hall was an immortal master. He had once had the honor of following the head of the hall to witness other immortal masters flying into the sky and hiding underground on magical instruments. Although what is in front of me is countless times larger than the magic weapons of those immortal masters, it must be something similar. The so-called immortal master is the name given by mortals to cultivators who have reached the spiritual movement realm or above. Those who have established their foundation or entered the Tao below the spiritual movement realm are just mortals. The method of building the foundation and strengthening the body, condensing the innate body, and cultivating true qi, entering the realm of Taoism, cultivating the innate body, transforming the true qi into true essence, gaining a trace of magic power, and beginning to sense the energy between heaven and earth. Only when one reaches the spiritual realm, and a piece of divine thought crosses the sky gate in the dark, and is able to absorb the energy between heaven and earth and refine it into magical powers, can one be considered to have entered the stage of cultivation, and be able to practice magic and fly into the sky and hide underground. Therefore, the Lingdong realm is also called the gate between immortals and mortals. Although there are many cultivators in Dongzhou, and there is always a group of Purple Mansion cultivators, Dongzhou alone has a population of nearly 100 million. Purple Mansion cultivators can be said to be 1 in a million. In some remote counties with thin spiritual energy, even cultivators who practice fetal breathing can be respected as ancestors. Most monks would not even stay in places where these mortals lived. The places where mortals live are mostly barren places with thin spiritual energy. Places rich in spiritual energy are occupied by monks, aristocratic families from major sects, and government offices of large merchants. The relationship between monks and mortals is like two almost parallel lines, with very little communication between them. In fact, most mortals cannot even enter the Tao in their entire lives. The offspring of monks are more likely to have talents, while the offspring of mortals are more likely to be mortals with inferior talents, who will find it difficult to break through the spiritual agility even if they spend their entire lives on it. But their unreachable endpoint is just the starting point for others. Some people are born in Rome, some people spend their whole lives working like slaves. That's the cruel reality. Among ordinary people, there are occasionally some with excellent talents, and they are naturally introduced into the major sections. Those who failed to enter the immortal gate but had a little talent and accidentally entered the cultivation world became independent cultivators. Few of these cultivators could make a name for themselves. It's not just because of talent, but also because the martial arts techniques circulating in the outside world are basically just some superficial techniques covering the two realms of foundation building and entering the Tao. The martial arts techniques above the spiritual realm can be called immortal techniques, which are hard to come by for ordinary cultivators. This is also the reason why the young master of Zenkatang chose to take action against the Tang family just because of a rumor. The purpose of mortals has always been to fill the land and reproduce the population, and the only hope of rising is to give birth to a talented and powerful offspring. It's not so bad in Deshang, at least mortals can survive on weekdays, and the major sects will not lower their status to oppress mortals, but will only look for talents with good qualifications among mortals. The Deshang government would also restrain the monks from killing civilians. If in those small countries in the north occupied by demonic cultivators, mortals are really just consumables for cultivation, grow one crop, harvest one crop. I have seen the immortals. The several Zenkatang disciples didn't even care about Tang Shiyun at this moment, and started to kowtow to the immortal boat above. Where is this place? A faint heavenly sound seemed to come from the clouds, and an immortal who was beyond everyone's imagination slowly floated down from the immortal boat. If it's not Suan, then who could it be? She wears feathered clothes, has a graceful figure like a phoenix, and has an air of immortality. He is indeed a true immortal. Behind this immortal were two servant-like figures, one strong and one short. They were two Shengnan and Yi Liar. Qing Ling hid in the dark to protect Suan. Chapter 30. The transformed heroine mortal girl Tang Shiyun has seen an immortal. This is Mianyang County in Zhejiang County. Tang Shiyun, who had originally closed his eyes and waited for death, suddenly had a light in his eyes and spoke. I in front of the immortal, the mere Zenketang is nothing. Not if I could get help from the immortals. Ma San from the Righteousness Hall secretly thought it was not good that Tang Shiyun had actually gotten in touch with the immortal, so he quickly said, Ma San, a disciple of the Righteousness Hall, greets the immortal. Our hall master has an old relationship with the immortal master of the Qingguan sect. I wonder if the immortal has any use for us. Qingguan sect? Suan showed a puzzled expression. Tu Shangnan behind him silently took out a booklet and opened it. Sir, Qingguan sect is a small sect in Dongzhou. It is supported by only one purple mansion cultivator. It is not worth mentioning. Long before setting off, Tu Shangnan had made preparations in advance, including the booklet in her hand, which was the latest edition of the Dongzhou 100 clan genealogy that she bought specially. Hearing that their hall master's backer was treated with such contempt, the other disciples of Jingqi Hall could not help but lower their heads even lower. Tang Shiyun was even more shocked. The Qingguan sect was already the only sect that dominated Cheixian County, but she didn't expect that it was not worth mentioning in the eyes of this young master. Ma San gritted his teeth and continued, the immortal is here. Although our Zenketang is not worth mentioning, we still have some people in Mianyang County. If the immortal needs anything, we will fight for it even if it means our death. Really? That's perfect. I want to find the descendants of the Tang family. I heard that they moved to Cheixian County. Do you know of any outsiders with the surname Tang here? Swan inquired. Descendants of the Tang family. Ma San's eyes suddenly went dark. There were quite a few people with the surname Tang in Mianyang County, but the only one who had migrated here from outside was the Tang family, which was destroyed by his Zenketang not long ago. Could it be that this immortal has some old ties with the Tang family? The other disciples of Zenketang were even more dizzy. It looked like the end was coming. May I ask, what is the relationship between the immortal and the Tang family? Tang Shiyun's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he bravely asked. My ancestors once had an old relationship with an elder of the Tang family and received help from the ancestors of the Tang family. It just so happened that I came to Dongzhou to travel recently, so I came to visit on behalf of my ancestors. Suan said casually. My direct ancestors have long been buried in the ground, so I can say whatever I want. Can they come out of the ground and refute me? Confirmed. Ma San fell to the ground as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. Immortal, I am a descendant of the Tang family. Tang Shiyun gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then simply admitted her identity. Regardless of whether what this immortal said was true or not, the situation would not be worse than it is now. What's more, I am just immortal. What is there worthy of the immortal's covetousness? Fano Tang Shiyun, her father Tang Jinshuan, is from Yuzhou. Since the immortal has a history with my ancestors, I dare to ask the immortal to avenge my Tang family. Listening to Tang Shiyun's story of how the Tang family was exterminated, Ma San and several other disciples of the Righteousness Hall turned pale and just kept shouting, please spare my life, immortal. Please spare my life, immortal. Suan's face was ugly, and he sighed. Yuzhou, it seems that he is right, but I didn't expect that after hundreds of years, the descendants of the Tang family would fall to such a state. Oh, it's also my fault. If I had come a few days earlier, this wouldn't have happened. He said with much self-blame. Tu Shangnan scratched his head. Could it be that the young master's ancestor really had a good friend named Tang? Upon hearing this, Tang Shiyun immediately shook his head. How can I blame the immortal? It's just that the hatred of exterminating a family is irreconcilable. Shiyun is shameless and begs the immortal to avenge my Tang family. She knelt down facing Suan, with her head deeply pressed into the ground. Forget it. Suan sighed again, looking at Tang Shiyun with regret. This is my fault, Shangnan, I'll leave it to you. Destroy Zenketang immediately. If necessary, you can mobilize the local government to cooperate. In addition, the Qingguan sect is disbanded, and all those involved with the Jingqi Hall should be killed. Yes. Tu Shangnan responded, and then asked, what if the Qingguan sect is unwilling to disband? Then everyone is involved. Suan said slightly indifferently. Tang Shiyun felt a special sense of relief when she heard this. She was no longer the kind-hearted and charitable eldest daughter of the Tang family. As for you guys, Suan looked at Ma San and his companions. Zenketang oppresses the good and does evil things. I, Ma San, have no comedy with them. I was only hiding temporarily because of pressure in the past. Ma San angrily cursed his old boss, and then said humbly, I only hope that the immortal can spare my life and let me fight to the death with Zenki Tang. The scarred disciples were all shocked by Ma San's shamelessness. Why didn't I realize before that this guy is actually quite talented? Be able to take it and let it go. No wonder he was able to survive in the original book and became Yi Xian's younger brother. Suan commented secretly in his heart, this guy is even more shameless than him, good. Suan praised, then, a ray of light flashed, and a huge head fell to the ground. There was still joy in the eyes of the fallen head, but it gradually turned into doubt. What class dare to have something in common with him? Suan is not like Yi Xian. He has no hobby of recruiting younger brothers, especially those who look vulgar and have even more vulgar hearts. It makes people feel sick just by looking at them. Miss Shiyun, I'll leave the rest to you. Tang Shiyun took out a dagger without saying a word and walked towards those people with an expressionless face. The remaining disciples of Zenki Tang were restrained by Suan and could not even move their fingers. They had no room to struggle and could only look at Tang Shiyun with pleading eyes. I hope this once kind little girl can spare their lives. One knife, two knives, blood splattered onto Tang Shiyun's clothes, staining her sleeves red. Only the feeling of the knife piercing into the flesh could make her realize that she was not dreaming, but was real. She really got the help of the immortal and escaped from the pursuit. After stabbing for more than an hour, Tang Shiyun finally vented all the hatred and resentment in his heart. Father, mother, I have avenged you. She looked up at the sky, her eyes red, but she smiled. She seemed to have undergone a transformation, washing away her former innocence and kindness. Seeing Tang Shiyun's transformation, Suan also smiled. This is the Tang Shiyun he wants, and it was worth it that he delayed coming for a few days. According to Yi Xian's script, the Tang family should have been wiped out and Tang Shiyun was hunted down, but Yi Xian appeared in time and saved her. Although Tang Shiyun experienced the annihilation of her family, she still had a kind heart and was willing to help others because she had someone to rely on. As for the current Yi Xian, Suan had already made clear arrangements for him and he was still avoiding being hunted down. He was also being led by number 5 and others to flee in the opposite direction of Mianyang County, so he had no time to take care of this side. Then he asked the people of Bianhua to secretly protect Tang Shiyun and create various coincidences so that she could not really escape. She was always in a situation where she was about to be caught, but couldn't. During this period, in the entire Mianyang County, no one, even those who had been rescued by Tang Shiyun, dared to offend the Zenki Tang that dominated Mianyang County to help her. There were even many ungrateful people who reported directly to the Zenki Tang. Tang Shiyun encountered many dangerous situations and witnessed all the evils in the world. Of course, in reality she was not in any danger, and the people of Higan Bana protected her very well. Chapter 31 Why do you have to do this? You are putting me in an unfair position. Chapter 31 Why is it so? You are putting me in an unfair position. As for today, it was just to create an opportunity for Suan to be a hero and save the beauty. Although the story of a hero saving a beauty is a bit old-fashioned, if a person is in the most desperate moment and is about to fall into the abyss, and a hero suddenly appears and pulls her out of the abyss, the effect is explosive. What's more, Suan also leveled the abyss by the way. Tang Shiyun fell to his knees with a plop. Thank you for avenging me, immortal. I have no way of repaying you for your kindness. Miss Tang, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Before Tang Shiyun finished speaking, Suan grabbed her arm and helped her up, saying righteously, I'm helping you to repay the favor of my ancestors, not for Miss Tang's reward. I know, but Tang Shiyun didn't dare to look at Suan's face. Originally, she wanted to work like a slave and a cow or a horse to repay the great kindness, but now she suddenly felt inferior. Yes, I am just an ordinary person. At best, she was just a little prettier, but the maid behind the immortal was just as pretty as herself, and even had more fairy-like aura. Even if it is to be the cattle and horses of the immortals, there are countless people rushing to do it. Moreover, the immortal is so handsome that even if he does not have great supernatural powers, he will definitely be the object of pursuit of countless women. What qualifications do I have? I am still trying to get ahead of others, so how can I say I am repaying a favor? While she was struggling, she suddenly felt a push on her back. She turned her head and saw that Aunt Tang had walked behind her without her knowing, with encouragement in her eyes. Aunt Tang, Tang Shiyun's gaze gradually became firm. Anyway, since I have nothing left, why not give it a try? If she missed this opportunity, she might never have the chance to meet this immortal again in her life. As for Yi Xian, How can the monk who fell into the water and could only talk big and couldn't see anyone at the critical moment be compared with the immortal who saved him from the water and fire? She understood her own heart. Immortal, as the poem says, I only want to follow you and serve you tea and water. Please, please take me in. She mustered up the courage to say what was in her heart. As long as she can be with the immortal, she is willing to do anything. Why did it come to this? Suan was embarrassed. You and I were good friends and our ancestors, how can I accept you as my servant? You are putting me in an unjust position. Plop, Tang Shiyun knelt down again, but Suan, who was right in front of her, did not react. If the immortal does not agree, Shiyun will kneel down and not get up. Shiyun, get up quickly. Suan went over and grabbed Tang Shiyun's arm, but this time he seemed to have lost his magic power and was unable to help her up. Tang Shiyun looked at Suan stubbornly. I volunteered to be a servant. Even the ancestors can't control me. Moreover, the immortal helped my Tang family to avenge the extermination of the family. This is such a great favor to my Tang family. Even if the ancestors knew about it, they would surely smile in their graves. Oh. Forget it, Shiyun, get up. I agree. Suan said with a sigh and a reluctant look on his face. I was already smiling from ear to ear. Tang Shiyun is not only the heroine, but also the owner of the innate Taoist body, absolute top talent. The reason why he had been unable to practice before was because some stupid ancestor of the Tang family lost his mind and sealed the family's bloodline, otherwise Tang Shiyun would not have become this pearl in the ocean. Based on the background in the novel, the Tang family was once the inheritor of the innate Taoist body. Although the Tang family is not the only one who possesses the innate Taoist body, the descendants of the innate Taoist body are indeed more likely to give birth to the innate Taoist body, and the innate Taoist body is definitely one of the top physiques. When one starts practicing, one will be at the Lingdong realm. The path of practice will be almost unimpeded to reach the peak of Qinyang, and the possibility of achieving the Yuanqian is higher than that of ordinary people. Therefore, the Tang family was once one of the top families in the Central Plains. Later, because the Tang family had not produced a new innate Taoist body for a long time, they gradually declined and were involved in a demonic disaster. In the end, only 2 or 3 cats, big and small, were left. The noble families that the Tang family had once offended began to take advantage of their misfortune. There were even cultivators who specifically captured members of the Tang family to study their bloodlines in an attempt to unravel the secrets of the innate Taoist body. In this environment where there are enemies on all sides, an ancestor of the Tang family suddenly had a brain attack and felt that his innate Taoist bloodline was ominous and that it was this that harmed the Tang family. Practicing Taoism would only bring endless conflicts, so it would be better for him to be an ordinary person. Therefore, he banned his own method of cultivation and brought his young descendants to the remote Dongzhou. He used himself as a medium, performed some forbidden magical powers, sacrificed himself, sealed the family bloodline, and let his descendants live as ordinary people. It's called a seal, but it's actually a curse. As a result, we saw that among the descendants of the Tang family, only Tang Shiyun was left. They were bullied by a few little monks who had not even entered the Taoism, and the entire family was wiped out. If no one helped, they would probably have been completely wiped out. The ancestors of the Tang family did not want to hide themselves and train their descendants to make a comeback. Instead, he gave up his power and handed over the power of choice to others, placing his life and death in the hands of others. He is a fool. If that was his own ancestor, Suan's ashes would have to be scattered for him. Fortunately, the ancestor of the Tang family had not yet gone completely insane, and he still had a glimmer of hope, that is to seal the Tang family's inheritance into a jade pendant. If any descendant accidentally breaks the blood seal and drips his own blood into the jade pendant, he can obtain the inheritance of the Tang family's cultivation method. This jade pendant is on Tang Shiyun's body at this time. As for the method to remove the blood seal, one is the protagonist Yixian's Yuanyang body, and the other is, a bead appeared in Suan's hand, which was the Xinyang bead that he had snatched from Yixian. Such a young thing can naturally overcome these evil seals. Shiyun, do you want to practice? He asked. Can I? Tang Shiyun asked unconfidently. No, immortal, I have tried to practice before, but I couldn't even get started. My father said that people in the Tang family are not born with the talent for practice. As she spoke, she lowered her head in a somewhat inferior manner. Who doesn't aspire to become an immortal? After all, mortals are different from immortals. However, her Tang family seemed to be cursed by the gods and could not even practice the simplest skills. No need to call me immortal. My name is Suan, Marquis Wushuan of the Shang dynasty. You can call me young master or Marquis. Suan's fingers gently stroked the girl's head, putting the hair that was messed up by the wind back into place. Then I'll call you sir. Tang Shiyun couldn't help but flash a hint of joy on her face. The change of address seemed to bring her and Suan closer, and Tang behind him sighed and felt a little relieved. She was an orphan adopted by the Tang family and had no blood relationship with Tang Shiyun, but as a childless woman, she watched Tang Shiyun grow up. Chapter 32. The first generation cut down trees, the second generation exposed them to the sun. It can even be said that compared to Tang Shiyun's father, who often goes out to do business, she is the one who truly raised Tang Shiyun, and is no different from her own daughter. Now the cabbage is suddenly going to be given to someone else. The feeling is hard to describe, however. The target is an immortal with boundless magical powers. At least he can protect Shiyun for the rest of her life, so she can rest assured. Behind Suan, Yi Liar curled her lips imperceptibly. Brother N is picking up girls again. Not long ago, he picked up Chuyin, and now there's Tang Shiyun. What a pervert. No, I must improve my competitiveness, she secretly encouraged herself and decided not to let these people overtake her. She wanted to be the most special one in Brother N's heart. Of course, I have a way to let you practice. In fact, the Tang family is not without the talent for practice, it's just that there was a little accident in the middle. Suan told the story of the stupid things that the ancestors of the Tang family had done. That person must have been an enemy of the Tang family in his previous life. After listening to Suan's story, Tang Shiyun felt confused for a moment. It turned out that there were such ancestors in the world who harmed future generations. The tragedy of the Tang family was actually just because of a certain ancestor's brain seizure. It's really true. The previous generation cut down the trees, and the next generation exposed them to the sun. She had the same idea as Suan. She wanted to scatter the ancestors' ashes. Then do you want to practice? Suan asked again. Of course I do. Tang Shiyun nodded repeatedly. Having experienced the annihilation of her entire family, how could she not know the importance of strength? Only with strength can one prevent tragedy from happening. Only then can the young master take more notice of me. Please help me, sir. She looked at Suan with longing. Good. I'll lend you a helping hand. The true yang pearl in Suan's hand gradually lit up. It was not as violent as it was in the demon dragon's hand. Instead, it exuded a warm feeling. In the past few days, he has completely refined this spiritual treasure from the Dragon Clan. This was impossible without the help of the Vajra cutter, which had the function of suppressing spiritual treasures. It was precisely because of this that Suan was able to refine the spiritual treasure that the demon dragon had not been able to refine for months. In just a few days, Lingbao has spirits. Without powerful means and without the recognition of the Lingbao, it is not easy to refine the Lingbao. Like that demon dragon, he is just a treasure-delivering boy. In fact, even if he is given a few more months, he will not be able to truly refine the spiritual treasure. The lavender light enveloped Tang Shiyun, and a warm feeling enveloped her. It feels like taking a hot spring bath, making your whole body feel refreshed, deep in the blood. The nightmare-like dark seal gradually disappeared like ice and snow under the illumination of the true yang pearl. Tang Shiyun's clothes also gradually disappeared. Suan remained calm. He wrapped himself in Tang Shiyun with a magical barrier, isolating them from the outside world, and then stared closely at Tang Shiyun's changes. He, Su, has always been upright and honest, and would never do such shameful things as peeking. Now it's just to prevent accidents. Immersed in warmth and comfort, Tang Shiyun did not notice the changes in herself. Under the cleansing of the true yang pearl, her long-forgotten innate Taoist body gradually emerged. The spiritual energy from all directions automatically flowed towards her without the need for her to absorb it. Just like a stream flowing into the sea, the innate body that requires hard training by the foundation-building monks can be achieved in an instant. If those mortals who have practiced hard for half their lives saw this speed, they would be envious and jealous to death immediately. Afterwards, a bit of magic power was born in Dantian. Tang Shiyun took a step into the spiritual realm. For the innate Taoist body, the spiritual realm is just the first step. Of the seal was completely broken, and the Jinyang pearl was also taken back by Suan. Tang Shiyun opened her eyes from her comfort, feeling a strength that was completely different from her weak body in the past, and her heart was filled with joy. She can finally become someone who can be useful to the young master. Young master, well, not bad. Suan commented calmly, hearing Suan's affirmation. Tang Shiyun was even happier, but why did the young master's gaze seem to be looking a little downwards? She looked down below herself. Ah! When the barrier disappeared, Tang Shiyun had changed her clothes, but her face was still as a lady from a wealthy family. She usually dressed very conservatively and had never even been touched by a man's hand, so how could she have experienced such a thing? If that man had not been a young master, she would have committed suicide out of shame. Ye liar looked back and forth at the two men's faces with suspicion. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Tang Shiyun just lifted the seal. Why did he change his clothes when he came out? Could it be that the two of them practiced the yin-yang Dao in there? She felt a surge of crisis in her heart. This Tang Shiyun was no ordinary person. She was a powerful enemy. She looked at Tang Shiyun with a vigilant look in her eyes. By the way, sir, can you bring Aunt Tang with you as well? Seeing Aunt Tang standing aside with a look of relief but a hint of bitterness, Tang Shiyun felt something in her heart and asked cautiously. In her heart, Aunt Tang is also like a mother to her. In the past few days, she has ignored her physical exhaustion and escaped from the pursuit of Zenketang several times. The kindness is too great to be repaid, and she couldn't bear to leave Aunt Tang here alone. I don't need it. Aunt Tang waved her hand quickly and took a few steps back to refuse. Really, that's not necessary. Miss, just follow the immortal carefully. Of course it's okay for such a small matter. Suan gently rubbed Tang Shiyun's hair, causing Tang Shiyun, who was not used to interacting with others, to stiffen slightly. Then my heart felt warm and joy appeared on my brows. Thank you, sir. This young master. I feel so warm. He seems to be separated from the man who destroyed Zenketang in one sentence, but he can be perfectly unified together. What kind of person is he, young master? If Yi Liar were asked to answer Tang Shiyun's question, the answer would definitely be LSP or big pervert. This. Aunt Tang stared at all this, feeling a little overwhelmed. Oh, Aunt Tang, just come with me. I'm used to your cooking, and I'm not used to eating at other places. Tang Shiyun deliberately stepped forward and hugged Aunt Tang's arm and acted coquettishly. Thank you, immortal. Aunt Tang's eyes were slightly moist. She put her hand on the back of Tang Shiyun's hand, feeling relieved. How could she not want to see that magical and magnificent world where mountains and seas could be moved? He was just worried that such a request would offend the immortal, and he didn't want his existence to affect Tang Shiyun. After a while, Tu Shengnan also returned to the immortal boat. Sir, the mission is accomplished. The entire Qingguan sect of the Jingqi Hall has been annihilated. She didn't have any murderous aura about her, so this kind of thing was just a small matter for her. Go back and have a rest. I look forward to the day when you break through Qinyang. Suan raised his hand and wanted to pat Tu Xingnan's shoulder, but considering the height difference between them, he found that this seemed a little indecent. After hesitating for a moment, he finally patted Tu Xingnan's rock-hard arm. Yes. In sharp contrast to Suan's poetic and picturesque life is Yi Xian, who is fleeing. Chapter 33, White Bone Bodhisattva, Daju saves Yi Xian who, Yi Xian was breathing heavily, his body had almost reached its limit. Thief, surrender quickly. Devil cub, come and die. Yi Xian, you killed my disciple. Today I will extract your soul and refine your spirit to comfort my disciple's spirit in heaven. You evil man, give me back my son's life. Behind Yi Xian, there were more than 10 cultivators, all with angry looks on their faces. None of them had a cultivation level lower than that of the life pill, which showed how much hatred Yi Xian attracted. Damn it, I didn't kill him. Yi Xian was even more furious. What a bunch of idiots. They didn't even know they were being taken advantage of. Unfortunately, every time he wanted to explain, someone would jump out and interrupt him. Don't try to quibble, you evil creature. Among the cultivators who were chasing him, a female cultivator with an ordinary face had red eyes. She looked at Yi Xian as if she saw the murderer of her father. My brother told me in person before he died that it was you who did it. Don't slander others. When Yi Xian heard this, he dodged and his face seemed to be wearing a mask of pain. What the hell? Who the hell is your brother? Could it be that evil dragon? When the other life pill cultivators heard the words of the female life pill cultivator, the sadness and anger in their hearts were aroused. They were convinced that Yi Xian was the murderer and chased him even more fiercely. The aftermath of their magical powers affected Yi Xian, making him look extremely embarrassed. His speed also slowed down and he was gradually caught up. It can only be said that it is a miracle that Yi Xian, a mere purple mansion realm cultivator, could escape until now while being hunted down by more than a dozen life pill realms. It must be God who is taking sides with him. Mu Chun Great Seal. A loud shout was heard. The old Xiao, who had said before that he wanted to comfort his disciple's spirit in heaven, used his famous skills. A mysterious green seal enveloped Yi Xian, as if the Jianmu sacred tree suddenly broke and pressed towards the earth, bringing with it a divine power of breaking a pillar of heaven, which made Yi Xian feel tremendous pressure. Thief, die. Seeing Yi Xian about to die under his seal, Master Shi showed a happy smile on his face. What Yi Xian killed was not only his apprentice, but also his illegitimate son, his only son. How could he not hate him? So this time I put in all my effort. Why Yi Xian's face was pale. This time, he had really used up all his trump cards. He had no way to avoid the wooden seal. Could it be that his path really only goes this far? He clenched his teeth. That he has not yet become a powerful man who dominates the world, and he has not yet saved Lear from the tiger's mouth. How could he die here when he didn't seek revenge on that evil thief Su? Boom! Suddenly, a huge bony hand appeared in front of Yi Xian and blocked the green seal. Hee, little devil, you really are hated. A man in a black robe whose face could not be seen clearly stood in front of Yi Xian. He rubbed his sore right hand and looked at the dozen or so life-pill cultivators opposite him with fear. The bones have turned into spirits. You are old ghost Mo. A monk recognized the man and exclaimed. The female cultivator who had killed her brother immediately made a verdict. This Yi Xiangui is a demon cultivator, colluding with other demon cultivators, a nest of snakes and rats. Old ghost Mo, are you going to stop me from taking revenge? Master Shi's face looked grim, with strands of lightning surging in his hands, and the divine consciousness of the rest of the life pills was also locked on the black-robed man in front of him. I'll protect this kid. Old Ghost Mo said with an arrogant laugh. Court death. Let's fight together. There is no need to talk about morality when dealing with the demons and monsters, the female cultivator of Mingdan instigated. Lightning Thunder Palm. Tai Wulian. Thousand Winds and Remnant Light Sword. Tiandu Duan Ling. In an instant, countless attacks overwhelmed Mo Laogui. Thunder roared in the sky and dragons and snakes rose from the ground. If you were in the center, you can see a scene of destruction. The smile on Mo Laogui's face froze a day. This is a lack of martial ethics. Supreme contemplation of white bones. He did not dare to be careless and directly used his trump card. A supreme white bone bodhisattva rose from the spot, with a faint blue light, a human head as a bun, and a cassock made of human bones. He sat on a golden lotus made of white bones, and there was a blood-red halo behind him. The countless sounds of chanting around him sound like the wailing of evil spirits when listened carefully. Stand tall and offer blood as a sacrifice to all living beings. An area of 1,000 miles around suddenly turned into a Buddhist hell. However, the next moment, this extremely majestic white-bone bodhisattva was beaten to pieces, and the Buddhist kingdom was destroyed in an instant. Damn it, Lin Daju. If you don't come out, I'm going to die. Old Ghost Mo reappeared in the same place in a disheveled state, and shouted towards the sky. Oh, Old Ghost Mo, it's a pity that you weren't beaten to death just now. An enchanting female voice with a hint of regret appeared above the sky, then more than 10 figures in black fell down. Blood River Sect. You are a bunch of rats in the gutter. You destroyed the Hunyuan sect and you dared to come out. A monk named Ma shouted. Okay, it seems that your Blood River sect is going to stop me from taking revenge. Master Shi's expression became even more gloomy, and thunder rumbled in the sky. I'll take Yi Xian away first, you guys hold them off for a while. Their target is Yi Xian, and they won't fight you to the death. Lin Daju's eyes flashed, and he grabbed Yi Xian's neck with one hand and fled into the distance. Except for Mo Laogui, the other men in black robes also agreed with Lin Daju's words. Thieves, please leave. Damn it, leave Yi Xian behind. However, these more than 10 monks were blocked by these black-robed men and could only watch angrily as their enemies escaped from their sight. However, no one noticed that the female cultivator of life pill who had just shared the same hatred with them had already retreated behind the crowd and left quietly. The Lord's mission has been completed. The demon cultivator has also appeared early. Tisk, it's time for Yi Xian to meet his destined Lin Daju. After listening to number 7's report, a malicious smile appeared on Suan's face. In the original plot, Yi Xian completed the counterattack, but in this situation, what can he do to fight back? My lord, how should we deal with the Grand Elder of Luyun sect? Asked number 7. After Higan Bana came into contact with the Great Elder of Luyun sect who spread the news about Yi Xian, the somewhat crazy old Mingdan cultivator expressed his desire to surrender and even attacked Yi Xian personally. He's just an ungrateful person. Let's send him to the west. Suan said. No1 wants a traitor. Yes, sir. Thank you for saving my life, senior. In a remote valley, Lin Daju put Yi Xian down, being carried all the way. Yi Xian, with a churning stomach, forced himself to express his gratitude to Lin Daju, but I didn't expect that the person in front of me didn't play according to common sense. He raised a delicate and soft hand and couldn't wait to reach into Yi Xian's collar. You've got a nice figure, pretty strong. Lin Daju said with a giggle. Why Yi Xian's originally pale face suddenly turned red. Why was this senior different from what he had imagined? To be honest, he hasn't had a proper meat meal since he came down the mountain. Chapter 34 Yi Xian Wuchan, Dragon Girl Keijuno. He is also a young man with strong blood and masculinity. Ouch, you're blushing. How old are you? You're still so shy. Lin Daju became even more excited when he saw this. His black robe gradually loosened, revealing the snow-white skin underneath. His hot breath sprayed on Yi Xian's face, making his blood boil, and he stood up with his head held high. After the contact just now, Lin Daju has confirmed that Yi Xian is indeed the legendary Yuanyang holy body, and it was worth it for him to bring him out while avoiding other demon cultivators. His heart was burning with excitement. If he could seize the Yuan Yang of the Yuanyang holy body, his Osmanthus book would surely be perfected, and he would be able to step into the legendary way of heaven and earth that reversed yin and yang, and it would not be impossible for him to break through the realm of pure yang in one fell swoop. At that time, even if he fell out with the Blood River sect, what would be the big deal? At worst, he could just set up his own Osmanthus sect. Senior, what are you doing? Feeling the two hands wandering on his body, Yi Xian felt uncomfortable all over, and his blood and energy had completely flowed back into the area 3 inches below his navel. The sound gradually became more heated. Lin Daju chuckled. I think you don't understand at all. Yi Xian became even more agitated upon hearing this, and immediately wanted to take the initiative. Just then, Lin Daju's black robe fluttered to the ground, revealing his graceful figure and, fuck, it's a ghost. The moment he saw Lin Daju's face, Yi Xian, who was immersed in the charming atmosphere, was instantly awakened. A cool breeze blew by, bringing a slight chill. It felt like eating rice cake while eating ice cream, or eating duck neck while eating. The strong feeling of nausea gushed out, and his hardware was scared into software. What a head that is! On a body more beautiful than a woman's was an ugly man's head, with gaudy makeup on his rugged face. Under his nose and mouth were beards so hard they could kill a person, and when he grinned, he revealed a mouthful of large yellow teeth that had been blackened by smoke. There was no trace of the charm she had just shown. All the thoughts in Yi Xian's mind turned into nausea and surged into his forehead. Psychological shadow. What did you just say? Hearing Yi Xian scream, Lin Daju's smile disappeared and his expression became fierce. What he cared about most in his life was his appearance, but his martial arts was special and he had to reach pure yang to completely change his appearance. He became a demon cultivator because of too much killing, but whenever someone looked at him strangely, he couldn't control his murderous intent. Yi Xian took several steps back and accidentally sat down on the ground with his weak body after being hunted. For many days, Yi Xian, whose trump cards and magic power have been exhausted, has no strength to resist. Don't come over here. He hugged his chest in fear. Be obedient and let me see you. Lin Daju approached Yi Xian with an evil smile. He stopped pretending. Ugh, you ugly bastard. Get out of here. Bang. You are shameless. The voice became rough and Yi Xian's resistance became weaker and weaker. Don't want, Yi Liar screamed. She was standing at the bow enjoying the ride when suddenly a huge white dragon rushed over from the clouds and hovered over the bow, scaring her. It's the Dragon Clan. Suan frowned slightly. Even a dragon in the Life Dan realm dared to stop his ship. A giant white dragon stopped in front of the ferry boat, looked at it for a while, and then transformed into a middle-aged woman with prominent horns and a fierce face. Dragon Girl. Yi Liar, who was ignorant, screamed. It's steamed buns. Suan corrected, how can this thing be called Dragon Girl? Isn't this an insult to the image of the dragon girl in his mind? How dare you? Listening to the discussion of the two people on the ferry boat below, the dragon woman couldn't help but get angry. These humans actually dare to despise the dragon clan. She opened her mouth to question. Boom. Suddenly, a large formation in the ferry boat started to operate rapidly, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered. After passing through the formation, it turned into a laser that operated along various runes, and blasted the dragon girl on the bow away with lightning speed. What rank do you have to dare to shout in front of me? Shengnan, go and see if he's dead. If he's not dead, bring him back to me. Now Suan was finding it easier to command Tu Shengnan. Tu Shengnan faithfully carried out Suan's orders. In a moment, she returned to the ferry boat carrying a bloody dragon woman. The scales on his body were broken, his clothes were naked, revealing a large area of his body. However, coupled with his outstanding appearance, he was really unappetizing. Not dead yet, the dragon race has such strong vitality. Suan was amazed. The shot just now was comparable to Chun Yang's attack. It was the most powerful conventional attack of this immortal boat except for the self-destruct mode. I didn't expect that this dragon girl could actually hold on. Sir, I found this in the dragon girl's storage ring. The dragon girl's storage ring luckily avoided the attack just now. Tu Shengnan handed over a storage ring and a jade talisman. The jade talisman exuded a trace of the aura of the soul, and was somewhat similar to the jade talisman that Yi Xian had taken out before. A wisp of divine consciousness from the Yuanshan realm is sealed inside. Qing Ling appeared beside Suan at some point, staring at the jade talisman with caution. It seems to be the dragon girl's trump card, but she was severely injured and dying before she could use it. When she said this, a strange look appeared on her face, thinking of what Suan once said to me, that it is better to strike first and to take action more than talking too much. I immediately agreed with him. If this dragon woman had activated the jade talisman before, it would be equivalent to the arrival of the incarnation of the primordial spirit. Suan casually put the jade talisman back into the storage ring and sealed it. This kind of jade talisman could not be sensed by the divine thought inside it unless someone actively activated it. Shengnan, wake her up, he said. Upon hearing this, Tu Shengnan violently injected a stream of magic power into the dragon woman's body, forcibly waking her up. The tingling sensation in her veins made the dragon woman open her eyes involuntarily, and a moment of confusion appeared in her eyes. What just happened? Oh, it seems like two humans are commenting on themselves, and then, a beam of light. You got beaten yourself. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Suan. Ahem, human, you dare, slap. Suan waved his hand. Tu Shengnan immediately understood and slapped the dragon woman a few times, interrupting her words. The dragon girl was stunned. You actually, continue. Snap. Snap. Snap, a great sense of rhythm. Bang bang bang. Tu Shengnan's grip was so strong that tears came out of the dragon woman's eyes. Her already bloody face became even more swollen, making her look even more ridiculous. Are you still going crazy? Swan asked. The dragon woman covered her mouth with horror and shook her head subconsciously. Okay, I ask, you answer. May I have your name? Ao Tsue Hua. The dragon woman replied tremblingly. A gender? Female? Ao Tsue Hua said cautiously. Seeing that Suan's face was not very good, she changed her words again and again. Male, male, male. What gender is it? Suan's face turned serious, and Tu Shengnan's palm was already raised high. Female, I am a female. Ao Tsue Hua quickly responded loudly, shrinking her neck. Chapter 35. Cut it off and give Shengnan a snack. Then why did you come to me? I am here to retrieve the treasure of my clan. Speaking of the treasure, Ao Tsue Hua finally came back to her senses from the fear of the slap and thought of her real purpose of coming to Dasang. I sense that you have the aura of our clan's treasure here, so I came over to ask. As she said this, she secretly glanced at Tu Shengnan a few times, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her hand was not raised. The treasure, is this what you are talking about? Suan flipped his palm and the true Yang pearl appeared in his hand. Yes, this is the treasure of our clan. Ao Tsue Hua's eyes lit up, and she reached out to take it, but was slapped to the ground by Tu Shengnan, who was prepared. Tell me, how did you discover it? Suan asked with interest, stroking the Jinyang pearl in his hand. Ao Tsue Hua covered her face, a little hesitant, until she saw Tu Shengnan's hands ready to move. She immediately explained from the heart. my clan has worshipped the true Yang Pearl for many years. Through the stone platform where the true Yang Pearl is worshipped, we can perform a secret method to sense the location of the true Yang Pearl at a close distance. What about the stone platform? It was destroyed by your attack just now. Aotsuewa glanced at Suan and said aggrievedly, there is no friendly relationship between Deshang and the Dragon Clan. Dragons above the life pill level dare not enter Deshang without permission, otherwise it would be tantamount to declaring war. In addition, the true Yang Pearl is a spiritual treasure with heavy symbolic significance but little practical use, so only her, a member of the clan at the life pill level, was sent over originally. She was planning to snatch the true Yang Pearl back from the evil dragon, and for this purpose she even brought the dragon ancestor's divine jade talisman. Unexpectedly, he died before he could accomplish his mission, and was defeated by humans. You'd better return the true Yang Pearl to me, otherwise you won't be able to bear the blame from dragon ancestor. Aotsuewa said, even though she was afraid in her heart, she could not hide her pride as a dragon, or it would be more appropriate to say arrogance. Suan's eyebrows jumped when he heard this. Long Zhu, what is that? Using the dragon clan's spirit to threaten him, the Marquis of the Shang dynasty, how many teachers does Long Zhu have? How dare he offend the great Shang? This is how the dragon clan works. Xingling explained in a low voice in Suan's ear, the dragon race seems to have an inexplicable arrogance and self-confidence by nature, and looks down on other races, even though they were beaten to the point of being unable to raise their heads by the Shang dynasty and had to retreat to the East China Sea. There are still dragons who believe that dragons are the noblest and most powerful race in the world. Only once did Sanglong live in peace for a few years after he was beheaded, and then the scar healed and the pain was forgotten. I see. Hearing this, Suan suddenly realized that he remembered a certain stick. Cut it off. Give Shangnan a snack tonight. Ah? Aotsuewa's mouth suddenly opened wide. She cooperated so well, but still got chopped. The next moment, Tu Shangnan, who was prepared, slapped him in the face and knocked him unconscious, turning him back to his original form. A giant white dragon, hundreds of feet long, crowded the deck of the ferry boat, with its ferocious dragon head hanging limply. Ye Liar, who was frightened just now, came over with great interest and poked the longan that was bigger than her with her hands. She poked it left and right and had a lot of fun. Bang, ah. The dragon's body suddenly twitched instinctively, and Ye Liar, who was close by, jumped up in fright. His body quickly shrank behind Tu Shangnan, and he kept patting his chest, looking terrified. This little look made Suan think of a phrase, Yi Gong likes dragons, perhaps because she was being watched by several people and felt embarrassed, and seeing that the dragon body was no longer moving, Ye Liar walked out from behind Tu Shangnan with a red face, raised her shoes and fiercely stamped on the motionless dragon head. I'll let you scare me, I'll let you scare me. Shuin, this guy named Ji is so despicable, woo woo woo. In a cave in the valley, Yi Xian was biting a piece of cloth and sobbing softly. Lin Daju, who was standing by, put on his clothes with a refreshed look on his face. Little guy, you performed well. Stay here and I will come back to pamper you after I have dealt with those old ghosts. It's a pity that Yi Xian hasn't truly activated his Yuan Yang holy body. In order to ensure the purity of his Yuan Yang, he didn't really practice dual cultivation with him. He just had fun on him. That he casually placed a few restrictions on Yi Xian, and then showed Yi Xian a beautiful smile. Don't run away, little darling, or I'll do something stupid. After making a threatening remark, Lin Daju turned and left. Mo Lao Gui and his people were not so easy to fool. Vomit. After Lin Daju left, Yi Xian finally couldn't help it and vomited. It's really too eye-catching and disgusting. It was so disgusting that he even wanted to die on the spot. Fortunately, the protagonist's mentality was still strong. After Yi Xian vomited out the contents of his stomach, he propped himself up and stood up. He looked towards the entrance of the cave with unfathomable resentment in his eyes. That ugly guy never expected that his Yuan Yang holy body would be successfully activated at the last moment, and the damaged tendons and veins in his body would be repaired. Combined with the advanced technique of breaking the restrictions passed down to him by his master, these restrictions can no longer trap him. He walked out of the valley carefully, and when he saw that no one was watching him, he stopped. Hiding and ran away with his buttocks between his legs. That he never wanted to come to this nightmare place again. That ugly guy, I will definitely cut him into pieces someday. Thinking of the torture he had suffered, a feeling of nausea surged into Yi Xian's heart again. And that damn swan. It's all his fault. Great merchant, Imperial Capital. In Taiyuan Palace, the empress looked at the two letters in her hands. One was sent by a spy from the Suwanio division of Dongzhou, and the other was written by Suan. Shuin, Tang Shiyun, what a little Anzi, he is not doing his job properly. He has found 2 more women in Dongzhou. He is really something. The empress said unhappily. He doesn't have time to accompany her in the imperial capital, but when he has time he goes to look for the little girl. This little Anzi is simply a traitor and he deserves to be beheaded. Wow, it seems that our little Anzi is quite popular outside. Hong Xiao leaned over to read the contents of the 2 letters, then smiled like an ant. Seeing the empress's expression, she immediately understood what she was thinking and said with a smile, Your Majesty, when he came to the palace to see you before, didn't you tell him to get lost? Just pat him. The empress said sullenly, Don't worry about me, go to Dongzhou to accompany your little Anzi. Oh, my Majesty, how dare I? Hong Xiao rolled her eyes and suggested, How about you just castrate Xiao Anzi and let him live in the palace and keep watch for you every day? Bullshit advice. You see, you refuse again, snort. Who is talking about me behind my back? On the immortal boat, Suan, who was hugged by women on both sides, suddenly felt a chill on his back and sat up straighter. Has Yi Xian escaped? It's almost time to close the net. Chapter 36 The leeks are fat, it's time to harvest them. Taishu Valley, a forbidden area in Dongzhou, the space here is upside down and disordered. Once ordinary cultivators step in, they will not be able to find a way to leave. There was once a powerful pure yang who specially explored this valley, but he never came out in the end. A few years later, the soul lamp left in the sect was extinguished. So far, no cultivator has ever walked out of it, so Taishu Valley has become an absolute forbidden area in the hearts of many cultivators. Ordinary cultivators would avoid Taishu Valley when they saw it, but today 2 cultivators chose to head towards Tiger Mountain. The 2 people were Yi Xian and Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng was someone Yi Xian met when he was being chased. Not long after Yi Xian escaped, he was found by Lin Dazhu. Somehow, Lin Dazhu and the monks who were chasing Yi Xian were always able to find Yi Xian's location. This forced Yi Xian to keep fleeing, and then he met Yuan Feng. Not at that time, Yuan Feng said that he was avoiding being hunted down by the Great Elder and he looked very embarrassed. Yi Xian did not doubt this former good brother and the 2 of them started their escape journey together. Until today, the 2 were chased to a desperate place called Taishu Valley. Brother Yi, we can't go any further. Looking at the Taishu Valley shrouded in fog below, Yuan Feng shuddered subconsciously. The cultivators in Dongzhou, Taishu Valley is notorious. Do we have any way out? Yi Xian asked back from a far distance. A cultivator had already started chasing after them, and it was obvious that he was not going to let the 2 go. Yuan Feng gritted his teeth and looked back at the monks who were chasing him. It seems that today I can only sacrifice my life to accompany you. The 2 looked at each other, then leaped into the Taishu Valley. By the time the monks finally arrived, the 2 had disappeared. Alas, it seems that Yi Xian has fallen into the Taishu Valley and has no way to survive. It's a pity that he couldn't take revenge with his own hands. The ordinary-looking female cultivator of the life pill sect sighed and made a final judgment on Yi Xian's life and death. The other cultivators also nodded, barely able to accept this result. Although they could not kill their enemies with their own hands, there was absolutely no chance that Yi Xian would survive if he fell into the Taishu Valley. However, there was also one person who felt sad for Yi Xian, my Yuan Yang holy body. Soon, all the cultivators dispersed one by one, and no one wanted to stay near Taishu Valley any longer. Not long after, a ferry boat suddenly appeared in the sky. Taishu Immortal Palace. The Taishu Valley has existed for more than 100,000 years, during which countless cultivators have fallen into it, from the pure yang to the foundation establishment, but no one has been able to find the right path. Yet, Yi Xian is able to do it. Fate is really a bit unreasonable. Suan sighed, but I have to thank Yi Xian for leading the way, otherwise I really wouldn't dare to go in and see if I would get lost in there. What a treasure-hunting rat. It's weaker than the protagonist. It was worthwhile for him to spend a huge sum of 300 villain points to exchange for a skill called Purple Spirit Seal. Although this seal was expensive, its effect was extremely good. Even in the spatially disordered Taishu Valley, one could still clearly feel Yi Xian's location, but before looking for Yi Xian, let's have a smoke first. 1,000 villain points disappeared, and a skill called Insight appeared on Suan's panel. Insight, the ability to discern other people's attitudes toward you. A question mark appeared on Suan's forehead. What kind of insight is this? He really had no energy to complain. It must be that his luck was concentrated on beating Yi Xian later. He would never do that, absolutely. Using his newfound insight, he looked towards the people around him. Tu Shengnan and the other side of the flower are orange, representing loyalty, Qingling's sister and Lear are pink, representing love, all positive, Shu Yin's is light pink. It seems that the training effect these days is quite good. Shengnan, Shu Yin, sister Qingling and Bianhua, follow me closely and follow me inside. Liar, you, come along too. The red spider lily in the picture is a woman in black with a black mask, a hot body and an unclear face. She is the manager of the Higan Bana organization, the so-called number one, and currently the strongest person under Suan. Suan originally wanted to keep Yi Liar. After all, she had just reached the Purple Palace and had not yet condensed many magical runes, but thinking of Yi Liar's possible special attack on Yi Xian, Suan decided to take her with him. He left Tang Shiyun and the other person on the ferry boat, and planted purple spiritual seals on them that could sense each other to prevent them from getting lost accidentally. Then Suan took the lead and walked towards Taishu Valley. Tang Shiyun stood at the bow and watched Suan and his group leave. He stood there for a long time, and his desire for strength became even stronger. After Suan and others stepped into the fog, a strange feeling came over them, and Suan instantly lost his sense of direction. The people around him also disappeared, leaving only the red spider lily, still following Suan closely like a shadow. Fortunately, the purple spirit seal could sense that the other people were not far away, so this time they were not teleported too far. Soon, through the connection of the purple spirit seal, the few of them reunited. Suan sensed the direction of the last one-way purple spirit seal and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. The leeks were fat, and it was time to harvest them. This is it, the inheritance of a Yuanshan senior is actually hidden here. Looking at the Taishu Immortal Palace appearing before his eyes and the aura emanating from the palace, Yi Xian showed an expression of surprise, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was as if he wanted to vent all the frustration he had felt during this period of time. Ha ha ha, Suan, and those stupid cultivators who don't know right from wrong, you can't imagine that not only are we not dead, we also discovered the inheritance of our ancestors. You all just wait for me. Yuan Feng's expression was also extremely surprised, with a hint of darkness in his eyes, and he sighed softly. But Yi Xian, who was immersed in joy, did not notice it and only said, "Brother Yuan, this is an opportunity for us two brothers." The two of them stepped into the Taishu Immortal Palace with excitement. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the Immortal Palace, the originally peaceful Taishu Immortal Palace began to buzz, and a grand and ancient voice sounded from all directions. My name is Taishu, and people call me Emperor Taishu. I control the void and understand the mysteries of space. I have no rivals in the world. But it's a pity that it's difficult to achieve the Tao. I have been sitting in this valley for tens of thousands of years, and it won't stop until I die. Alas! There was a hint of loneliness and sigh in his voice. You can pass through the formation outside and reach my Taishu Immortal Palace, which shows that you have great fortune. If you can pass my test this time, you can inherit the Taishu Immortal Palace and pass on my Taishu Taoist tradition. After hearing what Emperor Taishu said, Yi Xian felt excited and shouted loudly, "Yes, Senior, I will live up to your expectations." However, this voice seemed to be set in advance and did not give Yi Xian any response. Only the scene in front of them suddenly changed, and Yi Xian and Yuan Feng appeared in a place that looked like a ring. Two golden iron puppets at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm appeared opposite the two. The first level is to defeat a puppet of the same realm. Chapter 37. Sister Qingling, he is fierce to me. Yi Xian went forward fearlessly. After the Yuan Yang holy body was activated, his brief period of weakness disappeared and he could use the Tian Yang Xian Xiong transformation again. Besides, it was not worth his using the secret technique to defeat a mere opponent at the peak of the Purple Mansion level. The golden iron puppet is quite powerful, almost reaching the peak of the Purple Mansion realm in the conventional sense, but it is still no match for Yi Xian. On the other side, Yuan Feng also tried his best and used the magic weapon left to him by his father to successfully defeat the puppet. Before the two of them could rest, the next level came. Second level, defeat two puppets of the same realm. Two golden iron puppets of the same model as before appeared opposite the two men. Yi Xian was still not afraid. He used a few magical powers and went forward to meet the enemy. The third level, defeat five puppets of the same level. There are five puppets that are equivalent to the peak of Purple Mansion. Perhaps only the true geniuses at the same level can defeat them. Yuan Feng resisted with great difficulty this time, using all kinds of magical powers, but he was still powerless and was quickly defeated at the third level and was sent off the ring. Level 4, defeat 10 puppets of the same realm. The test from Emperor Taishu seems too simple, just puppet, puppet, puppet. When he reached the 8th level, Yi Xian was facing 2 life pill puppets. The Tianyang Xuanxiong transformation had already been activated. If it weren't for the fact that the Yuanyang holy body was compatible with the Tianyang Xuanxiong transformation, allowing him to use it for a longer time and become stronger, he would probably not have been able to get through it. Finally, just before the secret technique ended, Yi Xian pierced the core of the 2 gold and iron puppets at the cost of his life. Then Yi Xian squatted on the ring, panting. This senior Taishu is too torturous. I hope the next level won't be a puppet again. Level 9, Victory. Yi Xian's heart suddenly jumped. Hana, you must have thought I was going to talk about how many life pill puppets there are. At this moment, Hongwei's voice suddenly became humorous. Being able to defeat an opponent at the life pill realm by leaps and bounds has already proven your ability. The next level, which is also the final level, will test your determination to be a strong person. Do you have the heart to reach the pinnacle and achieve the fruit of the Tao? The voice suddenly became extremely majestic and contained inexplicable meaning, like the mighty power of heaven. Under this voice, even lying was impossible. Why Yi Xian did not retreat. He was filled with lofty ambitions. He remembered the bold words he had spoken when he left the mountain, and said with great vigor and ambition, I, the younger generation, should rise to the top of the immortal road. Can you stick to your original intention and uphold justice in the world? The voice continued to ask, thinking of the damned traitor Suan and the demon cultivator Lin Dezhu. Yi Xian said without hesitation, if I inherit the legacy of my predecessors, I will wipe out the evil and restore innocence to the world. Very good, latecomer, this Taishu Immortal Palace will be handed over to you. I hope you will move forward courageously and not bring shame to the reputation of our Taishu lineage. If possible, take this immortal palace with you to witness the Dao Fruit Realm, a scenery that I have never seen. The voice became a little lonely at the end and disappeared completely, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Yi Xian and Yuan Feng were sent to the gate of Taishu Immortal Palace, and then the entire Immortal Palace gradually shrank and fell into Yi Xian's hands. This fairy palace is actually a magical treasure. It also contains Emperor Taishu's lifelong wealth, countless skills and magic weapons, and their value is inestimable. With this immortal palace, he would have enough capital even if he wanted to go against the Shang dynasty in the future to avenge his parents and overthrow the Shang dynasty and the treacherous minister Suan. This is the wealth he obtained after going through numerous tests. Thinking of this, a smile just appeared on Yi Xian's face, but before he could take a closer look, a familiar voice came from behind him. Hey, this little palace looks nice. Then Yi Xian's hand loosened subconsciously, and the immortal palace immediately slipped out of his hand. His eyes widened with anger. Damn it, Suan, my immortal palace. He looked back and saw that it was indeed the figure he hated so much. With a lot of people following behind him, Suan gently tossed the small white jade palace in his hand. Yi Xian, thank you so much for finding such a good treasure for me. This look of taking advantage of others and acting cute made Yi Xian completely lose his mind. Suan, my immortal palace, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Regardless of his physical overdraft, he forced himself to activate the Tianyang Xuanxiong transformation continuously. The blood in his body surged, his body grew taller, and he rushed towards Suan like a madman. Every time Yi Xian finally got something with great effort, it was taken away by Suan in the blink of an eye. He was also blamed, hunted down, and even killed by a demon cultivator. This time, even the Taishu Immortal Palace that he had obtained after completing the senior trial with great effort was taken away. No matter how calm Yi Xian was, he could no longer be rational. Snort. Tu Xingnan's figure, which was stronger than an iron tower, instantly stood in front of Yi Xian, blocking his way. Get out of here! Yi Xian shouted angrily and punched Tu Shengnan with unmatched power. Boom! Tu Shengnan also threw a punch with a calm face, and the two punches collided. After the explosion, Yi Xian's body flew out like a cannonball, and the arm that was used to fight instantly became limp, with the bones in the arm turning into powder. He couldn't believe it. He had become much stronger after awakening the Yuanyang holy body, but why was he not as strong as before when facing the traitor's guards? Of course he didn't know that Tu Shengnan had already eaten 2 complete life-saving dragons, one of which he had killed, and now Tu Xingnan's blood and energy are almost bursting out of his body. His strength is more than twice as strong as before, and a breakthrough to Qinyang is just around the corner. TSK, I thought he was some vengeful god, but it turns out he's just a little jerk. Suan hid far behind, looked at Yi Xian with disdain and said sarcastically through the insight technique, "It can be seen that Yi Xian's hatred for him is extremely intense, and he hates him to the point of death." Su-un. Yi Xian's teeth were almost bitten to pieces, and sounds came out from between his teeth. "Ah! It's so loud, I'm so scared." Suan scratched his ears, turned his head to look at Qingling beside him. His expression changed instantly, and he pretended to be pitiful and said, "Sister Qingling, he is mean to me, I'm so scared, I need your loving hug to relieve it." Qingling, childish, she gently held Suan in her arms, letting his handsome face rest on her broad chest. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." On the other side, Yi Xian, who was repeatedly mocked by Suan, was almost fainted from anger when watching this scene. This evil thief deserves to die. He really deserves to die. Tianyang Xuanqiang transformation, Yuanyang transformation. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have turned into light, radiating light from his entire body, with his hair standing upside down and turning into pure gold. His limp right hand became strong again, and his whole aura became extremely violent. This move is a hidden move of Tianyang Xuanqiang transformation. Chapter 38. Brother, if you don't die, Brother-in will be unhappy. If he had not started the Yuanyang holy body, he would never have been able to use this move. Even if he could use it now, it would put a huge strain on his body. After using it, your realm may regress, but he didn't care about so much, he just wanted to tear Suan in front of him into pieces. Oh no, he's exploding. Seeing Yi Xian, who was like a super saiyan, Suan made a quick decision. "Shengnan, come back. I will teach you how to fly a kite today." After calling two Shengnan back, Suan and a few others retreated far away. In the chaotic space of Taishu Valley, they disappeared from Yi Xian's sight in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. "I tried my best and you come here to me? Ah! Suan, come out, come out. Come out here, you coward." Having failed, Yi Xian could only feel helpless and furious, and roared to the sky. Without the same positioning ability as Suan, he had no way of sensing the location of Suan and the others, and could only vent his anger in the open space. And whenever Yi Xian wanted to give up and leave, Suan would always hit him from a distance. When Yi Xian wanted to counterattack, he disappeared in an instant, as if Suan would never get lost in Taishu Valley and could always find his location. Gradually, Yi Xian's violent momentum began to weaken, and a tingling sensation came from all parts of his body. The time of the secret technique was about to end. TSK, why is Yi Xian like this? Suan appeared again. Yi Xian's head, which was overwhelmed by anger, finally calmed down at this moment. While the secret method was not over yet, he turned around and tried to escape. "Suan, you wait for me, I will definitely, there won't be a next time. You can stay here this time." Suan looked at the crumbling Yi Xian coldly, and waved behind him, "Come on together, beat me to death." The 3 life pills and 1 pure yang instantly locked onto Yi Xian. Higan Bana number 1 is a genuine Chunyang strongman, and she is not a weakling among Chunyang. She is one of Suan's biggest guarantees on this trip, but the terrifying aura made Yi Xian's hands and feet cold. He's so powerful, but you still use conspiracy and tricks to plot against him. Can you be a human being? Brother Yi, don't panic. I'm here to help you. At this moment, Yuan Feng, who had been watching the show from behind, suddenly rushed over shouting. Hearing this, Yi Xian was suddenly moved. What a good brother, even in this situation, he is still willing to help him. Puff. The cold knife-shaped magic weapon pierced through Yi Xian's chest, and Yi Xian turned his head blankly. Brother Yuan, sorry, Brother Yi, my father is in their hands, I'm sorry. Yuan Feng felt guilty and didn't dare to look Yi Xian in the eyes. He really regarded Yi Xian as a brother. Yi Xian laughed bitterly, and suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Brother Yuan Feng, it was me who caused the destruction of your Lu Yun sect. I deserve this blow. At this time, 2 Shengnan and others also attacked Yi Xian together. Dragons and elephants roared, and the flowers on the other shore bloomed. The huge momentum strangled the space in front of Yi Xian. Brother Yi, I am sorry for you. But Yuan Feng seemed to suddenly wake up and rush to Yi Xian. The magical power of the Purple Mansion realm was rioting, and he actually chose to self-destruct. Zifu's self-destruction was completely insignificant under such an attack, but it finally gave Yi Xian a glimmer of hope. Taking advantage of the impact of Yuan Feng's self-explosion, he mobilized the last bit of strength in his body to escape the range of the attack, but the horrific aftermath still made his already tattered and overwhelmed body even worse. Brother Yuan, blood gushed out of his mouth freely, and blood continued to seep out from the gap in his chest. After all, Yuan Feng's previous attack had injured his heart. What a great show of abandoning darkness and joining the light! Suan clapped his hands. Brother! A shrill voice sounded at this moment. Yi Liar appeared here at some point and ran to Yi Xian with a sad face. Brother, what's wrong with you? Yi Liar's body trembled slightly. Liar, why are you here? Hurry, run! Yi Xian suddenly widened his eyes and said hurriedly, puff. A dagger pierced Yi Xian's throat, and Yi Xian saw Yi Liar's slightly morbid smile. Brother, why don't you die? If you don't die, Brotherin will be unhappy. Yi Liar murmured, then roughly pulled out the dagger and ran to Suan as if to take credit. Brotherin, how did I do? Well done. Suan rubbed Yi Liar's head as a reward. Yi Xian looked in disbelief at the girl who was having fun in front of his most hated enemy. Why is this happening? Unfortunately, Yi Liar didn't have any memory of Yi Xian, and naturally didn't have any feelings for him. She was just acting to make Brotherin happy, what brother or not, she only has Brotherin in her heart. Yi Xian's eyes gradually became blurred, and his vitality was fading away bit by bit. He hated it, he was unwilling, but he could do nothing. Yuan's voice rang in his ears again. In fact, Yuan Feng's father was killed by me a long time ago. I lied to him, but that idiot actually believed it. Yi Xian's pupils dilated slightly. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Li Zixuang didn't actually betray you. I lied to you. When I arrested her and tortured her, she was unwilling to tell me anything about you. Yi Xian opened his mouth with all his strength, but no sound came out. But speaking of which, Li Zixuang's mouth is really great. I've tested it myself. Don't worry, Yi Xian. I will take good care of her and Lier, as well as the girl named Tang Shiyun. Ding, Yi Xian's Dao heart is broken, and he is angered to death by the host. His luck is reset to 0, and he is rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Ding, the host kills the protagonist Yi Xian and drops the golden finger. Yuanyang holy body. The system prompt sounded. At the same time, deep in the Tian Dao sect, a Taoist priest wearing a cloud-patterned Taoist robe who was comprehending the heaven and earth suddenly opened his eyes. The destiny is changed, and the luck is broken. Xianer is actually dead. He stood up, paced back and forth, and kept muttering, how could this happen? Looking at his face, there wasn't much sadness at all. It was more like a useful tool suddenly disappeared. Something must have gone wrong. Who on earth wants to stop the prosperity of my Tian Dao sect? He turned his head abruptly and looked at the mysterious portal standing alone behind him with a look of yearning and longing. No matter who it is, no one can stop me. I'm so angry about this, your mental state is not good enough. Hearing the system prompt, Suan kicked Yi Xian's body, and sure enough, there was no response. He felt a sense of relief. When he first awakened his memory, he was worried that he would be killed by Yi Xian. This could be considered as changing his fate. As for the people behind Yi Xian, I will slowly settle accounts with them later. Chapter 39, The Vicious Villain. Suan, Nirvana Sutra. Shoan, you looked bad just now. Suan's expression just now made Qingling think of the vicious villains in the storybooks who opposed the protagonists. Ah, am I not a bad person usually? Suan tilted his head. Yi Liar nodded in agreement, then bared her fangs, patted her chest and said proudly, Brotherin is the big bad guy, and I am the little bad guy. We are both bad guys. You're the only one who talks too much. Suan poked Yi Liar's forehead with a finger and called her a bad guy, which was so unpleasant. He is obviously a lovable and charming villain. He turned to look at Qingling, his eyes narrowed slightly. Sister Qingling, you actually said that to me. I am very unhappy now, I must. Before Suan could finish his words, Qingling pulled him into her arms, burying her face in her arms, and all the words he wanted to say were blocked out. Don't think too much. I'm just apologizing for what I said just now. Qingling said with a slightly blushing face. For some reason, when she saw Suan's cute look with his head tilted just now, she immediately thought of the book The Cold and Aloof Sword Fairy Sister and her cunning little brother. In the book, the Sword Fairy Sister also hugged her cute and cunning little brother and then ravaged him mercilessly. So she couldn't help but do it just as described in the book. Oh, it's so embarrassing, but I can't bear to let go. Suan rolled her eyes imperceptibly, her face almost turning red, and told him not to think too much. Sister Qingling, do you know that your XP has been exposed? After grinding Yi Xian's body to ashes without leaving a trace, Suan began to refine the Taishu Immortal Palace. As a spiritual treasure left by Emperor Taishu to his successor, this spiritual treasure itself is not difficult to refine. Here we need to thank Yi Xian again for his selfless dedication and for passing the test to obtain this immortal palace for him, plus the suppression of Swan's Vajra. In just 2 days, this immortal palace was refined. As a space-type spiritual treasure, the Taishu Immortal Palace can not only be used as a portable palace, but also has excellent defense and attack power, which makes Suan extremely satisfied. It is simply the best choice for home travel. With Suan's departure, Taishu Valley, which was born with Taishu Immortal Palace as the center of the formation, gradually disappeared. Perhaps after a few months, this forbidden place that everyone in Dongzhou is afraid of will completely become history. Host, Swan Cultivation, Mid-Purple Mansion Realm Skills and Magical Powers, Taichu Origin Sutra, Great Jotian Sword Art, Jinshuan Great Handprint, Gold Finger, Longevity Fruit, Opposite Sex Attraction Aura, Yuan Yang Holy Body Special, Villain Aura Villain Value, 3500. The previous interception of the heroine, the harm to Yi Xian, and the final killing made Suan's villain value unprecedentedly rich. It's time to save up. The World Tree Seed with 10,000 villain points is so tempting. However, Suan still decided to make a small withdrawal. Just take a shot to test the waters, Suan said in his heart. Smoke. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill Nirvana Sutra. Nirvana Sutra, if you keep the demon master in your heart, the demon will grow naturally. If you plant the demon in your heart, you will never be reborn. This technique was born after the destruction of the demon world, gathering the essence of the demon world, and it is unique. Click to view detailed introduction. Grand prize. After clicking on the introduction, Suan's eyes suddenly lit up. Although this technique is not used for cultivation, it is even more amazing. It can transform into 2 types of demons. One type is created for people around you who are influenced by the demon lord, and can subtly increase their favorability and loyalty to the demon lord. It is truly the only magical skill needed by the villain leader. If the evil cults in Korea in the past had such means, they would have been able to replace the Pope. The other is to plant demons, planting demon seeds in the enemy, amplifying the enemy's negative emotions, making it easier for them to go astray in their practice, until finally, even turning people into puppets. These 2 are just the abilities that Suan can use at present. There are many other mysterious abilities, so I will not elaborate on them. Go on. Suan threw his previous thoughts aside. I'm so lucky, I must give it another try. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a copy of Thank You for Your Patronage. Ha! Suan's eyes widened. There are empty bags in the lottery. This is a black-hearted merchant. System, did you secretly steal it for me? He looked at the system panel with suspicion, wondering if the system was taking kickbacks. Host, the system lottery is absolutely fair, there is no corruption. The cold mechanical female voice narrated calmly. Real? Real really? Really? Really system. Suan suddenly became serious, his expression became very serious. Do you know how difficult it is to get 1,000 villain points? Do you know what 1,000 villain points means to me? Do you think it's just 1,000 villain points? Even to deal with Yi Xian, I only bought 1 purple spirit seal, and 1,000 villain points are at least equivalent to more than 3 purple spirit seals. In other words, this 1,000 villain points are at least equal to 3 Yi Xians. 3 Yi Xians are at least equal to 18,000 villain points. With this calculation, I lost a total of 18,000. Do you know that? It seems to make some sense. At this time, Suan suddenly changed the subject. Hey, forget it, we have such a good relationship, but we are half-siblings. Although you did cheat me, ignorance is not blame, and I can't hold it against you. But don't do this next time, understand? Thank you, host. After a brief pause, the system spoke sincerely, with a hint of sincerity in its cold voice. This was also her first time working on a system and she had no experience. But what the host said really made sense. I didn't expect that this lottery would cause the host to suffer such a huge loss. Fortunately, the host didn't care about it. The host is such a nice person. Okay, Itong, it's not easy for you either. Suan comforted. Yes, thank you again, host. The host still has 1,000 points. Do you want to participate in the lottery? Smoke. Small gambling brings joy, but big gambling harms your health. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Start drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical power Tianyang Xuanxiong transformation. Looking at the thank you for your patronage that was drawn again, the system secretly took out a magical power from its own treasury and replaced it. The same technique as Yi Xian? Suan, who received the Tianyang Xuanxiong Bian, confirmed this idea. It is indeed a supporting magical power of the Yuan Yan holy body. After using it, he can fight above his level. It is one of the essential skills for the protagonist. This is definitely a top-level secret method. After using it, he can also experience the treatment of a protagonist. However, Suan felt that he might not be of much use. Fighting and killing are not good. Why should he do it himself when he can let his subordinates do it? Dislike. Let's practice the Nirvana Sutra first. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room of the immortal boat, wisps of demonic energy rose from Suan's body, accumulating more and more, turning the quiet room into a strange demonic domain. Chapter 40, Shaoanzi, you are very naughty. The shadows of demons emerged from the demonic energy, and then they knelt down and kowtowed to Suan, and then dispersed into demonic energy again. According to the classification of cultivation methods in this world, the Nirvana Sutra is definitely a demonic cultivation method, which is expressly prohibited by the Great Shan, but for the real upper class, rules are always used to restrain others, not to restrict themselves. Suan is not that pedantic. As long as it helps him. So what if it is magic power elsewhere on the immortal boat? The girls suddenly felt a sense of oppression in their hearts, as if some great terror had descended on the ship. This feeling became stronger as time went by. Several women couldn't sit still anymore. Qingling appeared at the bow and looked at Tu Shengnan, who had stopped training. Did you feel it too? Well, it seems to come from the young master's room. Tu Shengnan said with a frown. I want to go and take a look. Qingling was worried and walked towards the quiet room first, with Tu Shengnan following closely behind. Stop. Just as Qingling was about to force her way into the quiet room, the figure of Higan Bana appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Get out of the way, I want to see Shaoan. Qingling raised his sword and shouted coldly. Even though she was facing a pure young warrior, she remained calm and fearless. The Lord said that no one is allowed to disturb him before he comes out of retreat. Higan Bana said calmly without moving a step, standing firmly in front of the two men. You. Qingling was furious and hesitated for a while before finally retracting her sword. It's not that she was afraid of the red spider lily, but since Shaoan had already given instructions on this matter, she was afraid that if she went in, it might ruin Shaoan's plans. I just wanted to force my way in because I was too concerned, but she still couldn't help feeling worried. Xuan sat in the middle of the quiet room, like a living demon lord. The demonic energy turned into a huge cocoon, gradually wrapping him up, and he was unaware of everything in the outside world. How could a unique technique that combines the power of magic and great destruction from all over the world be simple? He felt that he was not practicing a martial art, but had transformed into various demons, traveling freely in the world of magic, witnessing the development of the devil from his own perspective, and in the end everything returned to himself of the thick. Demonic energy in the room was almost able to break through the restrictions in the quiet room and escape. Return. With a light shout, the demonic energy running around everywhere instantly became extremely docile, and according to the voice's instructions, it quickly poured into the magic cocoon in the center, and the demonic energy in the room disappeared completely. Then, a hand as white as jade tore through the magic cocoon and stretched out, bringing with it a demonic attraction. Crack, crack, another round of chewing sounds was heard, and the magic cocoon was being eaten at an astonishing speed, and finally the figure nurtured in the magic cocoon was completely revealed. His long, jet-black hair was casually draped, and his eyes were extremely clear and black and white, completely white and completely black, like the abyss, decadent and full of temptation. Her naked body seemed to be carved from the finest jade, and her figure was as perfect as one could imagine, without the slightest flaw. This feels really good. Suan stretched his body, as if some of the constraints of the past were broken, making him feel extremely relaxed. Although the changes in his body were not shown on the system panel, they did exist, and his cultivation had broken through to the late purple mansion stage. Suan took out a new set of clothes from the storage ring and put them on, then he leisurely opened the door and walked out. Shaoan? As soon as he went out, Qingling came to meet him, but when she was about to get close, she took 2 steps back, her eyes showing vigilance. Are you really Shaoan? In the Middle-earth China, although cases of possession of others' bodies are rare, they do exist. When a cultivator reaches the life pill realm, he can take over the body of another person. However, taking over another person's body is not a good thing. The body of another person is not compatible with one's own soul, and it cannot prolong the life of the soul. But some old monsters who are desperate will do so. Compared with before, Suan's aura had changed significantly. Coupled with the previous feeling of oppression, it was difficult for Qingling not to make associations. Suan was stunned at first, then reacted, "I'm afraid that my change has caused Sister Qingling to misunderstand me, but it's easy to clear it up." "Sister Qingling, you actually doubted me. I'm very sad. I must." He walked towards Qingling with a wicked smile on his face. Seeing Suan's familiar appearance, Qingling relaxed instead. "This bad guy looking guy must be Xiaoanzi." The immortal boat quickly flew back to the imperial capital. This time Chuing did not follow, but returned to the sect with Suan's permission. At the gate of the Marquis mansion, Qingling also said goodbye to Suan. As she was the empress's maid, she could not stay for long. Suan specially selected a top-level Taoist sword from the treasure house of Taishu Immortal Mansion as a gift. Looking at the Taoist sword named Qiushui, Qingling's eyes were filled with desire, but she still shook her head and refused. "This is too expensive. I can't take it." Qingling's original sword was given to her by the empress when she broke through the life pill. Although it was not bad, it was just a spiritual weapon. "Sister Qingling, please accept it. Consider it your reward for protecting me." Suan pushed towards Qingling's hand. "No, Sister Qingling, if you refuse again, I will." Seeing that Qingling still wanted to refuse, Suan simply stretched out his hand and grasped the empty space in front of his chest, revealing a savoring expression. Qingling's face flushed instantly, and she thought of Suan's extremely bold behavior outside the quiet room, so she dared not refuse. He had no choice but to accept the sword with great joy, leaving behind a sentence, "I don't need any reward to protect you." Then the man disappeared through the door. "Sister Qingling." Suan turned around and closed the door of the Marquis mansion. He had just rushed back and needed to have a good rest. As for reporting to His Majesty, that would be put aside for later. Mr. Su has worked so hard for so long, he finally needs to enjoy himself. "Lear, come with me to bed. Oh, and bring Li Zishuang along." Now he is no longer afraid of Li Zishuang's cold spirit body, and he doesn't have to worry about turning into a popsicle. Then it's time to have a serious discussion about the remuneration. Accompanied by the slam of the inner room door, love surpasses the Yunming of the Chu dynasty, and joy surpasses the traces of ice and jade in the morning dew. When love is unwilling to be severed, the sound of cocks crows at the fifth watch. Li Zishuang truly fulfilled the conditions that had been agreed upon. A mysterious aura also surged into Suan's body, blending with the aura of his pure yang body and disappearing within his body. At the same time, in the palace, the empress was still waiting for Suan to come and report, and her resentment was almost overflowing from her face. "Xiaoanzi, you are so naughty." Xingzhou Tianshui sect, a handsome young man walked out of the courtyard. Looking at the scorching sun that had already risen above my head, I stretched my body and said, "It's another beautiful day." "Xia Yun, you're being lazy again." A steady female voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of pampering and helplessness. "Senior sister." Xin Yin turned his head and the woman in the white dress appeared behind him at some point.